Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 61, Scavenger Hunt 3. Okay. Sokka said, extending a hand towards the ground. Hop on now, Hawkie. Carefully. The messenger hawk looked at him for a moment before leaping up to his gloved hand, flapping his wings in the process. Sokka tried not to be startled by the bird's quick motion, but it seemed it would take some time for him to get used to his pet's movements. Nevertheless, the hawk landed on his hand, its talons digging into the thick glove Sokka had donned to learn the arts of falconry. Ha! You didn't fall! Sokka exclaimed happily, as Hawkie sought to find the proper balance on Sokka's hand. We actually did. And before he could finish celebrating, the hawk hopped off his unstable hand yet again, clearly uncomfortable by the way Sokka was holding him. Sokka grimaced and frowned, scratching his head with his free hand. Drat, what am I doing wrong? He muttered, dropping on the backyard's ground with his legs crossed as he looked at the hawk. I think I'm doing what the captain told me. The captain taught you how to use messenger hawks? Song asked, taking Sokka by surprise as she approached him in their home's backyard. Eavesdropper, Sokka said, pouting childishly before answering her question. Yeah, he told me how to deal with them when we were heading back to the capital on Azula's barge. I think he might have forgotten a few details, though. You ought to ask him again whenever you have a chance, then, said Song, smiling and kneeling by the bird. He's a beautiful hawk. He's a pretty little hawkie, that he is, Sokka said, earning himself a confused look from Song as he stroked the hawk's feathers. He's got pretty feathers, yes he does. Well, that he didn't fly away after that shows just how loyal he is, Song said, at which Sokka glared at her. Have you seen if he's properly trained to deliver messages? Well, he's got to be, said Sokka, shrugging. According to Azula, this bird is perfectly trained, and if anyone needs training in this relationship, it'll be me. In the relationship between you and the bird, or between you and her? Song asked, raising an eyebrow and smirking. In both, I suppose, said Sokka, blushing and lowering his gaze. You really have an evil mind underneath all that gentle demeanor, don't you? Oh, don't be so sour, said Song, giggling. How about you try directing him towards me for starters, to see if he's ready to deliver messages? Delivery training? Sokka asked. But you'll need a glove too, you don't want those talons digging into your arm, do you? Oh, right, said Song. But he could land next to me, can't he? Not all people have gloves on their hands at every moment, do they? So, if you get a message out of the blue, the bird has to land somewhere, doesn't he? I guess you're right, said Sokka, rubbing his chin before extending his gloved hand towards the bird again. Well, then, Hawkie. Your first test flight starts now. Go over to Song and flap your wings at her. Give her a big fright so that she stops picking on me. Oh, please. Said Song, rolling her eyes. Come now, Hawkie. Said Sokka, as the bird hopped up to his hand. And go. To Song, Hawkie, to Song. You can do it. You can. You don't have to yell so much. Said Song, when the bird landed right beside her only instance after setting off. We're not even 6 feet apart. Well, it was Hawkie's first test flight. I needed to give him proper support. Sokka exclaimed, his voice cracking. You should worry more about giving him proper support with your hand than with your cheers. Song said, with a guilty smile. Okay, what's with you today, woman? Sokka exclaimed, glaring at her as she laughed again. Don't you think I have to put up with enough snarky remarks from Azula for you to add more to the list? Sorry, said Song, still giggling. You've got your hands full as it is, truly. Thanks for noticing, Sokka said before turning his attention towards his hawk again. Now, come back here, Hawkie, jump right up to my hand, boy, okay? Come here, come now, Hawkie. The bird turned towards him and leapt, flapping his wings until his talons had safely gripped Sokka's hand. There you go. Sokka exclaimed cheerfully, as he watched Hawkie enjoy. Who's my favorite hawk ever? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Haki let Sokka pet him, this time managing to stand in Sokka's hand with more ease. Sokka almost wept of relief when the bird was able to spend over 10 seconds perched on his hand without falling or jumping off. We did it at last, Haki, he said, wiping invisible tears from his eyes. See. When we work together, there's nothing to worry about. It's you and me against the world, Haki. You make a good team indeed, said Song, smiling. You just need to finish getting the hang of it. Well, it's been a couple of days since I got him, I'd say this is too much progress as it is, Sokka admitted, smiling and lowering his hand so that Haki could jump down to the ground again. At least I didn't make the blunder to have him stand on my burned arm this time. That's why it had those scratch marks. Song asked, grimacing as her eyes went to the wound on Sokka's forearm that she had treated upon his return home. Yeah, the gladiator replied, as the bird hopped down. I made that mistake when I was trying to learn how to handle him on the ship, it's why the captain decided to teach me what he knew about messenger hawks. First thing he told me was that you couldn't assume this was easy just because it looked easy. Well, you've seen he was right about that, Song said, smiling. But say, did you want a messenger hawk for any particular reason? It's an odd thing to request. Nah, not really, said Sokka, shrugging. We just passed by that post office and I thought they were cool, you know? And seeing as Azula already has her flying pet, I figured I'd get one too. Huh, well, so long as you don't hope to fly on him like she does with her dragon. Said Song, smiling uncomfortably. Why does everyone think I'm that stupid? Sokka asked with a grimace, as Song chuckled. What did you think I wanted him for, anyways? Oh, well. Said Song, lowering her gaze. I sort of guessed you might be planning on using the hawk to send messages to your family, maybe. To let them know you were okay. To let them know I'm alive, in the first place, said Sokka, sighing. They probably think I'm dead, for starters. They wouldn't have expected otherwise from the Fire Nation. You mentioned something about that when we were just getting to know each other, yeah? Said Song. But there's not much point in trying to send Haki down to the South Pole, said Sokka, caressing the hawk's feathers. I don't know if he'd survive polar temperatures, he's clearly a tropical bird. And in the unlikely case that he could survive the weather, he could get caught in snowstorms and the sort, so I really don't think it's a good idea. And to make it worse, they'd probably just shoot him down if they saw a Fire Nation bird flying towards them. Oh, I didn't think about all those things, said Song, grimacing. I actually thought that might be what you were up to, with this messenger hawk thing. I was sure you wanted to reach out to them. It would be nice to let them know I'm okay, said Sokka. But I think I'd need to send about 50 letters to them so that they understand just how I ended up becoming the gladiator of the very princess who dragged me away from home in the first place. Not easy to explain, truly, Song muttered, lowering her gaze. Anyone would be startled by the thought of you getting along with her when she's supposed to be your worst enemy. You were fighting against the Fire Nation the last time they saw you in your tribe, and now you even saved the Fire Nation from those attackers a few weeks ago. That's news they're not bound to react kindly to. Probably not, said Sokka, frowning as his eyes seemed to darken. I guess they wouldn't understand this, hell, I wouldn't have understood it a year ago either. But things have changed far beyond what I ever expected them to, and I'm genuinely glad they have. I guess they might take me for a traitor or they'll think I was brainwashed, but if anything, I think I've opened my eyes to reality after all this time. Meaning? Song asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, the Fire Nation made heaps of mistakes, and their wrongdoings can't be erased from history, nor should they be seen as acts of kindness, as some of their people think. But no more blood needs to be shed for this war to end, I think. You hope the princess will change things for the better, don't you? Song asked. She told me she would, said Sokka. She has every intention to do so, once she's the one ruling the Fire Nation. And there's a chance she could be able to influence her father, perhaps, so that he realizes he doesn't need to keep tearing down the world to prove his might. But that could be too far a stretch. You have so much faith in her anyways, said Song, smiling. I'm glad. Glad that I have faith or glad that Agila might end this war? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, both things, said Song, shrugging. I never saw any sense in the war. I don't really like the Fire Nation for the bad things they did, but I don't want anyone else to die over the 100-year war. If the fighting could just end, if we all could just find peace at last, I'd be content. That's not all there is to it, though, said Sokka, sighing. There's a lot more at stake. You and I, Song, we're fine despite our status as slaves, but there are plenty of others who aren't as well off as we are. I know, said Song. But the princess has been rather kind to us. If she's the one in charge of the Fire Nation, she might order her people to treat their slaves better, perhaps. I'd rather hope she abolishes slavery altogether, but she might not want to do that, said Sokka. Though who knows? She just might surprise us. Even if she doesn't, though, you told me she would take you home again once she's finished with you, didn't you? Asked Song. You're not going to remain a slave forever. Probably not, said Sokka. But the day our deal ends is so far away I can hardly picture it, to be honest. I guess, said Song. She didn't understand the true nature of their deal, and thus she didn't know what Sokka was supposed to do to earn his trip back home. Whatever it was, though, it was clearly going to take a long time to get it done. But, you miss your tribe, don't you? What? Well, of course, said Sokka, smiling weakly. How could I not? They're my comrades, my family. I wish I could see my sister and ask her if she's really leading the warriors nowadays. I heard as much, but I have no clue. Oh? Your sister? How do you know it's her? Song asked, puzzled. Well, she's the only waterbender in our tribe, said Sokka. And apparently there was a waterbender leading the southern forces as of late. That's what Agila told me, at least. And if that's the case, if Katara is the one in charge right now, I just can't help but wonder how many things have changed down there since I left. I doubt your disappearance went unnoticed, muttered Song. They must miss you. Yeah, maybe, said Sokka, swallowing hard. Every day he wondered what his father might think, what he would say if he knew what had really happened to his son. Maybe he'd think Sokka would have been better off dying, as Bato had, rather than becoming the princess's gladiator. Still, I'm sure they'll be very happy to know you're okay, said Song, smiling. I can only hope so, said Sokka, with a smile that seemed a grimace instead. So, are you going to send Haki for another flight? Song asked, hoping to change the subject. Sokka had been rather lively before, but as the conversation had drifted towards this topic, the atmosphere between them had become rather uneasy. Oh, maybe, said Sokka, rubbing his chin with his free hand. I guess we should, huh? He ought to deliver a real message this time around, too. A message now? Will you be sending the princess a love letter, then? Song asked, giggling as Sokka blushed at her words. You're really something, Song, he said, shaking his head. If she ever got a love letter, she'd burn it, no matter who sends it. Oh, so the real reason you wouldn't send one is because she'd burn it, and not because you don't want to confess your feelings? Song asked, smiling. Okay, you've gotten enough amusement out of this conversation for the time being, Sokka grunted, glaring at her before standing up. Though, jokes aside, if you're really sending a message, it'll be to her, won't it? Song asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka couldn't keep from blushing again as he stalked into the house, muttering under his breath. And Song laughed again at his embarrassment, stroking the hawk's feathers gently while Sokka found parchment and ink to compose the letter he'd be sending shortly. Agila was finishing her breakfast when she heard a strange sound by the window in her room. She frowned and looked towards it to find none other than the very hawk she had bought for Sokka a few days earlier. And what does he want? She muttered, although she couldn't help but feel slightly pleased to see him contacting her so early in the morning. This was probably just a message for the sake of making sure the hawk was properly trained to find his bearings, Agila assumed, as she stopped beside the bird. Haki turned around on the windowsill so Agila could access the canister on its back with ease, and she pulled out the small scroll, unfolding it to find a message at which she could only stare at in utter disbelief as she read it over and over. My place or yours? Curse it, did that moron know what a message like this one seemed to convey? For crying out loud, did he truly lack any common sense? No, he knew what it came off as. And he knew she'd be indignant about it. Which was exactly why he had written those words, and no more. She could easily picture him smirking proudly at his newly discovered method to tease her. Oh, but he was going to get it. She had told him no prank messages, or else he'd pay for it. Yet she was sure that, as soon as she told him off over this, he would claim that she had read too much into it. He was only asking if they would train in the palace or at his house, of course. Angela rolled her eyes as she anticipated his responses, but she couldn't keep from smiling. That stupid gladiator would be the death of her at this rate. But as she pondered how to reply to him, to perfectly tear apart his great plan to tease her, there was a knock on her door. Angela frowned and turned towards it, thinking she ought to change out of her sleeping gown before facing anyone who might have come to see her, but it wasn't wise to keep the person outside waiting when there were chances it might even be her father. "Come in," she said loudly, setting down the scroll on a nearby dresser and looking at the door warily. She didn't have to worry much, apparently, for the visitor happened to be the captain. She looked at him inquisitively as he turned towards her, which was his cue to speak quickly. "The Fire Lord has just called for a war meeting, Princess," he said, at which Angela frowned. "An urgent war meeting? What about?" Angela asked, confused. "Did he explain anything? Or is this some top-secret matter he cannot disclose to a royal guard?" "Apparently it is," said Ruishi, shrugging. "I don't know what the purpose of the meeting is. But it seemed he wanted it done right away. I suggest you get ready as quickly as possible, Princess." "I shall," said Angela. "But for me to do that, you need to get out first." "Oh, of course, Princess," said the captain, bowing down curtly and walking outside the room as she watched him with a frown on her face. What could have happened that her father had decided to hold an urgent war meeting? Did he find the spies they had been looking for? Or was this some matter completely unrelated to the White Lotus? Angela's frown only deepened as she gave the matter further thought. Her gaze found the hawk again, and she remembered she hadn't replied to Sokka yet. But her intent of giving him a response that would make him drop his jaw and fail to find an answer for her had lost its appeal. Nevertheless, she scribbled a quick response before starting to get ready for the meeting that awaited her. "Chances are it will be neither. I have a war meeting to attend, and I don't know how long it will take. You're free to play with your hawk for today." "War meeting?" Sokka repeated as he read the message, frowning. That seemed ominous, for some reason. Maybe because he had been talking to Song about the hopeful end of the 100-Year War just a moment ago, and meanwhile the Fire Lord was calling for war meetings. "Did Hawkeye make it back okay?" Song asked, from the kitchen. "Yeah, he's fine," Sokka said, still clutching the paper with mild concern. "Will you meet her there, then, or will she come here?" Song asked, wiping her hands with a cloth and walking towards the threshold of the room. "I need to know if she'll eat lunch here or—" "Sokka. I think I'll be going over there," Sokka said, smiling. "Don't worry about feeding me, I'll probably snatch something at the palace if I can get away with it." "Oh, okay," said Song, blinking a few times. "Is everything alright?" "Yeah, just, she seems to think I play with my hawk," said Sokka, an eyebrow twitching. "You think that was an innuendo, or do you think she actually meant it literally? Am I reading too much into this?" Well," said Song, falling silent for a moment before chuckling and heading into the kitchen again. "What's so funny, huh?" Sokka exclaimed angrily, shaking a fist towards her, which only compelled her to laugh louder. Yet as his mind returned to the main content of the letter, he frowned again. He would stop by the palace, and he'd probably take Angela by surprise by doing so, and he'd find out whatever this emergency war meeting was about, one way or another. Oze nodded towards Angela when she entered the throne room. Only War Minister Qin had arrived by the time she passed the curtains, but several generals entered the room when she took her seat at her father's right hand. "An urgent meeting, is it?" Angela asked. "I hope this isn't about the matter of the statue." "Oh, that has been taken care of already," said Oze, though Angela sensed the displeasure distinctly in his voice as he thought about what had happened to his statue during the scavenger hunt. Apparently it was an earthbending mishap, apparently. Hearing about this has made me reconsider having earthbenders joining our nation. If they'll thank me for my kindness by tearing down my statues. I doubt this is a conspiracy, father, said Angela, knowing she treaded dangerous grounds by contradicting Jose when he felt insulted. I hope not, said Jose, looking at her sternly and judgmentally for a moment. The force in his stare was such that Angela froze in place. For I heard your gladiator was partially the reason why the statue was brought down in the first place. That, well, father, if you believe my gladiator might be at fault for it, you ought to blame the arena's staff members first of all, said Angela, blushing slightly under his unspoken questioning. If they hadn't placed the item of the scavenger hunt on your statue, Sokka wouldn't have climbed it and that earthbender wouldn't have knocked it down. Indeed, said Jose, frowning. Fools, all of them. I should have them all punished, but I won't. I am a merciful man after all. So, if you won't punish all of them, it means you will punish some of them, at least. It took an earthbender to tear down my statue. So it'll be the earthbender who will face the consequences of his wrongdoing, said Jose. The statue has been restored successfully already, and it sustained no permanent damage. But this slight must be punished nonetheless. I understand, father, said Angela, nodding. And if you believe you ought to punish my gladiator as well. I should, he is quite reckless for climbing my statue, said Jose. Yet he is your gladiator, and he has provided plenty of services for the Fire Nation in the past. I will spare him this time, but I rather doubt there will be a second opportunity in which I'll forgive such atrocious crime. Make sure to convey that to him, so that he gives matters a second thought before climbing another of my statues. I shall, father, said Angela, rather relieved to know her father wouldn't unleash his wrath upon Sokka. That was for her to do. What is this meeting about, then? You will find out soon enough, said Jose, looking forward again, as the last generals entered the room. Let us begin this urgent meeting. Angela frowned as she performed the Fire Nation oath along with the rest of the men, as tradition in every meeting. Was it her idea, or there was no seat available at her father's left side this time? Her uncle wouldn't be attending this meeting? Take your seats, said Jose once the oath was done. I thank you all for coming on such short notice. The matter we must discuss could not bear any waiting, I'm afraid. War Minister Chin, if you will. The man in question stood up and bowed at Jose before beginning to speak. Thank you, my lord, he said, turning towards the rest of the crowd. An urgent report arrived this morning, from our settlement down at the Southern Water Tribe. Angela froze in her spot upon those words. She looked at Chin as though he had driven a spear through her chest with his words. What had he just said? The South? Weren't there problems with the North as of late? There couldn't be problems with the Southern Water Tribe, not now. According to this report, there is a second waterbender in the Southern Water Tribe, Chin said, and the entire room seemed to gasp at his statement. A second? Repeated Mac, aghast. That cannot be, said Angela, frowning. There is only one waterbender down south. If there happens to be a second one it would have to be a child, or a late bloomer, at best. Apparently, it's neither, according to the report, said Chin. It seems it's a young man, and he could bend the ice in ways our soldiers had never seen before. He is far more powerful than the only other waterbender we had knowledge of. He frustrated an attack on the Water Tribe by taking out our entire brigade, single-handedly. That's ridiculous, no single man would be capable of such a feat, said Bujing, his eyes widening in horror. I find it hard to believe myself, General, said Chin. But if this is the report we received, then I suggest we act upon it instead of doubting its veracity. And Chin is right on that regard, said Jose, who hadn't flinched upon the War Minister's revelation. He had been informed of the matter beforehand, clearly, which was why the council had been summoned in the first place. If it is true that there is a new, powerful waterbender down south, then we had best handle this threat properly instead of crossing our fingers and hoping we were misinformed. Yet it's simply, according to what I know, there was only one waterbender left in that tribe, said Angela, shaking her head. Sokka would be furious, he would lose his mind if he heard about this. But he would have to find out eventually, she couldn't simply not tell him, not if her father intended to send soldiers to vanquish the Water Tribe, as she suspected. And if anyone would know about there being a second waterbender in his tribe, it would have to be him. Did your gladiator say as much? Oze asked, raising an eyebrow. Not quite, Azula muttered. Yet he never mentioned another waterbender, let alone a skilled one. Perhaps he concealed it from you, said Oze, frowning. Or perhaps this new waterbender is a newcomer, Azula suggested. My gladiator hasn't been in the South Pole for over 3 years. This man might have arrived into the tribe while my gladiator wasn't there anymore. Then, is it someone from the northern tribe? Asked General Ling. Someone who has traveled to the South Pole to assist them. That is most unlikely, said Commander Gay. The Northern Water Tribe couldn't possibly send a ship anywhere while avoiding our Navy's notice. And the North needs all the waterbenders they can find to fight against the full strength of our armies. Where did he come from, then? Said Ling. Is he a hermit of some sort? He might have been a waterbender living deeper inside the pole who. It hardly matters who he is or where he came from, Oze growled, frowning and silencing Ling effectively. What matters is for us to decide how we shall handle this threat. We should send more troops down south, said Bujing. Firebenders. The light period is about to end, but if we send them right away they will have an advantage and they will be capable of seizing the 2 waterbenders in the tribe. I would much rather have them vanquished completely, muttered Oze, between gritted teeth. Water can defeat fire, thus making the waterbenders our biggest threat. And I would rather have the world burn down under the power of our firebenders than allow those pathetic savages to extinguish our flames. Azula's hands balled into fists upon her father's words. Vanquish the Southern Water Tribe? He couldn't possibly mean it, not now. Not when she finally got along with Sokka. Not when she was already thinking about sending him back down with his people once he fulfilled their deal. What was she supposed to do with him if he no longer had a tribe to return to? It wasn't as though she wanted her father to obliterate the water tribes to begin with, at least, not anymore. She understood the strategic value of defeating them, considering that, out of all the nations, the water tribes were the only ones that might be capable of defeating the Fire Nation. But even so, the Earth Kingdom was one thing, with its large territories and people that served much better as allies, or at least, as subordinates, than they did as enemies. The poles, on the other hand, were places the Fire Nation could never occupy. There was nothing of value for them in the forsaken icy tundra, and destroying them for naught was a waste of time, wasn't it? Yet sending firebenders might work against us. Said Mac, frowning. Sending anyone might work against us, Azula declared, taking a deep breath. Oze's eyes moved towards her. And what might that mean, Azula? Oze inquired. I understand completely the need to eliminate the threat the Water Tribe represents, Father. Azula stated. Yet, if you are attempting to take out the Water Tribes, you cannot divide your forces. Not when the North Pole has proven as difficult to conquer as it has. So, you're suggesting. Oze muttered, looking at his daughter carefully. Take down the North first, Azula said, knowing Sokka would still be enraged if he knew she had said such thing, but there was nothing to be done for it right now. If she told her father to stop fighting the war altogether she could kiss her life goodbye. The South can wait. They hardly have any ships, and there are only a handful of warriors and 2 waterbenders now, apparently. They pose no military threat to us at all. We could take them out in no time, but only once we have obtained the North. Until then. The princess speaks truly, said Colonel Shinu, reserved as he was. Taking out the South might be easy, but to do it you would need to use troops that are currently engaged in duty elsewhere. Most the Navy remains in the North and they need every possible ship, or else this battle, that has lasted over half a decade by now, will go to waste just as the Dragon of the West siege on Ba Sing Se did. The armies are spread thin through the Fire Nation colonies and the Fire Nation itself. The Southern Water Tribe isn't as big a threat as it seems, not in truth, Azula finished. Taking over the South, it's not a priority at the moment. It will be an easy battle if we ever need to fight it. Oze frowned. He didn't want this matter to remain pending, and he wondered if this was Angela's true reason for wanting to leave the Southern Water Tribe alone for the time being. If only her gladiator weren't a Southern savage, he wouldn't take her arguments to be biased in any way. Nevertheless, this was Angela. How could her arguments be biased at all? She knew better than that. It wasn't as though she could ever consider that slave to be anything but a slave. Then you believe we ought to forget the South Pole for the time being? Jose asked, probingly. Perhaps even take the men in the settlement and add them to our ranks wherever we might need them. I did not say that, Angela muttered. Those in the settlement ought to remain there, so that we don't lose the territories we have gained. That much should remain as it is. Of course, said Jose, nodding as she passed his test. If she had told him to call back the troops on the settlement, he would have asked her if her recent illness had affected her better judgment. The troops in the south should guard our position and remain stationed in the settlement, perhaps even arrange careful attacks in hopes to take the waterbenders captive, said Mac. In the meantime, the rest of our navy should set out to tear down the Northern Water Tribe as quickly as possible. It has been anything but quick, said Jose, sighing. Very well. I take it this should be our plan in action, for now, at least. All in favor? To Angela's relief, most hands were raised upon Jose's question, save those of a few military leaders. And Angela could sense the Fire Lord sided with those who hadn't cast their votes, yet it seemed he was willing to let this matter slide for the time being. Perhaps he hoped the new asset of the Water Tribe would destroy the settlement, so that he could recriminate Angela later for convincing the council that this predicament didn't need a final resolution. But Jose could do something worse than just telling off his daughter, and once she noticed the look on his eyes, Angela quickly suspected he might do it. He could ignore the council's decision to impose his own. He had done as much on countless occasions before. He was the Fire Lord after all, and his decisions were final. He would send his own, selected troops, down south to eliminate the threats, regardless if it meant splitting his forces beyond what was reasonable. Because one waterbender wasn't much of a concern, but two of them could mean trouble. And Jose would not stand for any form of trouble coming from the water tribes, not while he remained the lord of the Fire Nation. Sokka stood in the royal gallery, his arms folded over his chest as he looked at the throne room. He was aware that he wasn't welcome in war meetings, no matter if he had been allowed to witness a trial. Surely the image Jose had of him would have crumbled if he had heard that Sokka had some part in the incident with his statue. Hence, Sokka hoped he wouldn't face the man today. He only had come to see Angela after all, to make sure they wouldn't be shipped off to the ends of the world to capture more war criminals, or to make sure the White Lotus spy wouldn't be executed, if that happened to be the subject of this meeting. His thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of footsteps and conversation down the same hallway in which he stood. He raised an eyebrow and saw, to his surprise, that the blind bandit and her sponsor were walking by, carrying bags and luggage under their arms. Had they only just arrived at the palace? I assure you, the tile of the tiger is far more important than most people give it credit for, Iroh said. Not as much as the White Lotus, mind you, but the tiger is not only a piece with offensive abilities. I have offensive abilities myself. Most the people I talk to get offended one way or another, said Toph, snorting. Included that one right there. Hey, dog. Been a while, hasn't it? Missed me that much? It's only been about 3 days since I kicked your butt, said Sokka, raising an eyebrow as the two arrivals walked up to him. Kicked my butt? Toph asked, apparently amused. Sorry to burst your bubble, Sokka, but you didn't kick anyone's butt. Do I have to remind you who got the first place in the hunt? You know, it's a bit irrelevant who won or not, considering just how embarrassed you were after realizing you'd taken your absolute victory for granted, said Sokka, smirking. Well, you don't have to worry, I'll probably be able to get all 10 objects next time, but oh, of course I won't, said Toph, with a dramatic sigh. I'd forgotten I'll be too high in the ranking to take part in that scavenger hunt again. Oh, well. Make sure to take all 10 objects for me on the next go, will you? And what makes you so sure I'll still be able to participate in it? Sokka asked, glaring at her. Well, probably the fact that you're no good against benders of any kind. Toph snickered. Good enough to fool you, though, grunted Sokka. Wow, you're so proud of that, is it that hard to realize that, despite your trickery, I still won? Well, calm down, you two, said Iroh smiling. No need to hold on to what has already passed. True enough, said Toph, folding her arms over her chest. What are you doing here, though? Sokka asked Iroh. Weren't you asked to attend the urgent war meeting? Oh, were you? Iroh asked, startling Sokka by his odd question before laughing loudly at his reaction. Toph and I only just arrived in the capital about an hour ago. If there was an urgent meeting, I clearly wasn't informed. But it's of no matter, these meetings tend to be so boring. Huh, said Sokka, frowning. Boring or not, shouldn't the Fire Lord's brother attend important meetings? This man was too weird. How come did you just get here, though? Were you drinking tea all over the world again? Now that is a trip I would like to take, said Iroh, his eyes glistening. Apparently, we had missed out on a few places, said Toph. Not that I mind that much, but after having so much tea you just keep hitting the bathroom non-stop for. I don't need to hear the details, thank you, said Sokka, raising his hand to stop her. Well, aren't you Mr. Oversensitive now? And here I thought that was Zuko, said Toph, smirking. Sokka raised an eyebrow upon her mention of Azula's brother, but it took only an instant for him to realize why the Earthbender had decided to criticize the prince. Zuko had approached his uncle from behind as silently as possible, but it seemed no amount of stealth would be enough to keep the blind bandit from noticing him. He frowned upon her insult, and she turned towards him with a beaming face. But it seems our friend here grew out of his title, if he's done moping around at last, said Toph, smiling. Welcome to the real world again. We really didn't miss you much, but since you're back we'd better pretend we're glad to have you with us, huh? Zuko, said Iroh, giving his nephew a warm smile, yet eyeing him nervously. Zuko seemed about to retort to Toph, but he caught sight of the look on his uncle's face. Uncle, he said, swallowing hard. You're back. Yes, we just returned. We were victorious in our event, in case you wondered, said Iroh, still smiling. Good, said Zuko, though it seemed he didn't care much for the information. Uncle, I think I'm ready to talk with you. If you still want to hear me out, that is. Oh, said Iroh, surprised. It wasn't every day that his nephew declared he would open up to him. And considering how Zuko had behaved the last few days, Iroh had thought the prince wouldn't want to speak to him any time soon. Yet here he was, asking him for a conversation. Good to know, Zuko. Of course I'll hear you. Hear him? What do you have to talk about? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. That's not your concern, said Zuko, lowering his gaze. Hey! Sokka exclaimed, pouting. You're going to be all stuck up again now, huh? No, he's serious, said Toph, folding her arms over her chest. This isn't a matter you should be concerned with. Oh, really? Said Sokka, looking at Toph with skepticism. Yep, said Toph, nodding. It's a matter that involves only Iroh, Zuko, and me. You? Said Zuko, startled. What? You have nothing to do with this either. What? So you're not telling me either? Toph asked, a hand going to her chest as she turned towards Zuko dramatically. Wait a minute, you're actually shutting me out. Of course I am. I want to talk to my uncle, alone. Zuko said, looking at her in utter confusion. Oh, well then, fine. Toph stated, folding her arms over her chest again. Don't worry, that's okay, you go tell Iroh your sad little secrets, I don't mind. He'll tell me all about them later anyways. What? Zuko exclaimed, looking at Iroh accusingly. You wouldn't. Of course not, Zuko, said Iroh, smiling sympathetically at him. I won't tell anyone the details of our conversation, you have my word. Huh, good, said Zuko, relieved, but Toph's reaction was the exact opposite of that. What? So you're not telling me, Iroh? After all this time, after everything our friendship means to me? She exclaimed, now turning towards Iroh and making him chuckle under his breath as he realized she was just being overly dramatic to tease Zuko. Now, Toph. No, forget it. Don't worry, I don't want to hear his petty princely problems anyhow. Toph exclaimed. We'll make our own club, this other reject and I. The club of the badass gladiators, no royal family members allowed. Oh, I'm not invited to join your gang. I'm so disappointed, said Zuko, rolling his eyes. Uncle. Yes, let's go, Zuko. Said Iroh, chuckling. I'll see you later, Toph. Yeah, sure you will, but I won't be seeing you. Toph exclaimed. And, that's literal. Iroh laughed at her joke on his way out of the hallway with Zuko, and Toph smirked as she sensed them leave. Sokka looked at her with slight unease, wondering just how someone could undergo so many mood swings in just a short while. Toph seemed to realize he was staring at her, and she turned around to smile at him. No, the club isn't a real thing, just trying to tease and bug Prince Moody over there. So don't get excited. If I were to make a club of badass gladiators, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't fit the requirements. Of course not, said Sokka, rolling his eyes. Soon enough you'll eat your own words, you'll see. Oh, I sure look forward to that, only, I don't, she said, smirking. And you can take that one literally too. With that, she chuckled again and walked off, leaving Sokka staring after her in utter confusion. Who knew a blind girl would joke about her condition so freely? But as she turned into another hallway, one that probably led to her room, the curtains before the throne room were pulled back by the generals that were leaving the war meeting. It was over now. Sokka swallowed hard and watched intently, hoping Azula would come out soon. And she did, though Sokka didn't fail to see she seemed somewhat disturbed. Sokka frowned, worried, but he walked up to her with a smile, hoping she would relax a little upon seeing him. But given the way she looked at him, eyes wide and fists clenched, it seemed he had achieved the exact opposite effect of what he expected with his smile. Azula? Are you okay? Sokka asked. What, why are you here? Azula asked, trying to act natural and failing at it. No reason, I just thought that was a bit surprising for you to have an urgent meeting all of sudden, said Sokka, shrugging. I thought it might be about the White Lotus. Did you guys find the spy? No, we haven't, not yet, said Azula, shaking her head. Or, if we have, my father has failed to inform me of it. Then that's not what this was about. Sokka asked. What was it, then? Azula looked at Sokka worriedly for a moment before taking a deep breath. Well, he was going to find out eventually, and she much preferred it would be sooner rather than later. If he was going to lose his mind over this matter, it would be best if he couldn't accuse her of keeping the truth from him, at least. Sokka, there was a report from the settlement, Azula said, without meeting his eyes. His eyes widened instantly upon hearing those words. Just as Azula had expected, he wasn't bound to take this well, especially once she told him about what she suspected her father would do. Apparently there is a second waterbender in your tribe, a waterbender strong enough to tear down an attack from all our soldiers, by himself, said Azula. You had said your sister was a waterbender. My sister is the only waterbender, said Sokka, frowning in confusion now. Azula didn't fail to notice it was ages since she had last seen Sokka behaving as seriously as he did right now. It reminded her of the way he had acted back when they met for the second time in Huiyi. She's the only waterbender in the tribe. This has to be a mistake. According to this report, this other waterbender is a man, said Azula, still keeping her eyes low. There were no late bloomers in the tribe? Not even someone who seemed to have skills for bending. No, nobody, not while I was there, said Sokka, shaking his head in disbelief. This can't, how could it be? It's got to be wrong. What are you going to do? What is your father going to do about this? Is he planning to attack again? No, well, that isn't what the council agreed, said Azula. I told him not to. I advised against it, telling my father that it would be wiser to continue focusing on the north and leave the south be for the moment. Then, you'll do nothing? Sokka asked, still uneasy, but it seemed he was growing relieved slowly upon Agela's words. "It's what the council decided," said Agela, sighing. "The North has held its own for as long as it has. I'm sure the tides won't be turning in that battle any time soon, neither side is going to surrender so easily. So I think you needn't worry about your sister tribe getting destroyed any time soon." "Yet." "Yet what?" Sokka asked, his frown deepening again. "Is there anything else, Agela?" "Just," said Agela, gritting her teeth. "The council may have decided this, but my father, chances are he might not heed that decision. It wouldn't be the first time he gathers his council and later on makes a choice that goes completely against what was said during the council. He is the Fire Lord, his word is law, regardless if it's supported by the rest of his advisors or not." "So you think he'll try to attack the south?" Sokka asked, clenching a fist as he felt a surge of anger within his chest. "He might," said Agela. "And I fear he doesn't want any captives this time around." "They didn't come for captives when they killed my mother," grunted Sokka, his gaze darting towards the curtain again. "You really think he'll do this?" "He might." "I don't know," said Agela, looking at him in worry. "I did my best to convince him it was a waste of time, but it might not have been enough," said Sokka, frowning and walking past her. "Is he still in there?" "Wha? Sokka, you can't just. What are you going to do?" Agela asked, reaching out towards him and pulling his arm to hold him back. "Maybe you can't convince him, but maybe I can," said Sokka, looking at her seriously. "Why you?" Agela asked. "Sokka, what are you going to?" "Don't fret. I'm not going to do anything I'll regret," Sokka said, as Agela relinquished her grip. "I'll be back in a moment." "But..." And with that, Sokka swept aside the curtains and stepped into the throne room. Agela found herself even forgetting to breathe upon the idea of Sokka confronting his father regarding this matter. Her gladiator would get himself killed outside the arena if he dared threaten her father or attempt to give him an order of any kind. Or else, he would try to kill Oze himself, and that was something Agela wouldn't be able to stand for either. It didn't matter what sort of things Sokka had done for her or her nation, how successful he had been in the Gladiator League as of late, or what feelings she held towards him. If he hurt her father, she wouldn't let it slide. Her loyalty was with her people, with her father. And that wasn't about to change anytime soon. All the same, Sokka's loyalties still lay with his people. No matter how much he had grown and learned over the course of these last years, or how he had grown to appreciate the Fire Nation despite its wrongdoings, his heart still lingered with his tribe. And if someone was planning on crushing it, be it Agela's father or anyone else, he would make sure to have a say upon the matter. When Sokka entered the room, Oze had been speaking to the mustache man who had looked at him during Lo and Lee's trial. The Fire Lord took notice of his presence and lifted an eyebrow. The general turned and saw Sokka, and he imitated the Fire Lord's gesture. "Why, barging into the throne room just because you feel like it, Gladiator?" Oze asked. "I need a word," said Sokka, striding quickly towards Oze. "In private." "Is that so?" said Oze, frowning. Whatever the man wanted, it seemed he thought it was important enough to barge into the throne room as he just had. "Well, then. Byujing, please leave us. The Gladiator needs a word." Byujing bowed before Oze and walked away. The man crossed the curtains of the throne room just as Sokka reached Oze. "Given the look on your face, it would seem you coaxed the subject of the war meeting out of my daughter," said Oze, raising an eyebrow. "I take it you truly know nothing about the second waterbender we recently heard of, as she said you didn't." "I don't," said Sokka, frowning. "This is news for me too. But I didn't come to you to talk about the new waterbender." "No? Then to what do I owe this talk?" said Oze, refusing to refer to this conversation as a pleasure, for he was sure it wouldn't be one. "Are you planning on attacking the Southern Water Tribe?" Sokka asked. "It seems my daughter failed to inform you of the decision of the council, if you have to ask me whether I shall." "Your daughter told me what happened," said Sokka. "She said the council decided not to attack." "Then where is the need to barge into my throne room as you just did to ask me what you already know?" Oze asked, with a sigh of exasperation. I know what she said. But I also know you're the Fire Lord, said Sokka, his frown deepening again. If you feel like going against your council's decision, you can simply do so. You're the one who calls the shots here, aren't you? So, you came to ask if I would try to melt down your pole? Oze asked, raising an eyebrow. No. I came here to make sure you won't melt down my pole, said Sokka, so firmly Oze fell silent for a moment, wondering how a mere slave could boast so much confidence. Ah, is that so? Oze asked, his golden gaze clashing against Sokka's. It is, said Sokka. Because you're a man of honor, aren't you? Oze was genuinely startled when Sokka pulled that card out of his deck. Again, it took him a moment to digest just what this slave was referring to, but once he did he could only smile in amazement. Ah, you are truly far more than just a common slave, are you not? Oze said, smirking. I thought you already knew that by now, said Sokka, his frown letting up now that the Fire Lord's response hadn't been as explosive as he had expected it to be. Then this is what your second favor will be? You want me to leave your tribe alone? Said Oze. The first favor was for saving your daughter's life, so I traded it for the lives of others, said Sokka. Now I exchange saving your nation for my own. Don't order an attack of any kind upon the Southern Water Tribe, not now, not ever. Oh? And whatever shall I do if your tribesmen attack us instead? Asked Oze. You cannot expect my soldiers to remain idle. My tribesmen aren't bound to attack anyone, said Sokka, though he knew he was kidding himself, likely. If this new waterbender was as fierce a leader as he was a bender, chances were his tribesmen would be attacking the Fire Nation settlement sometime soon. Not unless they feel threatened. From what I recall, we weren't threatening your people by the time those ships from the Southern Water Tribe sought to defeat my army in the Earth Kingdom. Said Oze, folding his arms over his chest. Times have changed, said Sokka, lowering his gaze. I rather doubt I doubt the chief will want our people to take part in the war again. If anything, he'll be grateful for this period of peace, even if it's only down south. So leave them be. The south holds no threats for you anymore. So you want me to sign a peace treaty with them, then? Oze asked. Should I pull back the soldiers in my settlement as well? Why, that would be quite nice, if I'm to be honest, said Sokka, his hands on his hips as he remembered all about the settlement in which he had relinquished his freedom so long ago. Shall I give you a room in the palace as well, now we're at it? The Fire Lord asked. Now that is a stretch, I'll say. Said Sokka, rubbing his chin. The Fire Lord rolled his eyes but couldn't keep from laughing under his breath. You truly have no shame. Are you like this around my daughter as well, Gladiator? Ah, maybe, said Sokka, gulping now. Yet I think I'm entitled to ask for your people to leave mine alone. I helped you get rid of those who could have torn down the Fire Nation, didn't you say you hardly believed there was a way to pay me back for my services? Well, this is the way to pay back. Leave the Southern Water Tribe alone, from here on. Don't attack them ever again. Give out the order to those in the settlement to leave them be, and tell them to relocate elsewhere as well, for I can't say what that crazy waterbender might be capable of. He might tear the settlement out of the pole if he's really that strong. Can't our people live together in harmony, though? Said Oze, smiling ironically. Well, I wonder, said Sokka, shrugging. If you're willing to risk it. Oh, truly, owing you anything has been a great mistake, said Oze, sighing heavily. I'll do my very best to avoid it in the future. Here I thought pleasing a slave would be far easier than this. Well, I am no ordinary slave, said Sokka. As it seems you've come to notice. Surprisingly clever, and quite knowledgeable about how to play his role in the world, said Oze, nodding. I'm not certain if you're an enemy or an ally, especially after your last request. But thankfully, that was truly the last one. You are getting no more favors from me, Gladiator. I need no more favors so long as you consent to fulfill this one, said Sokka. Very well, then, said Oze. You have my word, Gladiator. No harm will come to your people. As you well said, I am a man of honor. I won't order any attacks upon them. Good, said Sokka, nodding. And that is enough of you for the time being, said Oze, waving Sokka off. Go find someone else to cash favors out of, not my daughter, though. Try my brother, perhaps. Though he will likely only provide you with tea and cookies. Right, said Sokka, smiling uncomfortably. He didn't even want to imagine what sort of favors Oze thought he would ask of Azula, yet Sokka knew well enough that, even if she owed him anything, there was no chance she would pay him back physically, in any way. He sure wouldn't ask for it either anyhow. It didn't matter how strongly he felt towards her, no, exactly because of how strongly he felt towards her, he refused to act on those feelings. He wasn't the sort of man she deserved, and no matter how much he longed for her, he knew she was far beyond his reach. A single grain of sand couldn't shoot for the stars, regardless of how badly it wanted to join them in the sky. Very well, then, get out, said Oze, waving Sokka off and heading towards the back doors. It has been more than enough of the Southern Water Tribe for the time being. All right, then. Thanks for complying, said Sokka, but Oze didn't respond. Sokka sighed with relief as he walked towards the curtains, hoping Oze would remain true to the favor he had just requested of him. So far Sokka had heard the White Lotus people were still safe and alive in prison. If the Fire Lord had kept his word in that regard, he ought to keep it in this one too. Azula was stunned to find Sokka had come out of his meeting without a scratch on him, at least, no new ones. He was still bruised and wounded from the event, and there were some scratches on his arm and hand because of his hawk, but he bore no injuries aside from those. Sokka, she muttered, and he showed her a reassuring smile, to her surprise. Told you I'd do it, he said, laughing at the look of utter disbelief on her face after hearing his words. Several hours later, they both sat by the palace gardens. Sokka's hawk was perched on his hand again while Azula taught him how to hold the bird properly. He had told the princess about his conversation with the Fire Lord, and she was rather shocked to hear it had unfolded as successfully as it had, but naturally, she was relieved. Sokka had raised an eyebrow when she had declared she was only glad that she had somewhere to drop him at by the time she was through with him, but he knew her well enough by now to understand what those words truly meant. Azula was rather dishonest when it came down to her feelings, but it was the only matter in which Sokka could see right through her with ease. It was already afternoon by the time all discussions about the Southern Water Tribe were over, hence they decided not to train for the day. Instead, Sokka had asked Azula to help him figure out what he still didn't understand about handling messenger hawks. He had fetched Haki and returned to the palace, and now he was busy training with the bird in hopes to perfect his falconry skills. Is this really any better? Sokka asked, holding the bird close to him. I kind of get the feeling he'll pick my eye out if I hold him like this. If you're that scared of him, I'm pretty sure he'll feel compelled to do so, said Azula, smirking. I didn't think you'd be so afraid of losing an eye. Well, princess, my eyes are my best feature, said Sokka, waving his free hand around himself before standing up and walking towards the garden. Your cockiness truly knows no boundaries, does it? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow, and Sokka chuckled. All right, Haki, said Sokka, smiling. You're going to fly and then get back to me, okay? Let's practice your landings. Azula had to do that with Xian Long, so we've got to do it too. Ah, you'll summon him just by calling his name, said Azula, folding her arms over her chest. Huh? Said Sokka, looking at Azula in confusion for a moment before a groan was heard from the skies. The hawk in his hand flapped away when the dragon landed heavily in front of Sokka, making him squeal and jump back in surprise. Azula couldn't help but laugh at his reaction, and Xian Long did the same. You're trying to give me a heart attack here, Xian Long. You crazy dragon. Sokka squeaked, before looking around himself in despair. Haki. Haki. Where did you go, buddy? Xian Long seemed to wink at Azula, at which she could only beam. That devious dragon was just as mean as she was. Every time he startled Sokka in one way or another she felt a surge of pride towards him. Hard to believe he can go from being such a serious man, making demands to the most powerful man in the world, to the clown he's currently behaving as. Azula managed to keep from being startled by her father's voice, and she stood up as gracefully as she could, hoping Oze wouldn't criticize her for sitting so leisurely by the garden. but seeing how he was busy watching as Sokka asked his hawk to come down the tree he was perched at, it seemed he wasn't here to tell her off for some reason. He happens to go back and forth quite often. I'd say I'm already used to it, said Azula, turning towards her father. He told me what he asked of you. He seemed to know the details of our war meeting quite quickly. You two are closer than I expected, said Ozai, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. He was simply waiting for me today, for our daily training sessions, Azula lied quickly. When I didn't show up at his house, he decided to come here instead. He was outside the throne room, and he overheard other generals speaking about the Water Tribe, so he asked me what the meeting was about. I see, said Ozai. It was a perfectly logical explanation after all, even when he didn't approve of her disclosing the information as she had. Yet he hardly blamed her, not when he had witnessed just what that slave was capable of. He's quite something, your gladiator. Not at all what you would expect from a mere slave. He is rather unexpected in some ways, though predictable in others, said Azula. Definitely not predictable when it came to these favors, I will admit, said Ozai, looking at Sokka fixedly. The gladiator had managed to convince his hawk to hop back on his hand, but the dragon nearby was expelling smoke through his nostrils, making both the bird and Sokka rather uneasy upon the dragon's menace of fire. He would have made you regret them one way or another, said Azula, sighing. I suppose now you wish you hadn't vowed to fulfill any favors to him. Truly, said Ozai. I only expected him to make a predictable request from a regular slave, instead he has managed to wreck my plans in the long run, plans to obliterate two of my worst enemies. Fortunately for you, he didn't tell me to stand down on our war against the Northern Water Tribe. He would have died quite an unseemly death if he had made such a request. You would have? Azula asked, the idea of Sokka dying by her father's orders making her feel lightheaded. No, not me. Someone else could have killed him, there was no need to do it with my own hands, said Ozai, simply. But he had the good sense not to take this matter so far, hence he won't be slain. Indeed, he did, said Azula. I would have loathed having to find another gladiator after all the hard work I've put into this one. Understandable, said Ozai, smirking. It was good to know the only reason his daughter didn't want him to kill the fighter was because finding a replacement would prove a true bother for her. Can I ask, though? Azula started. What were you expecting when you offered those favors to him? What did you think he would request from you? Oh, slaves given the opportunity to obtain anything they wish for can be rather gullible, said Ozai. After living a life of suffering, they jump at every chance to improve their lives and rid themselves of their strife permanently. Therefore, I thought your gladiator might ask me to revoke his status as a slave, and even request a title of nobility or two. Given how shameless he has always been, that wouldn't have surprised me in the slightest. And you would have accepted that? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. Revoking his status, certainly, said Ozai. That wouldn't have been a bother. But a title of nobility? That would have been a definite no. Azula smirked and nodded. Just as she had expected. Yet he had two favors, didn't he? Azula asked. If this is what you expected him to cash out of the first one, how did you expect him to make use of the second one? Ozai smiled now, and he looked at his daughter fondly, to her surprise. By requesting that which other men who had earned my gratitude and goodwill had dared ask for in the past, your hand in marriage. If Azula had been drinking a beverage of some sort, she surely would have spewed it all over her father upon that last sentence. She looked at him in utter disbelief, an eyebrow raised, her mouth agape while Ozai smiled at her reaction. Why, you honestly thought he would ask for that? Why? Azula said, still in utter shock. Why, it would be rather foolish of him not to wish to marry you, said Ozai, turning towards Sokka again. The beautiful princess of the Fire Nation? Any man would dream of it, unless said man was rather blind or incredibly stupid, as I said. Not only this, but life as an honorary citizen might have been quite hard already, if he had asked to be revoked of his status as a slave. Finding something to make a living from would have been a difficult feat for someone who used to be a gladiator. Yet by marrying into the royal family he wouldn't have had to concern himself with such matters. He would have found a ticket into quite an easy life. Truly, but said Angela, shaking her head. This had to be a sick joke. Her father was telling her he had expected Sokka to wish to marry her. Not even in her most ridiculous dreams could she had ever imagined she'd hear her father uttering such words, especially when he wasn't aware of the way her heart was racing upon the mere thought of marrying Sokka. It was ridiculous to even consider it, and yet. Would you have accepted that? I know he saved my life, but, would you have allowed him to make such a request, father? Ozai laughed again, and Angela only grew uneasy at the sound. Did he know what strange thoughts were passing her mind right now? Did he know she was currently imagining what her life might be like if her father had agreed to let her marry her gladiator? Of course not, was Ozai's curt response at her question. Letting my daughter wed a mere water tribe man? I hardly believe so. And with that, the strange days Angela had been in vanished instantly. Well, that had been surreal. She should have never been as gullible as to think her father would give his consent for her to marry Sokka. It was simply ridiculous, and it was also ridiculous that she would feel disappointed to hear her father dismissing the notion as he just had. There was no reason for her to feel this way. It wasn't as though she had ever believed there was a future for them. She knew there had never been one, and there never would be. I figured as much, Angela said, folding her arms over her chest. You need a husband, that much we already know, said Ozai. But after keeping your hand safe for so long, in hopes to find a man suitable for you, I definitely wouldn't have you marry that. Sokka was currently standing in front of Xianlong, glaring at him in quite a silly manner. Xianlong looked back at him, but his gaze kept flickering towards the hawk on Sokka's hand. Hockey, meet Xianlong, said Sokka. Xianlong, don't eat hockey. He's my pet hawk, and he's a good friend. Am I clear? Apparently, he wasn't. Xianlong's pat blazes aimed towards the bird, only missing his head for a few inches. Sokka squealed and jumped back, and naturally, hockey flew out of his hand and away from Xianlong. Xianlong, you evil dragon. And what do you think you're doing now? Sokka squealed, as the dragon jumped into the air to chase down the hawk. Xianlong, stop. Come back here, both of you. Clearly. Ozai continued, as Sokka ran after the dragon, still shouting at him. I would not stand for having such a buffoon as my son-in-law. Angela watched the chase with amusement, despite herself. Ozai sighed and rolled his eyes, turning to leave. Nevertheless, you will have to marry someone. And the sooner, the better. I would much rather know our lineage is secured as soon as possible, and through you rather than your brother. Of course, said Angela, though for once she actually wished her father wouldn't choose her over Zuko. Why couldn't he be the one pressured to procreate while she became her father's official heir in the eyes of the entire Fire Nation? I'll see to finding proper prospects for you soon. I'll notify you if I find anyone suitable for the role of your husband, said Ozai, before starting down the hallway. Angela had no answers for his last statements. It was one thing thinking about marrying the man he deemed a buffoon, for at least she knew she wouldn't be bored for an instant if she were to share her life with him. They had been together as gladiator and sponsor for well over half a year now, and despite the countless arguments and dreadful fights they'd had, Angela saw him as an integral part of her life. She enjoyed her time with him, even when he was her exact opposite in almost any regard. Yet thinking about marrying a nobleman of any kind, the idea made her nauseous. She wanted no husband, for she knew what sort of life would await her if she were to take one. As she was, she had proved to the Fire Nation just how capable a princess and leader she was, but if she were to marry someone, her claims and rights to succeed her father would vanish. For it didn't matter if she was the one who actually carried royal blood in her veins, if she were married, her husband would become Fire Lord. And she would simply become the means to perpetuate their dynasty, no more than that. The title of Fire Lady had always seemed as an empty carcass to her. But so long as she had a say upon the matter, she would rid herself of every potential suitor her father found for her, no matter if that displeased him. And just as Sokka had helped her with Chan, she was sure he would be able to help her take down any other man who dared try to take her as his wife without her consent. So long as they continued to work together, she doubted she had anything to fear. For Sokka hadn't asked for her hand in marriage, either knowing he wouldn't be granted such a wish or because he understood how little she wished to become anyone's wife. And yet he was the only man she had ever felt comfortable around, the only man who had been capable of turning her entire world upside down and gotten away with it all, while bearing that proud smile on his face. The only man who had ever stirred those feelings that currently burned within her chest as she watched him, chasing after the two flying creatures, though now it seemed it was the bird and dragon who chased him. Angela raised an eyebrow as she saw him stumble and trip with his own feet as he fled from Xin Long, and right behind the dragon flew the hawk. Sokka landed face first on the ground, and Xin Long claimed his triumph by settling atop him, trapping Sokka underneath him. Hawkeye perched on one of Xin Long's horns, and neither bird nor dragon seemed bothered by each other anymore. It seemed as though they had decided it was more fun to gang up on Sokka instead. "Oh, joy," said Sokka, his face covered in dirt as he lifted his head to glare daggers at the dragon. And Angela could do nothing but laugh at him, as Sokka shouted he wasn't the dragon's mattress. His foolishness knew no ends, did it? Yet she couldn't stop smiling while watching him. Yes, so long as she kept him by her side, so long as they fought their battles together, there would be nothing for either of them to fear. Chapter 62, Ember Island 1. How many times have I already told you to stop doing that, Angela? Ursa yelled, grabbing the young girl by the arm, as she tried to get out of her mother's grip. "Stop it! You're hurting me!" cried out Angela. "Oh, so now I'm the one who's hurting you," said Ursa, letting go of her hand, almost reluctantly. "You don't like pain, but you hurt others all the time. You were practicing your fire bending on a turtle duck just now. Do you think he doesn't feel pain?" "Father said I had to practice more of my bending to make my fire hotter," said Angela, lowering her gaze. "And he doesn't care if I attack those stupid animals." "Angela, how can you say such things?" yelled Ursa. "They're living creatures. You can't treat them like this." "Father doesn't mind that I do," yelled Angela again, avoiding looking at her mother. "Well, clearly your father doesn't care to see his daughter as becoming a monster," said Ursa harshly, her eyes blazing as she spoke viciously to the 5-year-old in front of her. Angela looked up at her mother now, eyes overflowing with tears. It was only then that Ursa realized what she had just said, and the harsh cruelty Angela had witnessed in her turned into remorse immediately. "Hey, Angela," she said, as the young girl gritted her teeth. Angela shut her eyes, trying to stop the tears from falling from her eyes, yet she failed to make it so. "Angela, I'm so..." She refused to hear those words. She didn't want to hear them, she knew they were a lie. Finally, her mother had admitted it, this was what she truly thought of her. Ursa had always thought her daughter was a monster, and at last she had found the guts to say so. But despite she had suspected this was the case, hearing those words spoken aloud was still too much to take for the little girl. Angela turned around and sprung down the hallway as fast as her short legs could carry her. The tears rolled down her cheeks, despite how hard she willed them not to. And her mother reached a hand out towards her, hoping to catch the girl before she could run away. "Angela!" called out Ursa, trying to chase after her, but her large robes got in the way when she attempted to run after her daughter. "Angela! Come back!" The Fire Lord's granddaughter ignored her mother's pleas and continued running through shortcuts and hidden passageways of the palace that Ursa wasn't aware even existed. Eventually, Angela jumped out into the garden again, yet she had headed in the complete opposite direction from where those damned turtle ducks lived. Upon her arrival, Angela ducked before a statue of a very imposing dragon, one that had been raised by Agelin's command, for it represented a dragon he had slain himself. The statue's horns were the dragon's actual horns. It wasn't a place many people frequented, and Angela knew as much because she used to hide here to get away from her mother. So far, Ursa had never found her there. She crawled right underneath the statue, between the dragon's talons, hoping that nobody else would intrude upon her until she was finally willing to come out of her hiding spot. She hugged her knees and dropped head atop them, tears streaming freely down her face now. She had always known her mother didn't care much for her, that she preferred Zuko, that she didn't care if Angela was more talented in studies or in bending than her brother was, she simply liked him better. Yet now she knew why that was. Her mother believed Angela was a monster. What was so wrong about what she had done in the pond, really? She couldn't make any sense out of it. Her father encouraged her to train this way, only for her mother to tell her otherwise later. It was confusing, extremely confusing for her young mind. She had always been quick-witted and smart, but this was simply beyond her comprehension. She tried to stop the tears from leaving her eyes, knowing her father would disapprove of her if he knew she had been crying, since he considered emotions were a sign of weakness, but she couldn't help it, despite herself. She hated crying. Zuko did it all the time just to get Ursa's attention, and it irritated her that he could earn their mother's love through feigned weakness. Well, nowadays she wasn't so sure if he was faking it. It seemed to Azula he was truly just as weak as he acted. Thinking about how he wasn't stronger or better than her in any regards only deepened her bitterness and sadness. What did Ursa see in that weepy boy? Was it the same she could see in those pathetic creatures that roamed the garden's pond? What was that ridiculous notion of having to protect those who were incapable of taking care of themselves? Nobody had to take care of her in most circumstances, and that had made her strong. She stood up for herself, without needing anyone to show her the way. Her father would teach her what she needed to know, but he wouldn't always stay nearby to see if she was faring well whenever she tried to put his teachings to good use. He trusted she would be able to watch out for herself. On the other hand, her mother was always taking care of Zuko and sorting out all his problems when he came crying to her, so Azula had grown to think that she could prove to be a better child than he was if she showed she didn't need anyone's help. It seemed that Ursa thought differently, though. She thought she was a monster, no less. Well, what do we have here?" asked a familiar male voice, startling her. Azula looked up quickly, wiping off the tears on her eyes with the back of her hand. Her cousin's bright smile almost blinded her when she looked at him. Normally she liked his kind grins, today she wanted nothing to do with them. "Why, it's the pretty dragon lady," he said, chuckling. "Why is the dragon lady hiding down here, I wonder?" "It's none of your business, Lieutenant," Azula growled, looking at the ground pointedly. "Go away." "What's the matter, Azula?" Lieutenant asked, putting aside his playful demeanor and sitting at the foot of the statue, looking worriedly at his youngest cousin. "I said it's none of your business. Leave me alone or I'll burn you," Azula shouted, glaring at Lieutenant. Both of them knew her threat was completely hollow. Not only would she be unwilling to hurt him, but even if she tried, she wasn't bound to succeed. Lieutenant was far stronger a bender than she was at her 5 years of age, and stopping her fire wouldn't prove too difficult for him. "Hey, no need to be so stingy," said Lieutenant, grimacing. "I'm trying to be nice and help you out with whatever bothers you. Bottling feelings up isn't good for anyone, especially for firebenders. If you're not calm and at peace, your fire might get out of control. And if you try to bend lightning while you're distressed, you might find yourself in a nasty pickle." "I can't bend lightning," Azula growled, pouting. "Not yet," said Lieutenant, smiling. "But I'm sure you'll do it one day. You can become the strongest firebender this nation has ever seen." Azula's eyes lit up as she watched Lieutenant flapping his arms around to give his speech more impact. But father is much stronger than me," she muttered. "Well, my dad is also stronger than me," said Lieutenant, chuckling. "But that's okay. He's so strong it would be crazy for a guy like me to even think about beating him. But you're Azula. You're only 5 years old and you've already mastered 6 fire-bending forms. I tell you, at that age I was still picking my nose." "Kind of like Zuko," said Azula, laughing a little. "Yeah, just like him," Lieutenant agreed, smiling. He didn't think so lowly of his cousin, but apparently making fun of Zuko was the easiest way to cheer Azula up. Azula smiled, still hugging her knees, but she was no longer crying. Lieutenant beamed at her and placed his arms around her, lifting her with ease and placing her on his lap. "So, care to tell your humble servant what was displeasing you earlier, Dragon Lady?" "Humble? You're going to be Fire Lord, Cousin Lieutenant." "There's nothing humble about you," said Azula pointedly, making him laugh. "In that case, young Princess Azula, the strongest dragon ever seen, ruler of the Western Earth Kingdom provinces. Your Fire Lord commands you to tell him what is this foul evil that clouds your mind." Azula giggled and smiled as she heard all the makeshift titles her cousin had granted her. They had always gotten along quite well. He had no qualms about playing with her even when she was a girl and he was boy, all the opposite to Zuko. He never showed any favoritism towards Zuko either, unlike Angela's mother and uncle. But all the same, he showed no favoritism towards Angela, unlike Angela's father. And even so, or perhaps because of that, Angela enjoyed his company the most. He was everything she wanted to be one day. Some people believed he had only attained his position as captain in the army because he was the Fire Lord's grandson, but Angela knew much better than that. Lu Ten was strong, smart, and skilled. He deserved his every title. Well, the thing is, started Angela, her grin fading away from her face as she spoke. I was practicing my fire bending and my mom told me off for it. What, for practicing your forms? How come? Said Lu Ten, surprised. Well, it wasn't because of my forms, muttered the girl, biting her lower lip. It was because of my targets. Oh, no. Did you set a servant's robes on fire again? Asked Lu Ten. No, I wanted to try and evaporate the water in the turtle duck's pond, Angela admitted. It would have gotten refilled with the fountain's water anyway, so it wasn't a bad thing. But still, muttered Lu Ten, grimacing. Now he understood why his aunt had told his cousin off. I was trying to see how hot my flames are now, Angela insisted. I'd be able to tell if I could evaporate water quickly, it's why I was doing it. That actually makes some sense, muttered Lu Ten, thoughtful. This girl was smarter than he had ever imagined, coming to that conclusion at such early age. But she caught me when I was starting out, and one of those stupid turtle ducks got his tail burned by my fire blast because I lost focus, Angela said, pouting. She told me off and said I shouldn't attack living things. And then she. She what? What did she do? Asked Lu Ten, worried. Angela took a deep breath before muttering the last part of her tale, her eyes filling with tears as she remembered the fierce glare her mother had given her while saying what she thought of her. As she said I was a monster, she managed to say, before sobs and tears took over her body. She began crying uncontrollably, even when she didn't want to shed one more tear over this matter. She said what? Said Lu Ten, aghast. The relationship between Angela and Ursa had never been smooth, but for Prince Ose's wife to call her daughter a monster seemed beyond reason to Lu Ten. Perhaps Angela was far more ruthless than most kids her age, but deeming her a monster was unthinkable. She was just a child who needed to understand the error of her ways, and Ursa could resort to explaining it to her instead of insulting her and bringing her daughter to tears as she had. Oh, Angela. It's okay, it's going to be alright. I'm sure your mother didn't mean to say something like that. But she did. Squealed Angela. She said I was a monster. She just wants me to be like Zuko, but I don't want to be like him. I'm smart and strong and Loenli said I was really talented, so why does she hate me? It's not fair. Your mother doesn't hate you, Angela, whispered Lu Ten, hugging Angela tightly. Why would a mother hate her child? It makes no sense. But she does, cousin Lu Ten, Angela muttered between sobs. Your mother just said something really stupid, that's what happened, Lu Ten said. You're not a monster, Angela. Why you think so? The young princess asked. But then why does she think I am one? Maybe an evil spirit came by and tweaked her better judgment, said Lu Ten, smiling a little. That's stupid, Angela retorted. Okay, it is. Lu Ten admitted, between chuckles. I'll tell you what, I'll have a really good talk with your mother and I'll make sure she realizes you're not a monster, that you're the most wonderful girl in the world. I am? Angela asked, looking up at her cousin in amazement. Sure you are, said Lu Ten, beaming. Your mother is just crabby because she didn't have an apple on her breakfast today. That makes no sense, said Angela, confused. Lu Ten laughed again and shrugged. Maybe not, but it doesn't mean it's not true. It made more sense for Ursa to be upset over an apple than for her to call her daughter a monster, from Lu Ten's point of view. No mother should ever say such a thing about her children. But she must have said so, or else Angela wouldn't have been so upset. Then, you'll talk to her? When? Asked Angela, looking up at the prince. As soon as I see her again, said Lu Ten. I'll make her see you're not a monster, Angela. I promise. Angela's eyes lit up as she stared at her cousin with hope. This little girl in his arms was anything but a monster, Lu Ten thought, as he smiled at her reassuringly. Ah, there you are. A voice called out, startling the cousins. Lu Ten, I've been looking all over for you. Dad, said Lu Ten, smiling as he turned his head around and regarded his father. What's the matter? Your grandfather just told me we must take off right away, said Iroh, walking towards them. A storm approaches the shores of the Fire Nation, and we ought to take our leave right now if we want to outrun it. What? You're leaving to Ba Sing Se today? Angela gasped, looking at Lu Ten, horrified. Yeah, I thought you knew. We were planning on leaving tonight, but... muttered Lu Ten, downcast. But... Angela mumbled, looking aghast. What about? Lu Ten smiled reassuringly towards Angela once again and patted her head. No need to worry. As soon as I get back, I'll talk to your mother, he said, grinning. But, you're going to fight in the biggest city of the Earth Kingdom, Angela muttered. Won't the battle take too long? It might, said Lu Ten, grimacing. But I'll be back as soon as I can, I promise that too. Well, okay, said Angela, slightly disappointed regardless. Try not to burn any turtle ducks while I'm gone, said Lu Ten, playfully. And take good care of yourself, Angela. You too, said Angela, looking at him worriedly. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too, my wonderful dragon lady. Lu Ten embraced her tightly, and Angela gripped his clothes as he did. Not often was she hugged by anyone, she was almost a complete stranger to any displays of affection. But her helplessness upon being hugged like this didn't matter to her cousin. He was the kindest person she knew. Lu Ten pulled away and gave Angela one last smile before turning towards his father. Angela glared at Iroh begrudgingly, blaming him, on some level, for Lu Ten's departure. She knew it wasn't Iroh's fault directly, for it was her grandfather, Fire Lord Ajalon, who had decided to send both Iroh and his son to wage the war in Ba Sing Se. Yet Iroh should have waited for her conversation with Lu Ten to end, he should have waited until his son had fulfilled the promise he had made to his cousin. Because Angela didn't know how long Lu Ten would be gone, weeks, probably months, and until he came back, her mother would continue to think she was a monster. But of course, that wouldn't matter to Iroh, would it? All he ever wanted was to drink tea and laugh at his lame jokes, and he probably thought she was a monster too. Angela walked back into the palace, her head low. She didn't know where she was going now. Maybe she ought to find Lo and Li and have them supervise her as she practiced her forms, but the thought wasn't too appealing. All she really wanted was to stay as far from her mother as she could be. Angela, oh, I've been looking for you all over the palace. Oh, such was her luck. Angela cringed upon the sound of her mother's voice, and she didn't turn around to look at her. She felt compelled to run away from her again, but for some reason she stopped on her tracks. Surely her mother was planning on apologizing, on claiming she hadn't meant what she said, and it would all be a lie, of course. Angela knew otherwise. You shouldn't have run that way, Angela, said Ursa, approaching with caution at the little girl. Angela looked at her over her shoulder, just as wary as her mother. Please, Angela, Mom, Lu Ten is leaving, shouted a boy, Angela's older brother, Zuko. All of what Ursa was going to say to her daughter was forgotten when she heard her son's voice. Zuko came running towards his mother, passing by Angela quickly. A guard just told me that Uncle Iroh and Lu Ten are about to leave to Ba Sing Se, Mom, said Zuko. Oh, my, so soon, Ursa said, a hand going to her mouth as she thought about what her son had just told her. Well, then, we must go with them to say farewell and wish them luck on the battlefield. Yeah, that's what I thought, said Zuko, smiling and taking Ursa's hand in his. Let's go, Mom. Ursa beamed back at her son before turning towards Angela, to find she wasn't there anymore. Her eyes widened as she looked at the empty hallway, shocked. Where had she gone? Angela? Angela! Come back, you must say your farewells to your cousin and uncle. Ursa exclaimed, but there was no answer. Maybe she went on ahead, said Zuko, shrugging. Ursa sighed and clasped Zuko's hand tightly, leading him towards the palace gates while hoping her son's guess would be correct. She didn't know, of course, that Azula had said goodbye to her cousin already. And the young girl was determined not to spend more time near her mother than what was absolutely necessary. She had run off, again into one of the secret passageways, but this time she had gone deeper inside the palace, headed for its lower chambers. She didn't want to be around anyone right now, not her mother, not her father, her brother, or her cousin. She just needed to be alone. She was good at that. She found her way into the Agni Kai chamber, and she stood on the center of the platform, performing her bending forms and yet also releasing fire thoughtlessly, carelessly. She just needed to pour out all her disappointment, all her sadness, and the only way to do that was by turning those feelings into anger, so that she could channel them through her bending. And so, she kicked and punched the air around her, fire bursting from her extremities at will as she put her mind to the task of becoming stronger, of becoming better, of proving she didn't care if her mother thought her to be a monster. Azula woke with a start, her chest heaving as she pulled away from the dream she had just had. Yet as the sweat rolled down her brow she realized it had been no dream, it had been a memory. Why had she relived that very moment now, so suddenly? She sat up on the bed, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand and frowning. Thinking about her mother was definitely the worst way to start off a day. And it just happened to be that very memory. Princess. Someone knocked on the door repeatedly. Azula hadn't noticed yet that it was already time to get up. She had to eat breakfast, to get ready for the day, to forget everything to do with her mother. "Come in," she said, pushing the covers aside and climbing out of bed as a group of servants entered the room, some carrying silverware and food for the princess while others hurried to prepare a bath and a change of clothes for her. Yet one of them only approached her as Azula was about to head towards her room's dining wing, and the princess eyed him with a frown. Shouldn't he be busying himself with something? "What is it?" she asked, raising an eyebrow inquisitively as she guessed he would be a messenger. "Princess, I was told to inform you," said the man, nervous upon speaking to the princess. "It has been finished. The dragon's refuge, it's finally finished." Azula looked at the servant in surprise once she heard the news. She had been certain it would take several more weeks until the structure was complete. Well, these good tidings ought to help her forget about her mother indeed. As soon as she had finished her breakfast, taken her bath, donned her armor and fixed her usual hairdo, Azula sought out Xianlong and, together, they headed towards the south wing of the palace. She had seen the foundations for the building several times already, but she hadn't known the refuge had been so close to completion. The building was a tall, dark cylinder, with several panels placed in strategic positions that opened for the dragon's easy exit or entrance to the refuge. There were also gates through which people could enter the building on foot, namely, Azula. There weren't many people who would approach the dragon, for nearly any humans who came up to him, even if it was solely to admire him, would run away seconds after the dragon threatened them, either with smoke or actual fire, to burn their clothes off. "It's quite large, and impressive," Azula noted, once they were inside the building. "You should be comfortable here. It's far more spacious than the cave you used to live in, I believe." Xianlong agreed and nodded as he gazed about the refuge. The building was almost completely empty within, save for a central pole that reached all the way to the ceiling, where he could perch himself on with ease if he felt like doing so. The builders explained to Azula how the building worked, namely focusing on how the panels could be opened and closed by the dragon himself if he pulled down the levers right beside them. The compound could be closed completely, to protect the dragon from the rain or in case the blowing wind might bother the dragon while he slept, yet it was easily opened as well. And as Azula heard the explanation, she sent her thoughts towards Xianlong so that he'd know what to do whenever he wanted to leave the refuge. Naturally, upon understanding the nature of the panel system, the creature jumped towards the first panel he saw and struck the lever beside it with his paw to make sure it truly worked. After checking it did, he decided that pushing the lever up and down repeatedly was rather fun, hence he proceeded to do that while Azula smirked, amused by his childishness. The material with which the refuge had been built was virtually flame-proof, yet the builder recommended Azula to tell the dragon to keep from trying to set the walls on fire, for dragon's fire had special qualities to it. Azula merely smirked at that warning before dismissing them, as that was the last of their explanations. They did so with a bow, while Angela continued gazing about herself. Once they were alone, Xianlong hopped down to the ground beside her with a happy groan. "You look pleased," said Angela. "You should be. It took them quite some time to get this finished, though I will say it's rather plain considering how long it actually took." Xianlong groaned and moved around his rider, and Angela merely smiled. "Yes, I know, you're too happy to care. You have a cave from where you can shoot out into the sky at ease. It's perfect for you." Xianlong closed his eyes and seemed to giggle, though that was just another groan from the creature. Angela smiled and caressed his hair, her fingers sliding through the tangles of Xianlong's blue locks. "The builders claim the building is fireproof," said Angela, and Xianlong snickered. "No, that isn't a challenge. They're not trying to put your fire to the test, so please don't try to prove them wrong, will you? If you do, they'll take ages again to repair the refuge, and you don't want that, do you?" Xianlong nudged at her shoulder with his nose, and Angela just rolled her eyes, smirking at him. "I've truly been the most terrible influence upon you," she said, her hand sliding over the scales of his neck now. "Who knew a dragon could be as competitive as you are?" Xianlong seemed to take that as a compliment, and Angela didn't contradict him. It was no insult to compare him to her, though maybe it was. She froze in place for an instant, as her dream and all implications of her being a monster returned to her mind suddenly. Xianlong noticed the change in her demeanor and frowned, turning towards her with concern. Angela returned to reality upon Xianlong's reaction, and she smiled at him, patting his back. "Now, then, you have a home, and a good one," she muttered, changing the subject quickly before the dragon could ask any questions. "And there is a place for us to set down your saddle right over there, isn't there? It's quite a heavy thing to bear on your back at all times, so." Xianlong seemed startled when Angela began unbuckling his saddle. He had been wearing it non-stop for quite a long time, and thus he would appreciate getting out of it, but he was still concerned regarding whatever had bothered his rider earlier. Angela paid no heed to him, though, busying herself with this activity mostly to keep from thinking about her mother. She finished undoing every binding that kept the saddle in place before lifting it with some difficulty. Or perhaps with too much difficulty. She was no weakling, but the saddle was far heavier than she had taken it for. She gritted her teeth as she pulled it off Xianlong, and she struggled to keep her balance while holding the saddle over her head, fearing she might trip and fall on her butt, saddle included. And that was when another pair of hands came out of nowhere, it seemed, and reached out for the saddle before Angela could fall over backwards. The princess was astonished, but even more so when she felt herself crash against the chest of her helper. "And what exactly are you up to now, princess?" Who was none other than Sokka, of course. She would have recognized his gloved hands anywhere. Yet she hadn't expected to end up with his body pressed against her back like this. All thoughts of the saddle faded from her mind as she processed just how close they were right now. "Could you?" Angela muttered, as Sokka stepped away from her, taking the saddle with him. "Right," he said, grimacing as he struggled to hold the saddle by himself. It was good that he was as muscular as he currently was, else he wouldn't have managed to lift it. Where do you want this thing?" "Anywhere, just drop it anywhere," said Angela, blinking a few times and keeping an eye on him while he tried his hardest to lift the saddle. He stepped towards the nearest wall and placed the saddle beside it as carefully as he could, and he massaged his fingers after completing his task. "Whoa, that thing is way heavier than it looks," he said, grimacing. "It's mostly made of metals and leathers, so naturally, it would be," said Angela, shrugging as she smiled a little. Xianlong looked at his rider, and he actually lifted his eyebrows as he did. She had been upset over something just a moment ago, he had sensed it, but she had barred the matter from her mind too quickly for him to recognize what it was. Yet now, when Sokka showed up, she was as lively as ever. "I guess so," said Sokka, still rubbing his fingers before turning towards Angela, with a smile of his own. "So, this is your dear friend's lair? Pretty big, isn't it?" "Big enough," replied Angela. "I wouldn't have had it any smaller, and neither would have Xianlong. This way it won't remind him much of the cave he was stuck in before we found him." "Does he think about it a lot?" Sokka asked, curious. You see his memories and whatnot, do you think the darkness still bugs him? It does, at times. But less so nowadays, said Angela, albeit her conscience betrayed her upon Sokka's question. He was asking about Xin Long's memories, not hers. Well, soon enough he'll forget all about it, I hope, said Sokka, smiling. Once he has seen enough things in the world, that cave won't bother him anymore. We can only hope indeed, said Angela. In any case, he'll never go back there. He'll be fine in his new refuge. Definitely, Sokka agreed, smiling. So, what will we be up to today? Training? Eating? Keeping our pets far apart so that they won't keep conspiring against us. Angela rolled her eyes and shook her head at his suggestions, yet she was amused by them nonetheless. None of them, she declared. And may I remind you, first of all, that Xin Long, as I have told you countless times, is not a pet. And secondly, he doesn't conspire against me along with your hawk. You're the only one who elicits that sort of behavior out of them. What? You're not possibly suggesting I've asked for it? Said Sokka, sarcastically, and Angela chuckled. As if you really needed for me to suggest it to know it's the truth, said Angela, shaking her head again. Anyways, we're not going to train today, at least, not yet. I was planning on having a look at our place in the ranking, and we ought to accept a challenge or two, perhaps send some of our own, if needed. We've lagged behind the bandit despite how we fared in the event, so we'd better do something to remedy that. Not a second to waste, is there? Said Sokka, smiling. Well, then, let's go. Those 400 points should have sent us quite high anyways. Angela turned towards Xin Long, who was swinging his tail back and forth as he watched the exchange eagerly. Angela glared at him and placed her hands on her hips. Enjoying the show, are you? She asked, raising her eyebrows, and Xin Long laughed. Why, I'm glad I amuse you, though I fail to see what's so interesting. Entertainment is exactly what any writer would like to provide to his dragon, of course. Xin Long seemed pleased by her ironic tone, and Angela smiled at him despite herself. Anyways, she continued, I guess I won't impose on you today. Play around in your refuge as much as you want, just try not to break the levers by pushing them too much, will you? Xin Long groaned before hopping around Angela and proceeding to shoot up towards the ceiling. Angela smirked at the sight of him and turned towards Sokka again, gesturing at him to leave the refuge with a jerk of her head. He sure seems happy, said Sokka, smiling. So I take it you're happy too, then. And that means you're in a good mood as well, for you think that means you won't have to face my wrath today, right? Said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Well, do you have any reason to feel any wrath today? Sokka asked, looking at her inquisitively. You may never know, Angela replied, enigmatically, at which Sokka just rolled his eyes and smiled. You're one of a kind, truly, he said, at which Angela blushed ever so slightly. Whatever his intent had been by directing that very phrase towards her, it was hard to conceal just how much it meant for her to hear him say that. Oh, really? Do you say so because I can terrify you without even trying? She asked, hoping to change the subject. She really wasn't up for sensitive matters today, of all days. Come on, said Sokka, smiling as they walked towards the palace gates. Angela, there simply is no one like you and you know it. And it has nothing to do with you being capable of scaring the hell out of me. Sokka didn't bother noting when she had scared him most, though. Much as she hadn't wanted to approach any subject that might bring out her feelings, neither did he. Yet recalling that night, when he had held her in his arms as he ran through the palace hallways, worrying over whether she'd ever wake up again, filled him with a terrible sense of dread. He never wanted to fear for her life as badly as he had during that night. It speaks well of your mental faculties that you're able to notice that, I'll say, Angela stated, proudly. Because if you actually believed there are other people like me out there. Wow, said Sokka, chuckling now. Just imagine what that would be like, more than one Angela. You'd team up with your other selves and you'd conquer the world in 10 minutes, at most. Sounds like fun to me, said Angela, smirking. Angela? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows as they passed through the gates and headed outside on foot. "Won't you be taking your palanquin or something, seeing as we won't ride xin long? Bothered by a little walk, are you?" said Angela, lifting her eyebrows. "It'll take ages for them to set up the palanquin, so we're going like this. Or would you rather I get it so you're reminded of your rightful place in the world, slave?" She said the words teasingly, but Sokka furrowed his brow regardless, shaking his head while they entered the city. "Yeah, I'd much rather not," he said. "Though I'll say, it may be true that I don't belong in your beautiful and imposing palanquin, but I seem to recall somebody pulled me aboard it once." "Oh, my, who might it have been?" "I shall remove their head for such slight," said Angela, sarcastic and proud. Sokka couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, you're really not going to pretend you forgot about that, are you?" he asked. "The first time I fought the bandit you pulled me into it, I'm sure of that." "How would you remember, if you were nigh unconscious after the combat?" Angela asked, folding her arms over her chest as she looked at Sokka with a raised eyebrow. "I was conscious all the way until you placed me in your palanquin and said some stuff I can't remember," said Sokka, grimacing. "It was just a little hard to think properly after getting pummeled like that. But I know it was your palanquin." "You got pummeled so hard your memory is faulty, it seems to me," said Angela, proudly. "Why, yes, my memory ought to be faulty after getting smashed like that," said Sokka. "But you, on the other hand, should recall that moment perfectly. Or is it you have selective memory all of sudden, princess?" Angela frowned upon Sokka's question, something he took as a bad omen. The talk of memories brought back the dream, and the teasing and playfulness between them had faded from Angela's mind upon recalling her mother's words again. "A monster? Angela?" Sokka asked, worriedly. "Did I say something?" You didn't do anything," she said, shaking her head. "I'm fine." "You don't look fine, though," said Sokka, but Angela ignored him. Well, that was typical. Just when he thought they were fine, it turned out they weren't. What had he done? Did it bother her to talk about her palanquin? That didn't seem right, though. Whatever it was, though, she could share it with him, couldn't she? At that thought, he realized that he was getting ahead of himself, as ever. Their relationship was in a better place than it had ever been, Sokka believed, but that didn't mean she trusted him to the point of disclosing her innermost thoughts to him. To this day, Angela remained a mystery to him in most regards, a mystery he wished he could unravel, but he feared he never would. For she was right beside him, yet she would always remain far from his reach. A princess should never entrust her secrets to a simple slave. They were both unusually silent on the rest of the walk towards the arena, both lost in their own thoughts. Sokka could only worry about her, yet Angela was too busy trying to quiet her mind to take notice of his concern. The more she tried to fight the memories, the more they sought to return to her mind at full force. She sighed and pushed the arena's doors open by herself upon reaching them, at which Sokka, and the gatekeepers, were startled. Yet Angela froze upon stepping into the vestibule, and not because of the people who turned to look at her and Sokka in awe. Her eyes went straight towards Shoji's counter, and the motive behind her grimace was to find 2 other people had beaten them to the boys' counter, 2 other people they knew all too well. Look at that, it's Haru," said Sokka, beaming and eliciting a glare from his sponsor. "Hey, ha-ah!" Sokka jumped in one foot, rubbing the other one with his hand after Angela had stomped on him powerfully enough to keep him from finishing his sentence. The gladiator hopped in one leg, glaring with indignation at his sponsor. "What the hell was that for?" he asked, looking at her in disbelief. "Don't approach them just yet," said Angela, sighing. "We have a bit of an issue regarding Ty Lee." "Well, if it's just Ty Lee then Haru is fine, right?" said Sokka, still rubbing his aching foot. "You'll be sure to get her attention as well if you scream like that, moron," said Angela, rolling her eyes. "What's your problem with her, though? Did you two have a fight or something?" Sokka asked, confused. "Not quite, that's not really it," said Angela, frowning. "The issue is that she saw us." Sokka raised an inquisitive eyebrow, confused by Angela's statement. The princess frowned, slightly bothered by his inability to understand what she was referring to. She saw us, in her house. Remember the last time we were there, Sokka? She asked, trying to hold back the blush that threatened to spread over her cheeks. At last, Sokka seemed to connect the dots. He grimaced, and unlike the princess, he couldn't avoid flushing when he recalled he had kissed her. They had left that matter behind with such unusual ease that he had almost forgotten it completely. But now the recollection of how it had felt to hold her in his arms as their lips moved together had returned to him. She saw, oh, damn, said Sokka, grimacing, and gulping. Did she say anything? She pestered me plenty about it, in fact, said Azula, sighing. I lied to her, of course, and claimed she was simply delirious, that nothing had happened. So, you'll do the same, if she asks you anything about it. Am I clear? Pretend she was delirious. Sokka repeated, shocked. And how exactly are we supposed to tell someone that she didn't see something that she really saw? By being convincing, obviously, Azula stated, raising her eyebrows before walking towards the sponsor's counter. Sokka wasn't sure if he could accomplish the deed as easily as Azula could. He had never been that great at lying, people could see through him with ease. Would Ty Lee sense it if he dared lie about what had happened between him and Azula? But he couldn't tell the truth, that much was obvious, else Azula would set him on fire, something Sokka knew firsthand how adept she was at. Sokka followed the princess, telling himself to put up a proper front while dealing with Ty Lee. If he was lucky, she wouldn't even ask him anything. He could simply busy himself with talking to Haru, couldn't he? That way Ty Lee would leave him alone. Then we're up against the last dragon in a week, Ty Lee exclaimed happily, as Haru smiled at her. Are you ready for it, Haru? I hope so, said the earthbender, slightly uncomfortable. Don't be so coy, you'll do just, said Ty Lee, turning to look at Haru and catching sight of someone familiar approaching the counter. Oh, Azula. Ty Lee, Azula muttered, with hardly any enthusiasm. What a coincidence. Oh, hello, princess, said Shoji from his counter, happily. It really is one, said Ty Lee, beaming at first before her eyes were clouded by irritation, and she suddenly glared at Azula, taking everyone by surprise. Though I'm sure you are not all that happy to run into me, are you? My, is something bothering you, Ty Lee? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Of course. Ty Lee squeaked, her brow furrowed. You owe me 2 apologies. 2 of them, you heard me. 2. Azula said, confused. To my knowledge I didn't even owe you 1. What do you expect me to apologize for? First, for keeping me from cashing my bet. Ty Lee squealed. Mai kept saying I'm crazy, and then you went and lied and now she thinks I really am crazy, and she refuses to pay up. But we both know the truth, Azula. And not just us, he knows it too. And with that, she pointed at Sokka, who stared at her stretched finger as though it were compromising his very existence. Of course, said Azula, rolling her eyes. And pray tell, what exactly is the other thing I should be apologizing for? Now Ty Lee's anger turned to sadness, it seemed, and Azula could only stare at her in utter shock. What on earth was the matter with this girl? Why you went off to Fire Fountain City all by yourself and you didn't invite me? She screamed, indignant again now. Why didn't you tell me? It would have been so much fun for us to go on a trip together. When was the last time we did that, huh? Azula's face was a blank mask now that Ty Lee had revealed the reasoning behind her requests for apologies. Well, at least it wasn't anything serious, though she hadn't expected it to be anything serious in the first place anyways. Yet she wasn't planning on apologizing for either thing, not now, not ever. I can scarcely remember, Ty Lee, but I'm not here to reminisce on old trips, she muttered. Shoji, where are we in the ranking now? Oh, come on, don't change the subject. It's not fair, Azula. Why didn't you ask us to come with you? Ty Lee continued. Where's the fun in taking part in those events all on your own? Why, I assure you, it would have been quite fun if it had been just us, said Azula, smirking. That way all the points would have gone to Sokka. Wadash. Oh, I see, said Ty Lee, folding her arms over her chest as Shoji read the list of gladiators quickly. So you didn't want us to participate because you thought Haru would beat you guys? I rather doubt he would have been that efficient, really, considering his track record, said Angela. And you should be glad you didn't attend, really. If Haru had been there, he probably would have been the one who knocked my father's statue over. The earthbender blushed and lowered his gaze, quite embarrassed by the princess's words. Ty Lee only grimaced, which told Angela that the girl was aware of what had happened to the statue. Right. The girl muttered, finally speechless, to Angela's relief. You are currently in the 258th position, princess. Exclaimed Shoji, happily. That's quite the boost you got there, with those 400 points. What, you're that high already? Ty Lee asked, scandalized. You've left us far behind, then. Well, not that far. Said Shoji, looking at the ranking with expert eye again. It's still a lot, though. Muttered Sokka, amazed. We're almost on the top half of the ranking, Angela. Indeed, she said, nodding. And we'd better make it to the top half as soon as possible. What challenges do we have, Shoji? Oh, nothing that might interest you much. Said the boy, shrugging. All your new challengers are beneath you in the ranking yet again, and then there's the Stingray. He's sent another one yet again. He never gives up, does he? Angela noted, frowning. Why on earth is he so insistent? I have no idea, said Shoji, shrugging. Maybe you could accept the challenge just to quiet him down. Is that advisable? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, if you beat him he'd likely stop pestering you guys for a while, said Shoji. That's the way it usually works with persistent challengers. Of course, said Angela, sighing. When does he want to fight us? In 2 weeks, said Shoji. Though, well, if you're going to take it, I think I ought to advise. 2 weeks. Ty Lee exclaimed, interrupting the boy. That's perfect. Perfect why? Angela asked, frowning. What did her challenge have to do with Ty Lee's outburst? Because Haru and I will be heading off to Ember Island in a week for his next fight. She stated, beaming. And that's relevant how? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow now. Oh, why did Ty Lee have to bring up Ember Island, of all places? See, if you didn't want to invite us to that event, that's fine. Said Ty Lee, although it didn't seem it was truly fine to her. But since I'm not as picky and mean as you are, then I'm inviting you two to come with us to Ember Island in a week. Huh? Said Angela, shocked. Ember Island? Why on earth, Ty Lee? It'll be fun, you'll see. Ty Lee squeaked, excitedly. Just as our last trip to Ember Island. I don't think that was so much fun, if I'm to be perfectly honest. Said Angela, frowning. Oh, come on, you set Chan's house on fire. Ty Lee exclaimed. Ah, well, that part was fun, I won't bother denying it, said Angela, with a proud smirk, while Sokka looked at her in disbelief. See? Said Ty Lee. It'll be amazing. And Sokka surely wants to go, doesn't he? Well, said Sokka, freezing for a moment as he considered the idea. I guess it could be fun, after all. Wait, what? Said Angela, startled. You want to go? My only visit to the island didn't end that well, if you might recall, he said, with a weak smile. And there were plenty of places I didn't get to see. It might be fun to go again, we can take our time to enjoy the trip better now, don't you think? Angela looked at him in utter shock. She had no idea Sokka wanted to go to Ember Island again, and discovering as much wasn't going to help her cause in the slightest. She didn't want to visit the darned place, especially not when every little thing was leading her thoughts towards her mother lately. Going to Ember Island promised she wouldn't be able to get Ursa off her mind at all. Oh ho, then it's perfect. Said Ty Lee, smirking, and Angela glared at her. Just a moment, now, what are you plotting, Ty Lee? Angela grunted, angrily. Oh, nothing at all, I just want to spend quality time with my friends. she exclaimed, but upon Angela's glare she decided to give up her actual thoughts. Or maybe I want to prove I'm not crazy by catching you two red-handed. Ridiculous, said Angela, rolling her eyes. Come on, Ty Lee insisted. You can't keep denying it. And if you will, then at least he'll admit that I saw the real thing that night. I don't think so, no, said Sokka, gulping and crossing his arms over his chest. I don't know what you saw, but you must have been seeing things. It was pretty dark, so. Ty Lee frowned, looking at Sokka pointedly. Angela could be a convincing liar, but Sokka definitely wasn't. He wasn't being truthful, that much was obvious, and surely by Angela's command, for if nothing had happened, as they both kept claiming, Sokka wouldn't even know what Ty Lee was talking about. If he denied the kiss as he did, then it was probably because Angela had told him to. And Ty Lee could see in his eyes that he wished he weren't denying it at all. Something seemed to break within her at the sight, and she realized just why Sokka couldn't admit he had kissed Angela, and why Angela couldn't admit having kissed Sokka either. I see, then, she said, her eyes overflowing with tears, which garnered her another look of utter confusion and disbelief from Angela. What the hell? Why are you crying now? She asked. It's nothing, I just have something in my eye, said Ty Lee, sniffing. But alright, I guess I won't bother you two anymore. But still, don't you think going to Ember Island might be fun, Angela? I mean, it's the beach, and there are so many cute shops, and so many wonderful things to do. Angela frowned. Even if Ty Lee's intent was only to spend time with friends, it didn't change the fact that she didn't want to travel to Ember Island, especially not now. I don't think so, Ty Lee, Angela stated. Sokka and I just got back from another trip, and I wouldn't go to Ember Island unless I actually had a good reason to. She stopped on her tracks upon that thought. Maybe she did have a reason to go there. No, there was no doubt about it, she had a pretty good reason to accept Ty Lee's request. But she still didn't want to. I do think it could be fun, said Sokka, sighing. But if Angela doesn't want to, then I guess we're not going. Well, you could always tag along on your own, said Ty Lee, shrugging. I don't think so, said Sokka, grimacing. He wasn't about to accept traveling as Ty Lee and Haru's third wheel, not in a million years. It probably wouldn't be as much fun if she's not going as well. Again Ty Lee stared at Sokka as though he had just made the revelation of the century. Sokka was startled by her reaction, all the same as everyone else, but they were about to be startled by something else. Well, if you are all this insistent on the matter, we might as well do it, Angela muttered, having ignored the exchange between Ty Lee and Sokka just a moment ago. Wait. What? Why you redoing it just because he said it wouldn't be fun without you? Ty Lee squeaked, her hands going to her mouth as she looked at Angela in awe. Wadash. No. Don't misunderstand, Angela said, grimacing. Of course not. I remembered I have a reason to go to Ember Island, something completely unrelated to your ridiculous motives or to Sokka's random blabbering. Stop jumping to conclusions. I'm not doing this for his sake. Sokka was surprised by her harshness, but he didn't miss the fact that Angela had blushed slightly. Perhaps she really had a reason to do this, he couldn't put it past her, for most things Angela did had an underlying motive, yet she couldn't help but react when Ty Lee suggested she might do it for him. He smiled weakly, but tried not to make himself too noticeable, much as Haru could do with such ease. The earthbender stood beside his sponsor, only looking back and forth between the two girls as they argued regarding this unexpected group trip to Ember Island. Sure thing, said Ty Lee, giggling. Oh, well, never mind your reasons. Then we're going to do this, I suppose, said Angela, rolling her eyes and turning towards Shoji. Accept that challenge from the Stingray, will you? Sure, I guess, said Shoji, gulping. There were a few things he ought to have explained about that particular fighter first, though. Well, then, I guess we're done here, said Angela, sighing and walking towards the door again, and the other three walked with her. So you'll do it? You'll do it, Angela. Ty Lee chattered, happily. Oh, yes. This is perfect. It'll be the best vacation ever. But I have a fight, said Haru. It wasn't going to be much of a vacation for him, was it? Oh, don't worry, dear, said Ty Lee, smiling. Your fight won't take too long, you'll see. We'll just have lots of fun the rest of the time. That sounds promising, said Angela, rolling her eyes. She imagined just what sort of fun Ty Lee was looking forward to, and she was certain the only thing Ty Lee's fun would bring her was discomfort. Ah, I have to ask Mai if she wants to come. Ty Lee exclaimed excitedly, breaking into a sprint as she headed outside. Oh, and Zuko too, surely he's got nothing better to do. Wadash. Zuko. Angela exclaimed, grimacing. Don't you dare ask him to come. Ty Lee. But by the time Angela had finished talking, Ty Lee had already jumped out the door, with Haru tailing her closely. The girl likely hadn't heard Angela's last demand, and even if she had, she was only bound to ignore it. Angela's eyebrow twitched as her hands balled into fists. Going on a trip with her brother sure would be oh, so fun. Promise you won't tell anyone where I hid her body if I kill her during this trip, Angela muttered at Sokka as they passed the doors together. Hide her body? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Now, Angela, what's the point of doing that? Aren't you Fire Nation people renowned for burning your dead? If she's a pile of ashes, it'll be harder for people to find out she's dead to begin with. Isn't that way more convenient? Angela even surprised herself by laughing at his response as they walked down the steps back to the streets. Sokka couldn't keep from smiling at her. I've broken you, haven't I? She asked, still chuckling. Instead of telling me not to kill her, you're advising me on how to do it. Well, if you're going to do it, you'd better do it right, don't you think? He said, smirking at her. Angela shook her head in disbelief as they kept walking. It was truly impressive just how easy he had it to cheer her up when she was distraught or irritated. But, say, what's that reason of yours for going to Ember Island? Sokka asked. Were you serious about that or did you just agree because we have nothing better to do for now? I do have a reason, though you don't need to understand what it is, said Angela. I guess I'll explain after I do it. So secretive, really, said Sokka, biting his lower lip as he looked at her sideways with concern. Say. Angela. What? She asked, surprised by the sudden seriousness in his tone. She halted and looked at him, for he had also stopped on his tracks. He started, gulping. What was the point in saying this, really? She wouldn't take it well, probably, and even if she didn't dismiss his concerns for her as if they were unimportant, it didn't mean she would open up to him just because he asked. But it was better to say it now rather than swallowing his feelings and letting the matter slide, wasn't it? I've just noticed you seem a bit troubled, maybe? I don't know what it is. Oh. Angela muttered, looking at him with unjustified skepticism. Of course she was troubled, and it was quite a surprise that he had been able to pick up on that. You think something's bothering me? I do, said Sokka, gulping nervously. You're acting slightly different than usual today, so, well, if anything's happened to you, you can tell me about it. If you want to. I mean, I get it if you don't, but if you did, well, I'd be more than glad to hear you out. No matter what it is that bugs me. Angela asked, a hand on her hip. Even if you were the problem, you'd want to hear me complain about you. Sokka chuckled at that. I think you already do that every time you feel like it, and I've never failed to listen, or have I? True enough, said Angela, smiling a little. Am I the problem, though? Sokka asked, stepping towards her. Because if I did something. I told you already, you didn't do anything, said Angela, and Sokka didn't fail to notice she moved away, keeping the distance between them. But I'll take your offer into account. If I ever feel like disclosing my innermost thoughts to you, then I might do so, well, so long as you can take them, that is. You think I can't? Sokka asked, folding his arms over his chest again. How many times have you underestimated me and regretted it, princess? Plenty, just as often as the times you've disappointed me completely, said Angela, shrugging carelessly as she resumed her walk. Well, but that hasn't happened that often lately, has it? Sokka asked, grimacing nervously as he struggled to keep up with her. Angela only smiled again. Then it's probably about time it happens again, don't you think? She asked, and now Sokka pouted. Wow, you really don't trust me, do you? He muttered, apparently hurt, but she only laughed once more. She appreciated his offer, of course she did, and perhaps she would be inclined to share her load of problems with him, given that he had proven himself plenty of times as of late, but not when it was related to this particular issue. For Angela couldn't bring herself to speak about her mother easily with anyone, not even if it was the person she got along best with. And it was especially because Sokka had once hated her. Sokka had seen the worst in her plenty of times already. His feelings towards her had changed now, apparently, and she wanted to keep it that way. She wanted him to remain her partner, she wanted to laugh with him, to spend time training with him. But that illusion was only bound to shatter if he discovered the secrets she concealed deep within herself. Every time someone saw the truth she disguised beneath her facade, they left her side to never return. Her mother, Lu Ten, both had known it, and both had left her forever upon understanding her true nature. And for some reason, the sole thought of Sokka abandoning her in the same way brought unparalleled dread to her mind. It produced an anxiety she couldn't placate, so she refused to open up to him, not when it came to this. Not when she feared he would side with Ursa if he knew, for what mother would ever come to hate her own child? The only reason why she would have treated Angela as she did was because Ursa had seen the truth about Angela, and Angela wouldn't bear it if Sokka as well came to discover said truth. She wouldn't know what to do if he came to believe she was a monster. Chapter 63, Ember Island 2. Dinner time was hardly ever enjoyable for Angela. Her father's solemnity was enhanced while they ate, and he only spoke when his wife asked him questions regarding how his day had fared. Soon afterwards, Zuko would proceed to ramble about whatever he might have learned that day, and Angela would only look at him with a raised eyebrow as he boasted about his latest mastered fire-bending form. It pleased the young girl, though, that her father hardly cared for Zuko's blabbering, but it displeased her, in turn, that Ursa would always smile and encourage Zuko to continue talking, even though he surely had already shared the tales of his accomplishments with her earlier. Today, everything seemed to repeat itself. If anything, the sole difference was that Angela wasn't willing to speak much. She had nothing to share with her family today, as she was especially reluctant to talk with her mother. And if her father heard she had been crying. The ship was so big, wasn't it, mother? Zuko exclaimed, happily. Royal barges are amazing. When I'm a captain, like cousin Lu Ten is, I'll have one of my own as well. Sure you will, said Ursa, beaming at her son. Why didn't you come see Lu Ten off, father? Zuko asked, looking at Oze. Were you busy? Regrettably so, said Oze with a tone that suggested he didn't regret it in the slightest. I would have been more than glad to watch my brother sail into the horizon, but Fire Lord Ajalon required of my presence. Oh, said Zuko, lowering his gaze. What did he want you for? You're too young to understand, Zuko, Oze stated sharply, and Zuko looked at him apprehensively before dropping his head. I'm sorry, he muttered, while holding the mild suspicion that, if it had been Angela who asked, Oze would have been more than happy to explain, even when she was 2 years younger than he was. Angela couldn't help but smile at her father's dismissal of Zuko, something Ursa didn't ignore. She frowned at her daughter before turning again to her husband, who only seemed to wish to enjoy his meal in peace. I caught your daughter doing something rather unpleasant today, Oze. Angela froze in place. She should have known her mother would jump at the opportunity to tell her father just what a monster their daughter was. Something unpleasant? Oze asked, as though whatever Ursa was saying would probably fail to hold anything of interest for him. Unless Angela had done something particularly vicious or cruel, he surely wouldn't care less for Ursa's tale. She was setting a turtle duck on fire, Ursa stated, frowning. Angela flinched and looked at her father, with eyes that gleamed with despair. Would he also think she was a monster for what she had done? Is that so? Oze asked, raising an eyebrow. I only did it for training. Angela blurted out, at which Ursa's frown deepened. Father, I was only trying to do what you told me. What your father told you? Ursa asked, in disbelief. You said I was talented, that my fire had potential to burn hotter, said Angela, addressing his father alone. I was just trying to see if I could make fire hot enough to evaporate the pond's water. You meant to leave the turtle ducks without water? Ursa asked next. It would have been refilled later. Angela retorted, glaring at her mother. Now, quiet, both of you, said Jose, with a sigh. Jose, you cannot expect me to let our daughter harm innocent creatures only because you believe this to be good training. It's preposterous. What is it with your ridiculous obsession with watching over the weak? Jose grumbled, turning towards Ursa now. It relieved Angela to no end to find her father had sided with her. None of us ought to pay any mind to those pathetic creatures. If they stand in Angela's way, they deserve to be burned. Jose, how can you say such awful things? Ursa was scandalized. It seemed she only had just realized that, indeed, it didn't matter to Jose in the slightest if his daughter turned to be a monster. Jose sighed. It wasn't the first time they argued about Angela's education and behavior, and it also promised not to be the last. She did something terrible, you cannot stand by idly, let alone encourage her. Ursa continued. I cannot. Jose interrupted her, raising his eyebrows. And what would you have me do instead, Ursa? If anything, what she did was incredibly clever. It was the smartest way to make sure her fire has gained a couple more degrees. You cannot be serious, said Ursa, shaking her head. Will you say now that it is also perfectly fine for her to have run off when she should have said her farewells to her cousin and uncle? Zuko and I saw Iroh and Lu 10 off by ourselves, when Angela should have been there as well. I had already said goodbye to Lu 10, Angela growled. If you had asked him, he would have told you I had. If she had already said her farewells, then why make such a ruckus? Asked Jose, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingertips. This never-ending conflict between his wife and daughter promised to give him a headache. You had said your farewells, Angela? When? Ursa asked, frowning. In the gardens. After you told me off about the turtle ducks, Angela muttered, looking away. She wasn't about to remind Ursa of what she had said, but hopefully, her mother would remember now that she had called Angela a monster. Maybe that way she would finally quiet down, and, perhaps, she would apologize. But, naturally, she didn't. You told her off about it already? Then why are we even speaking of this, Ursa? Said Jose, frowning. Because your daughter is damaging innocent creatures and claiming she has done so by your command. Ursa exclaimed. I want to know if she's telling the truth, and if she is. If she is, then what? Jose asked, growing angry. The sight of his snarl seemed to silence Ursa, if only shortly. If I told her to train by setting those useless animals on fire, then what? You would proceed to lecture her on morality, on your ridiculous notion of saving the weak. It isn't a ridiculous notion, Jose, it is wrong to abuse power. It is wrong not to make use of your strength when you have plenty of it. Jose declared. It is wrong to restrain your daughter and hold her back when she was born for greatness. This child is the most powerful and talented to be born to the Fire Nation in centuries. I will not have you poisoning her mind with your feeble ideals when she is far above them. The weak will fall before the strong, and all those who are weak will be certain to fall before Angela. She is my legacy, my daughter, my rightful heir, and I will not have you or anyone else turning her into anything but what she is. Angela stared at her father in shock, all the same as her mother and brother. Ursa seemed indignant by what Jose had said, too indignant to even find the proper words to express her anger. Zuko, on the other hand, was dismayed. Angela was their father's legacy? His rightful heir? What about him, then? But Angela was grateful, if anything, for her father's words. He had found an efficient way to silence her mother, and he had defended her while at it. He believed in her, he knew she had spoken truly even though her mother always thought her to be a liar. Surely, her father didn't believe she was a monster. But now, almost 17 years since that dinner had taken place, Angela knew that, even if Jose had stood up for her, it didn't make it any less real. It didn't make her anything short of a monster. Angela sighed as she gazed into the waters below her. The ferry Ty Lee had acquired for their trip to Ember Island was more spacious than Angela had expected it to be, to her relief. This way she wouldn't have to be near her brother for longer than necessary. Normally she would jump at these chances to irritate and displease Zuko, but she couldn't bring herself to do it properly while her mother was on her mind. She wanted to cast away all thoughts of her, of the things she had said about Angela, of wondering how come her mother had thought she a monster while she believed Zuko was the entire opposite of one. And what might you be doing all alone over here, all the way to the other end of the boat? Angela smiled instinctively at the sound of that voice. Somehow, his presence served to appease her. He had never chosen Zuko over her. He had an easy way to make her laugh and forget her troubles, too. It was the reason why he was the only person who could make her smile earnestly right now, even when her heart was as troubled as it was. Just looking at the ocean, Angela lied, as he settled himself right next to her, his back against the balustrade that enclosed the ship. I only thought to watch my home fade in the background, while I unwillingly head into the land of fools that is Ember Island. Unwillingly. Sokka repeated. Angela, if you really didn't want to come, you could have just not come. I didn't lie when I said I had business in Ember Island, said Angela, sighing. This was the best chance for me to tend to it, to my chagrin. Well, we're supposed to have fun in Ember Island, said Sokka, with a weak smile. It shouldn't be so bad. Right, with this company? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows before turning to eye the group of people who shared the ferry's deck with them. Zuko sat near the balustrade at the opposite end of the boat, frowning, his arms folded over his chest. And Angela couldn't blame him at all for his disposition, for Ty Lee was currently fawning all over Haru while sitting right next to her brother. It was quite an irritating sight. Why do you reckon he came with us? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Ty Lee said Mai refused. Mai refused because she has a child to take care of, said Angela. It was wise of her not to come, I believe, for she would have had to bring you a day along if she had. And if Ty Lee is going to spend the entire trip being as obnoxious as she's currently being, I surely wouldn't want my son witnessing her exchanges with Haru. Well, if I had one, I mean. Which is not going to happen anytime soon, I take it, said Sokka, smiling. Of course not, said Angela, sharply. In any case, it's better Mai didn't come, and for other reasons as well. Why? You think your friend wouldn't have been happy to go to Ember Island? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Her happiness is her own business, not mine, said Angela, curtly. Yet if she had come, she would have likely only made the trip worse than it already is. I fear Zuko would have likely sunk the ship with his sorrows if she had been here. He might have gotten drunk and chased after Mai throughout Ember Island, begging her to leave her husband and run away with him. Whoa, do you think he'd really do that? Sokka asked, surprised. Angela only smirked. Well, you never know. She said, shrugging. Your brother has some weird history with Mai, huh? Said Sokka. You mentioned some of it, but I didn't know their relationship was that important to him. I don't know, to be honest, said Angela, shrugging. When I was younger I would often tease them about being in love, and I guess they were, but by the time Zuko was banished he was only 13. You think a relationship at such early stage of their lives was bound to last? Well, definitely not if he was gone for 10 years, said Sokka. Which is why I figured he'd be over it by now, it's been a decade. Well, I don't know if he is or isn't, said Angela. He went to see you a day when he was born, though. I suppose that means he's at least trying to get over Mai. But since you never talk with your brother, you just don't know, said Sokka, smiling a little as he looked at Angela with a raised eyebrow. I'm not about to begin sharing my life's predicaments with Zuko, if you're going to suggest I should, Angela growled. I know better than that, don't worry, said Sokka, holding up his hands defensively. Though I guess it wouldn't hurt if you guys try to get along a little more. Not going to happen, said Angela, sighing. And not just because of me, mind you. Go over to the fun side of the ferry and ask him if he wants to get along with me, I'm sure you'll appreciate his answer. He might even do it in the form of a hand gesture and everything. You too, really? said Sokka, shaking his head and smiling. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not about to go back to the fun side of the ferry. It's only fun in name. Since it's just brooding Zuko and the lovebirds, I'm sure that's the case, said Azula, smirking. Ah, they're such lovebirds and they don't even know it. Ty Lee squeaked right then, at the other side of the ship. Luckily, the distance and the sounds of the sea kept her voice from being heard by Sokka and Azula. I can't even look at them, Haru, that's how cute they are. Then don't look, said Zuko, sighing. Lovebirds, really? Do you actually think they're in love? Well, maybe, said Ty Lee, shrinking before Zuko's pointed glare. I mean, there's got to be something special there, don't you think? I'd never seen Azula get along so well with a guy before. And it's not just any guy either. What do you mean by that? Asked Haru, looking at Ty Lee questioningly. Oh, now, dear, don't be silly, you're not just any guy either. Squealed Ty Lee, hugging him. The gesture seemed to surprise Haru a little, but he was still mostly embarrassed by her sudden outbursts of affection. Zuko frowned as he looked at Ty Lee before his gaze drifted towards Sokka and Azula, who seemed to chat amicably while the ferry soared through the sea. It wasn't the first time Ty Lee said something about his sister having feelings for the Gladiator, and it wasn't the first time Zuko found it completely ridiculous. His sister wasn't the sort of girl to fall in love with anyone, and if Sokka had somehow developed a crush towards Azula, he would only be burned in the end. Zuko didn't think anyone could hold a close relationship with Azula for too long. And he was thankful for that, if he was to be completely honest. If this trip had been comprised of traveling to Ember Island between two obnoxious couples of gladiators and sponsors, he would have likely jumped out into the open ocean to get away from them. Ty Lee and Haru were annoying enough, he didn't even want to imagine what his sister would be like if she were involved with anyone, especially with Sokka. In truth, Zuko hadn't been too excited about this trip even before knowing he would have to put up with Ty Lee playing with her boy toy. But he had accepted coming, despite himself, for Iroh had advised him to do so. Zuko had been rather surprised by his uncle's response when he had shared his problems with him. He had half expected the man to laugh his strife off as though it were meaningless. Zuko thought it was rather foolish of himself to be as miserable over Kyoshi's heir's disappearance as he was. He hardly knew the girl, after all. It didn't make sense for him to be so upset when she was almost a total stranger to him. For all he knew, she had found a better life, and he had no business sulking over that. Yet he couldn't help himself, but his uncle seemed to understand his struggle, even though Zuko hardly understood it himself. Iroh hadn't judged him at all, he had listened patiently to Zuko's explanations and offered him tea, for he believed it might help soothe his troubled heart. Iroh's best solution for Zuko was that he had to get his mind off his misery, though. He had told Zuko that there were plenty of people who cared deeply for him, and he would do best to accept their love. He had friends and family who genuinely liked to spend time with him, and who would be more than willing to help him overcome his strife, but he had to let them try if they were ever to succeed in helping him. Hence, once Ty Lee had asked him to join her on the trip, Zuko had frowned but nodded, and the girl's jaw had almost dropped to the ground. It wasn't every day that Zuko agreed to her proposals, let alone on the first try. But if Ty Lee continued being this irritating, Zuko's disposition would change for the worse soon enough. If anything, he was grateful this was a one-night trip. He was sure he wouldn't be able to take it if he had to share a house with Ty Lee and her gladiator boyfriend for any longer than that. Being near them right now as they giggled and whispered to one another, with Ty Lee now sitting on Haru's lap, made him want to bend over the side of the ship to retch, and not out of seasickness. Oh! We're here already! Ty Lee exclaimed, beaming as she looked over Haru's shoulder to find they had arrived in Ember Island. Sokka caught what Ty Lee had said this time, and he looked towards the land, surprised to see she was right. There it was, the very island where he had his first professional gladiator fight. And also the very island where he had first held a serious argument with Azula. Hopefully this visit would end on a better note than their previous one had. Well, that was fast, he said. I thought the journey would take longer. The sooner this is over, the better for all of us, said Azula, sighing. I already miss Xin Long. You could have asked him to come with us. He might have made the trip more fun for you, said Sokka. He wanted to travel through the volcanoes again, Angela replied, as they walked towards the rest of the group. Who knows if he'll find something interesting in them this time. It would be better than having him waste his time in Ember Island, where I'm certain he won't be finding anything of interest, let alone other dragons. Well, the last dragon is at Ember Island, if anything, said Ty Lee, giggling. Angela only glared at her. Why, you're hilarious, said Angela, rolling her eyes. I hope you found us a better place to stay than that shack from last time. Oh, yes, I made sure to find a very nice place, said Ty Lee, smiling widely. With 4 rooms and everything, so everyone will be comfortable. So yeah, not a shack, not at all. 4 rooms? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, why not? Asked Ty Lee. Haru and I can share. And I think I could have shared with him, said Sokka, jerking his head towards Zuko. You could have gotten one with 3, might have been cheaper. Oh, I doubt you would have wanted to share with Zuko, really. You haven't done anything bad enough in your life to deserve that, even when you've done some pretty awful things, said Angela, smirking deviously as the ferry came to a halt by the port. Yeah, how funny, grunted Zuko, glaring at his sister as he picked up his bags and got ready to disembark. I'm sure you just think you're the only one who ought to share a room with your boyfriend, huh? Zuko's words made everyone react differently, yet not at all in the way the prince had expected them to. Ty Lee's hands flew to her mouth and Haru's jaw dropped, yet the only reactions that were elicited from Sokka and Angela were grimaces of distaste. And that didn't surprise Zuko in the slightest. Naturally, his sister wouldn't want anything remotely similar to a boyfriend, as he had always suspected. Boyfriend? Be boyfriend? Sokka said, gulping. Well, that was one thing he was sure he'd never be of Angela's. Being her boyfriend sounded remarkably stupid. For crying out loud, Zuko, said Angela, shaking her head while resisting the urge to shudder. You may be desperate to find yourself a girlfriend, but the same will never apply to me. Just, boyfriend. Seriously? Sokka repeated, still toying with the word in his mind. It just didn't seem it would ever suit their relationship, for some reason. You say that, yet you both spend every second of your time together, said Zuko, wondering if he had finally found the right string to pull it to get back at his sister for all the times she had teased and mocked him. Don't say those things, Ty Lee said suddenly, startling everyone. Angela and Sokka, they're not together. Not at all. So, don't pester them about it, alright. Angela was astonished. The last she had known, Ty Lee had been fidgeting and squealing over the idea of her and Sokka together. Had she changed her mind suddenly, despite her ongoing bet with Mai? Sokka and Angela are just friends, Zuko, Ty Lee stated firmly, even though saying those words seemed to bother her greatly. Naturally, she wished she could say Zuko had been right to claim her friend and the Blue Wolf were in a relationship, but she couldn't, and she understood well enough why she couldn't. That was why she wouldn't keep pestering them over the relationship she believed should exist between them. Still, her attempt to defend them didn't go as well as she expected either. Friends? Sokka and Angela exclaimed at once, before looking at each other in shock. Well, you are friends, aren't you? Ty Lee asked, surprised. I don't know, really, said Sokka, frowning. It doesn't seem right, said Angela, grimacing. See, boyfriend and girlfriend works better for them, said Zuko, smirking as he climbed off board. No, it doesn't, said Angela, glaring at his back. This is ridiculous. But if we're not even friends, then what are we? Sokka asked, scratching his head, confused. Honestly, I rather doubt we'll ever find out, muttered Angela, following Zuko onto the dock. The house Ty Lee had rented stood deeper within the island than Angela had expected it to. She was used to staying in houses that were near the shore, so she was grateful to find that wouldn't be the case this time around. A completely different house, in a very different setting, might help keep her troubling thoughts at bay. They all picked out their rooms as soon as they arrived. Angela chose one on the second floor, the most spacious one she could find. It wasn't even half as large as her room in the palace, but she would make do. After spending a dreadful week that she would never forget living in the wilderness, she wasn't going to complain about this arrangement, no matter how small and simple it might be. Hey! Angela was finishing unpacking when she heard Sokka's voice from the threshold of her room. He seemed slightly uneasy, and she could hardly blame him for it. Trust Zuko to prove capable of tearing apart the balance they had worked so hard for during all this time. Ty Lee is saying she wants to go shopping, said Sokka. Then to the beach, and afterwards to Haru's fight. Ah, too bad I brought no beach gear with me, Angela retorted quickly. Well, I think that's precisely why she said we had to go shopping first, muttered Sokka, heading into the room. But going by your response, I take it you don't want to go. I have something better to do, Angela declared, after finishing placing her clothes within the closet. And I never had any intentions of going to the beach in the first place. Don't tell me that's why you didn't want to come here, said Sokka, now smirking. Come on, Angela, you ought to be more confident than that. I'm pretty sure you'd look just fine in a swimsuit. Oh, I would, said Angela, turning to look at him with slight indignation but also amusement, and I am perfectly aware of that fact, if you must know. But I really do have something better to do than tag along with you lot for shopping and swimming and rolling around in sand. Really, now? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow as he looked at her in suspicion. Yes, really, Angela declared. And now I wonder why you're so insistent upon the matter. Was seeing me in a swimsuit the only reason why you wanted to come to Ember Island, pervert? Whoa, none of that, said Sokka, raising his hands defensively in front of him, yet his cheeks reddened distinctly. Angela only looked at him in disbelief. Oh, sure, you deny it now, said Angela, rolling her eyes yet smirking as she passed him by to go back to the hallway. Come on, Angela, I just thought coming here would be fun, but it won't be any fun if you're not around, he muttered. Sure thing, it won't be fun to go to the beach without me, said Angela. And I can only wonder why. Ah, that's not it, Sokka insisted. Can't I come with you, to wherever it is you're going? Angela stopped before they reached the staircase and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. It wasn't as though she couldn't bring him with her, but doing so wasn't a great idea either. He might make things a little difficult if he came along. She didn't want to have any weird questions asked about her relationship with him, let alone after the one Zuko had brought up earlier. You could, but I truly think it would be best if I went on my own, said Angela. I'm sorry, Sokka, but you'll have to put up with the other three for a while. I'll probably rejoin you at the Ember Crater. But, Sokka muttered, lifting a hand towards her before dropping it again, as a gesture of surrender. Well, all right, then. I won't get in your way. Don't be so dramatic, said Angela, smiling a little. Though I can't really blame you for it, having to endure Ty Lee drooling over Haru while Zuko sulks, but I'll be back soon enough. Stop looking like a helpless puppy, will you? I don't look like a helpless puppy, he growled. Ah, am I insulting your manliness? Angela asked, her smile widening at his expense as she walked down the stairs, leaving Sokka behind to glare at her. Well, yeah, you are, he exclaimed, embarrassed. Angela couldn't keep from laughing at his response. She told Ty Lee she would be taking her leave, and, naturally, the girl was scandalized. She begged Angela to come shopping with them, but the princess remained undeterred. And so, after shaking Ty Lee off, Angela left the house and headed towards the bay. It took her some time to reach her destination, which stood at the other end of the island, but once she was there she had no difficulties recognizing the lousiest house by the shore. It looked bad enough by now that Angela feared the structure would collapse upon itself, yet if those two were still living there, as they probably were, then the house was, most likely, still inhabitable. She walked towards the door and struck it with her knuckles thrice. A mild thrill ran through her body as she waited to be allowed inside. The door swung open, and the old lady who stood behind it stared at Angela in shock when she identified her. Angela. Lo. Lee, Angela muttered, correcting herself. Ah, blast it, she didn't know which one she was talking to anyways. It's been a while. Shortly afterwards, the princess sat in the living room before a small table, as the twins brought her a cup of steaming tea. Angela accepted it mostly as a courtesy, for she wasn't truly thirsty. "To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" asked Lo. "If you wanted us to thank you for helping us in our trial," said Li. "We are both most grateful for what you did," they both said at once. "I'm quite certain you both know I didn't do it for you. I did it for the Fire Nation, first and foremost," Angela declared. "Throwing the blame at any random person wasn't going to help us find the spy we were looking for. Naturally. Your priorities have always been unquestionable," said Lo. "Nevertheless, those priorities kept us from being imprisoned," Li insisted. "And for that we owe you greatly." Once more, they spoke as one voice. "You owe me, is it? Even when I cast you both out as I did, you believe you owe me?" Angela asked, genuinely surprised. "That's actually unexpected. I thought you harbored resentment towards me after what happened." "You had been pushing us away for a long time, Angela," said Li. "We both knew the day would come when you would part from us altogether," whispered Lo. "And even though you knew it, you didn't try to stop me from parting ways with you?" Angela asked, surprised. "We would have done so, yet we failed to understand what we had done to cause your aggravation," said Lo. "If we were no longer of any use to you, then it was only natural you would send us away," Li said. "Odd," muttered Angela, after sipping some of her tea. "Yet I suppose I should be glad you harbor no hard feelings towards me. Nevertheless, if you do believe you owe me greatly for what I did, then I know just the way for you both to repay me. It's actually what I came here for in the first place." "Well, then, by all means, tell us," Angela, said Li. "I was listening quite carefully to everything you said during your trial," Angela said. "And I believed you when you claimed you weren't involved with the White Lotus. Yet, one of you said you knew nothing about the group. And that was a lie." Lo and Li didn't say anything, but Angela saw a gleam of guilt in their eyes. Just as she had suspected back then, they weren't as ignorant in regards of the White Lotus as she was. "So now I want the two of you to tell me everything you know about them, and how you came by this knowledge as well, if you don't mind," said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest and looking at her two former advisors with a determined frown. Lo and Li sighed as one, exchanging a look before lifting their heads towards Angela again. "The Order of the White Lotus is an ancient society," Angela started Lo. "It's comprised by men from every nation, men who seek to uphold the philosophies of cherishing all which is good, beautiful, and true. They were formed many generations ago," said Li. "The original members shared as a common trait a great love for Paisho, and their name is derived from the White Lotus tile." "Well, that last bit wasn't new information." Angela frowned upon their words, taking her cup again and lifting it to her lips before asking another question. "And what is the purpose of such a society?" Angela inquired. "It doesn't seem to me that their sole interest is to play Paisho. They used to be a group of wise scholars, whose favorite pastime was Paisho. In recent times, the group has become much more than that," said Li. "They seek to make the world a better place. More beautiful, more truthful. And that is a goal they'll accomplish by abducting princesses." "Sounds believable," said Angela, skeptical. "Why do they have such ridiculous philosophies, and why have they targeted the Fire Nation all of a sudden?" "We don't know where or when were these philosophies born," said Lo. "Nor do we know who might have been the man to conceive them. But they have targeted the Fire Nation because they believe the Fire Nation endangers the beauty in the world. They believe the world has fallen out of balance. And naturally, the Fire Nation is to blame for that," grunted Angela, irritated. She was sick of hearing the same pointless story over and over again. What was the big deal with balance anyways? And what is their standard for beauty, I wonder? Do they want everyone to waste their days away playing Paisho? If that's what their objective is, they should find better ways to get their point across. Attacking the Fire Nation as they did, disguised as our own soldiers, sounds like something that is just as far from their ideal of beauty as our nation is. The White Lotus wasn't an organization of this nature at the beginning, Angela said Lo. They used to be philosophers, not soldiers. There have always been strong warriors and benders within their ranks, but they used to strive for peace, not violence." "Really?" asked Angela. And why have they strayed so far from their original ideals? We don't know the actual reasoning behind it, said Lee. But we suspect it happened after the Avatar disappeared. Huh. Angela frowned. What do they have to do with the Avatar? Don't tell me it was an Avatar who created the group in the first place. We don't know, replied Lee. Yet it wasn't until years after his disappearance that they performed their first attack on the Fire Nation. What are you talking about? Angela asked. An attempt on the Fire Lord's son's life, said Lo and Lee at once. Angela frowned for a moment. She hadn't heard anyone had tried to kill Zuko. Her eyes opened wide when she understood which Fire Lord, and which son, they were referring to. My uncle? She asked. That assassination attempt, the one Piandao was probably involved in. The two old ladies nodded at once when Angela voiced her conclusion. The princess's frown only deepened after the revelation. It was only then that the Order of the White Lotus was brought to the Fire Nation's attention, Lo confessed. Until then, nobody in the palace had even heard of their existence. Fire Lord Ajalon demanded the execution of all those who had tried to kill his son, and he believed that would be enough to send a message to any rebels, to prevent them from ever attacking his family or nation again, said Lee. He seemed to forget the matter in time, said Lo. He had a war to fight, against the Earth Kingdom and the Water Tribes, continued Lee. So, he didn't seek to pursue them? Angela asked, surprised. Anyone touching a hair out of his dearest firstborn son would have compelled him to burn the entire world down to find them. It was a waste, said Lo. Nobody knew where the White Lotus members were, nor what their organization was, exactly. It was General Iroh who sought to discover what the Order of the White Lotus truly was, stated Lee. He investigated everything he could find about the society that tried to take his life, since his father was more interested in tearing down the two nations that continued to oppose him. He had no time to deal with the White Lotus. So, you're saying, that Iroh decided to defeat them by himself? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Iroh did no such thing, said Lo. He relied his information to those in the highest circles of trust within the palace, but once he had conveyed his discoveries to all of us, he said he would do nothing about the Order of the White Lotus. Why? Asked Angela, frowning. If a group of people attempted to take her life, she would chase them to the ends of the world if she had the resources to do so. He believed their ideals were righteous, said Lee. He thought they had simply made a mistake when they sent a group of young men to take his life. If anything, he believed it was impossible that the high-ranked members of the Order would command an attack of the sort. So, he thought these people had tried to kill him out of their own free will, and not because they were under the orders of some member of the society. Angela frowned. He thought these young men had misplaced their beliefs, that they had interpreted the Order of the White Lotus's teachings wrongly, said Lo. He was certain that those who understood Paisho and who cherished that which was good, beautiful, and true, would have never commanded such an attack. That was awfully confident of him, grunted Angela. Why should he have trusted those men to genuinely abide by those beliefs? It could easily be a smokescreen for what the group's true intentions are. You say they only attacked the Fire Nation once the Avatar was gone. Do you believe they're trying to bring balance to the world, to take up the Avatar's role? We do not know, said the old ladies. Angela sighed and downed what was left of her tea. She knew delving into what the White Lotus was wouldn't bode well for her. She figured it would be a very twisted matter, for a group of rebels fashioning themselves after a tile of an old board game was something she could only interpret as an irony or a delusion of grandeur. And after hearing about this, she was certain it was the latter. Goodness, beauty, and truth? Just what sort of conceited fools were they dealing with? Their latest attack, it was an attempt to break out members of their group from jail, said Angela. What sort of activities could those White Lotus men be partaking in that would sentence them to prison if they're truly after beauty, truth, and all that nonsense? We do not know, said Lo and Lee again. Not everyone is as good as they believe themselves to be, said Lo. There is, most likely, a darker side to this society than what Iroh discovered, said Lee. So, what you know is simply what Iroh has told you? Asked Angela. You have no more information regarding the White Lotus aside from this? We don't, said Lee. The White Lotus's true nature remains a mystery even to us, Angela. Does my father know about this? Angela asked, frowning. I've never asked him if he knew what the White Lotus is. Your father was present when Iroh spoke about his discoveries regarding the White Lotus, Lo confirmed. All we have shared with you today, he already knew. Yet why? Said Angela, confused. If these men are really such a threat, why did my father ignore them until now? He would have certainly believed his father was making a mistake by letting the White Lotus roam freely. I fear your father must have forgotten about the White Lotus until now, said Lo. They have always kept a low profile, said Li. As a matter of fact, they have only ever stirred up trouble in the Fire Nation in 2 occasions up to date, the ladies stated at unison. Angela frowned. Well, if that was the case, now she understood why her father hadn't attempted to thwart them. Perhaps he even hoped they were only after Iroh's head, and he secretly wished they would kill his brother. It wouldn't have been unlike him to wish for such a thing. Then this is all you know, Angela said, looking at the women defiantly, her eyes studying their features to make sure they wouldn't lie to her. You have no more information to share with me regarding the Order of the White Lotus. You don't know who the spy within the council is, do you? We don't, said Lo and Li. This is the entire extent of our knowledge on the matter. Angela sighed and nodded. Well, this time they were telling the truth, it seemed. It would serve no purpose to question them further, but they had already granted her quite a lot of knowledge as it was. Very well, then, she said, standing up. You're leaving so soon? Asked Lo. Why, I had no idea you two missed me so much, said Angela, rolling her eyes. I have other places to be at now. Thank you for your time and for the information you shared with me. I'll put it to good use, or at least, I'll try to. But with these men it feels as though any discovery is only a new mystery. Nevertheless, I'll take my leave now, if you don't mind. The ladies nodded towards Angela and made to stand up too, but the princess lifted a hand. I can lead myself out, don't bother, she said. Thank you for your visit, Angela, said Lo. If you were to ever need us again. Whispered Li. You know where to find us, the 2 women stated. Angela looked at them in surprise before nodding. Were those words supposed to be a sign of their loyalty? Perhaps they were. But Angela couldn't bring herself to believe that. Surely, the only reason Lo and Li would have to wish to return to her service was boredom. Angela left the house without another word, and she wandered through the roads of the island for a while, her mind lost in thought. It was hard to make sense out of most of what Lo and Li had said, but she was glad it was so complicated. Attempting to unravel the mystery of the White Lotus was a much better way to spend her time than thinking about her mother. It took her a moment to realize just how much time had passed her by during her visit to Lo and Li. Haru's fight would begin soon. It wasn't as though she was too enthusiastic about watching a gladiator fight, it didn't seem too important unless it involved Sokka, but she had said she would attend it nevertheless. Surely Sokka would be waiting for her, desperate to have someone more fun than Zuko to talk to. Angela arrived at the Ember Crater by herself. She strode into the arena for the second time, glancing about herself, and she was rather surprised to find someone in the vestibule, waiting patiently for her. Whoa, here I was thinking you weren't going to make it, said Sokka, smiling when he sighted her. Where are the others? Angela asked, walking towards him. Ty Lee is at the sponsor's balcony, Haru is either in the standby room or already fighting, said Sokka. And Zuko went inside, he's waiting for us within the crowd. That sounds like fun, watching a gladiator fight with Zuko, said Angela, grimacing. Did you get your stuff done, whatever it was? Sokka asked. Yeah, it took some time, but I did, replied Angela. How long have you been waiting for me here? Oh, a while, but not that long, said Sokka, smiling weakly. I kept myself busy. I went to the counter and asked the guy there about the spawn of the volcano, to see where he was in the ranking nowadays, and apparently he's changed sponsors. Did you know that? I'm not the least bit surprised to hear it, to be honest, said Angela, as they walked towards the stairs that led to the stands. Chan apparently has been forced to enroll in the military along with his dear father, he shouldn't be able to afford a gladiator when he's only just been enlisted. Seems like you really ruined his life, huh? said Sokka. It's what happens to people who seek to ruin mine, Azula replied, with a devious smirk as they passed the doorway that led into the crowd. The arena was quite crowded, though not as full as Azula would have expected it to be. She looked around herself, wondering where her brother was, while Sokka looked down at the sand pit with interest. "So, this is what things look like from outside the ring?" he asked. "Oh, I forgot you've never been in the stands before," said Azula. "Well, to be honest, I don't frequent stands either. Still, the ring looks pretty much the same way down here than it does from up in the sponsor's balcony. It's a lot more luxurious in the balcony than here, though." "Naturally," said Sokka, smiling. "Well, where is Zuko?" "You think that's him over there?" Sokka pointed towards someone at the right wing of the stands, and Azula squinted, trying to recognize him from such a distance. He happened to turn his face in that very moment, and she caught sight of his scar, confirming his identity. "Yes, that's him." "So, come along," she said, jerking her head towards the other side of the crowd. "Wadash! Aren't we going to join him?" Sokka asked, surprised. "No, thank you," said Azula. "If you want to spend more time with my brother, go ahead, but I assure you I don't want to be near him any more time than necessary. And I'm quite certain he'll agree with me." "You're really something," said Sokka, smiling yet looking towards Zuko a little sympathetically. Would he actually miss them? Knowing him, he probably wouldn't. Azula led the way towards the other end of the stadium, and she settled in seats that were as far from the ring as possible. She knew all too well how capable Haru was of throwing sand or glass at the audience whenever his attacks were too wild. Sokka sat beside her, still glancing at Zuko and confirming that he hadn't spotted them. "I'll say, you really were doing both of us a favor by having us sit away from Zuko," said Sokka, folding his arms over his chest. "I figured you wouldn't enjoy hearing him bicker with me throughout Haru's fight," said Azula, as the announcer began calling in the fighters. "Or worse, having him pester you about being my boyfriend." "Really, though?" said Sokka, shaking his head. "That was quite silly, coming from a guy who pretends to be so serious all the time. I think he was simply getting back at me for all those times I teased him over my," said Azula. "Though it's one thing to do it to your brother when you're 7, it's something rather different when it's a 23-year-old trying to pull the same joke on his sister. But seeing how he didn't have a chance to pester me about boys back then, he's probably made up his mind to use this opportunity." "You didn't know any boys when you were young?" Sokka asked. "I didn't, and neither did he," said Azula. "I went to the Royal Academy for Girls. Zuko was homeschooled, so he didn't spend much time with kids his age. It was just him and my mother." "Huh, can't say that sounds like much fun," said Sokka, grimacing. "I probably would have lost my mind if I had spent my entire childhood just with my mom. Not to say I didn't like my mom, because I did, but it was fun for Zuko, though. My mother was wonderful to him, after all," said Azula, with unusual spite in her voice. Sokka frowned. He knew Azula didn't like talking about her mother much, but it seemed she was even more irritated about the matter today than usual. So, in order to cheer her up, in some way, "Say, what was it you were up to?" he asked. "You said you could tell me once you were done with it, so." "Ah, I did, didn't I?" said Azula, brightening up quickly upon the change of subject. "I'd almost forgotten. Well, you see, I had said I'd talk with Lo and Lee one day, regarding what they knew about the White Lotus." "Oh, right," said Sokka, suddenly understanding Azula's intentions. "And they live here, so, well, damn, now I feel stupid for not realizing it." "Well, you are pretty stupid, so." "Am not. I'm just not that quick-minded at times, is all," Sokka exclaimed, as she laughed at his reaction. "And well? What did you find out?" Haru's fight unfolded in the ring while Azula relied to him everything she had discovered. Haru seemed to hold his own quite well against the firebender he was facing, the last dragon, but Sokka and Azula weren't focusing much on the fight as they talked. "But, wait, your uncle was the one who knew all this stuff?" asked Sokka, frowning. "Apparently, he did his homework after he was almost killed by them," said Azula, shrugging. Well, it's still hard to believe Master Piandao would try to kill someone like that, but maybe that's why he wasn't caught? Maybe he really didn't want to. Sokka wondered. Who knows? Said Azula. But I fail to understand why my uncle would be so willing to forgive their attempt on his life simply because their philosophies are almost as ridiculous as his own. The only thing missing in that motto is tea. If Lo and Lian said they were tea worshippers as well, I would have run back home immediately to tell my father that my uncle is the spy he's looking for, without a doubt. But, could he be? Asked Sokka, frowning. I mean, it doesn't sound too far-fetched to think your uncle might be the spy. Joining the ranks of the people who tried to kill him? To be honest, it sounds about right, said Azula, rolling her eyes. His decisions have always been rather ridiculous, if you ask me. Though, would it really be him? Would he stop being loyal to his family, to his nation, because of Paisho? Sokka asked, frowning. I have no idea, said Azula, shrugging. For all I know, he could do that. Yet I suppose accusing my own uncle of being a spy wouldn't make much sense. How would he have set everything up, and how would he have contacted his fellow White Lotus members when he did? By messenger hawk, suggested Sokka. Though I'll say we're really going about this blindly. There's hardly anything to back up this theory. Which is for the best, really. If my father's own brother happened to be the one who set up that entire operation, who almost got me captured, it would mean my father wouldn't even be able to trust his own family, and that's the last thing he needs at the moment. He's already paranoid enough, I take it. Said Sokka, frowning. And then he might even stop trusting you. I doubt he trusts Iroh all that much, but it's because he thinks he's unreliable. He doesn't think he's an actual traitor, muttered Azula. If he were one. Can't even imagine the consequences, can you? It's more like I don't even want to, said Azula, sighing. How did things go with you guys, though? You don't look like you'd been to the beach. That's because we didn't even make it there, said Sokka, with a smile. Ty Lee got hung up on shopping and she took up all our time at that. I'm not going to complain, she bought a few things for me, but yeah, in the end it was already so late that we decided to go to the Ember Crater and forget the beach. I'm not surprised, really, said Azula. In the ring, Haru had knocked his opponent down and imprisoned his limbs within the sand, which he hardened into glass soon enough, to the entire crowd's amazement. Well, would you look at that, said Sokka, nodding in approval. The man's getting tougher by the minute. And he didn't even break anything for once. Now that's truly a miracle, said Azula, slightly amused. After Haru had rendered his opponent helpless, he simply stood by and waited patiently for the time to be used up completely. The last dragon was enraged by Haru's disposition, naturally, for he believed the earthbender was being conceited, hence he began roaring fire, hoping to scorch Haru up with it. Haru found himself unable to continue with his plan of action. In the end, he had to strike the air out of his opponent with a rock before striking him on the head to knock him out. And with that, he earned his victory. I knew you'd be able to win, I just knew it. You're the very best. I'm so going to make this up to you later, Haru. Ty Lee rambled on towards Haru a few minutes later, while she clung to his arm. They both headed towards the vestibule together, where Azula and Sokka were waiting for them. Congratulations there, pal. Said Sokka, smiling. A perfect win. Rather impressive, I'll concede, said Azula, nodding. He has progressed a lot. Hasn't he? He's amazing. Ty Lee exclaimed, squeezing Haru's arm even tighter. Ow, thanks, both of you, said Haru, blushing slightly while he feared Ty Lee's grip might stop the blood from flowing through his arm. Where is Zuko? Ty Lee asked suddenly, releasing Haru while she looked around herself. Shouldn't he have been with you too? Well, said Azula, smirking. I was here just on time, and Sokka was waiting for me, but the crowd was so thick that we couldn't find Zuko, so... Oh? Is that it, or did you just want Sokka to yourself? Asked Ty Lee, folding her arms over her chest. It's more like we figured it'd be a lot more fun to hang out on the stands without Mr. Party Pooper. Said Sokka. If you say so. said Ty Lee, eyeing them with uncertainty. It was a dangerous game these two played. Were they playing it consciously? Did they realize that, the more time they spent together, the more difficult it would be for them to resist the attraction that existed between them? Well, there he is now, said Haru, smiling as he spotted Zuko amongst the masses of people that were leaving the arena. Good fight, said Zuko, nodding towards Haru curtly. Azula and Sokka were a bit late, so they couldn't find you, said Ty Lee, sticking to Azula's story even though she already knew it was a lie. Well, said Zuko, shrugging with a gesture that said he clearly didn't want their company either. Maybe Iroh was right to think that his friends cared for him, but he was certain Azula only cared to irritate him. The less time they spent together on this trip, the better for them both. Good to know you don't care, said Ty Lee, grimacing. Well, anyways, we ought to go get some food now so that we can head to the theater later on. Zuko grimaced noticeably at that. Azula hadn't been paying much attention to what Ty Lee had said until she replayed her friend's words in her head a few times, as though having a hard time understanding what she meant. And once she did, she cast Ty Lee a look of utter disbelief. Wait, what? She said, an eyebrow twitching. What, you're not hungry? Did you eat something already? Ty Lee asked, tapping her chin with a finger. No. That about the theater, what is that supposed to mean? Azula exclaimed, panicking. Well, I thought you might appreciate it, said Ty Lee, smiling as she pulled 5 pieces of paper from her pocket. But I got us all tickets for Love Amongst the Dragons. You did what? Azula exclaimed, and Ty Lee realized now that maybe Azula wouldn't be so happy about this. I bought. She mumbled, terrified of the princess's reaction. Are you insane? How could you buy that? It's got to be the rendition by the Ember Island players, Ty Lee, and they're downright terrible. Azula exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief. How could you? Zuko, why the hell didn't you stop her? I told her not to, but when has Ty Lee ever listened to reason? Zuko retorted, wondering why his sister would want to throw the blame on him. I told her 1,000 times that these guys are terrible, but she insisted that we always talked about that play when we were little, so she wanted to know what the fuss was about. Ugh, for crying out loud, Azula exclaimed, a hand going to her forehead as she tried to digest what Ty Lee was about to put her through. It was just perfect, really. She had almost managed to get all thoughts of her mother far from her mind at long last, and Ty Lee just had to ruin everything in one simple sentence, did she? It should be fun. I mean, it can't be that bad. The girl was exclaiming now, hoping to save face somehow. You really want to bet on how bad it can be, Ty Lee? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Because I assure you I'll be taking all the money you just earned if you do. Well, then, no bets, said Ty Lee, smiling weakly. But I already bought them and I don't think I can return them, so how bad can it be? If it's really that terrible you can just laugh about it, can't you? I doubt it, grunted Azula, glaring at Ty Lee. Why didn't you even ask me if I wanted to go before buying those tickets without a second thought? I kind of assumed you'd want to, as I said Ty Lee. Well, I can treat you to anything you want for dinner, Azula, would that help? Sure it would, said Azula sarcastically at first before smirking with malice. Though you'll end up wasting away all your winnings if you'll treat us. Sokka, you're free to eat at will if she'll really pay for it all. Wait, really, now? Sokka asked, his eyes lighting up at the idea. Yeah, I'll do it, said Ty Lee, smiling weakly. So, we'll go to the play? Even if you guys don't like the Ember Island players. Ugh, said Azula, rubbing her forehead with her fingers. It couldn't hurt much, said Zuko, sighing. If anything, it'll be a good way to remember old days. Which was exactly what Azula didn't want to do. She glared at Zuko with irritation and spite. Perhaps his life had been wonderful when he had been their mother's golden boy, and now everything sucked so much for him that he wanted to return to those days, but the same would never apply to her. She wanted no memories of her mother. Fact was, if she could simply only rip those memories out from her mind, she would. And much unlike Zuko, her life had turned for the better as she grew older. She didn't care for her past. She didn't want to remember any of it. Then, Angela asked Ty Lee, "Will you do this?" Angela's glare shifted towards Ty Lee for a moment before she directed it to the floor. This really wasn't going to be fun. This trip was slowly turning into some form of torture instead of the fun ride Ty Lee had promised it would be. "Hey, it'll be over quickly, won't it?" said Sokka, taking notice of Angela's current fury. At first she had simply been irritated at Ty Lee, now she seemed mad enough to set the whole building on fire. And it wouldn't be the first time Angela burned down a building in Ember Island. "Not quickly enough," Angela grunted, shaking her head. "Just eat to your heart's content, and that way I might have a reason to be glad about this mess." "Are they really this bad?" Sokka asked, surprised. "They've got to be terrible if they get you this angry." "I wouldn't say it's their fault entirely," muttered Angela, at which the whole group seemed slightly surprised, and it was only then that she realized all the attention was on her. The realization served to cool her head down a little, though she still couldn't placate her wrath completely. This was no time to let any of them see the monster that existed within her. She simply gave Ty Lee a cold smile next and dropped her hands at either side of her body as a gesture of surrender. "I'm really looking forward to seeing you regret this soon enough, Ty Lee," she said. "Let's do this, then, before I regain my senses." "Now, that's just mean," said Ty Lee, pouting, as they headed outside the arena. Sokka glanced at Angela worriedly while they walked down the hill where the Ember Crater stood. He could tell there was something big bothering her, just as there had been a week ago, when they were leaving the Grand Royal Dome. What was the matter with Angela lately? Was it related to the Gladiator business? Or was it Ember Island itself? Though, no, there had been something else before, even. Something he had said on their way to the Grand Royal Dome didn't sit well with her, but he couldn't figure out what had been so wrong about it. And he couldn't find a link between what he had said back then and what was displeasing her now. The only thing he thought he could assume, to his relief, was that he wasn't the cause of her irritation. She had been rather nice to him as of late. It wasn't his fault. But then what was it? "Oh, I know where to go. Xian's restaurant," Ty Lee exclaimed suddenly, at which both Sokka's and Angela's thoughts were interrupted drastically. "Hell, no!" Sokka exclaimed immediately. "For crying out loud," said Angela, as Sokka refused drastically, to everyone else's surprise. It seemed Ty Lee was determined to make the worst possible decisions today, as if everything she had dragged them through so far wasn't bad enough. But truly, heading to watch the play seemed the perfect way to finish tearing her to pieces, to force her to succumb to the anger that dwelled within her. Could she endure this? Could she make it through that wretched play without thinking about her mother, without having her head filling up with undesirable thoughts because of her? The bad feeling in her gut told her that she probably wouldn't. Chapter 64, Ember Island 3. "You did well today in your training, Angela," said Lo. "You will master this new bending form in no time," said Lee. Angela smiled proudly as she walked down the palace's halls with the two old ladies. Of course she would master this form soon. She was the most talented child to be born in the Fire Nation for centuries, her father had said so last night. She made him proud, she was his heir and he didn't care if she was a monster. "I'm hungry," she said as she stopped by one of the gardens, and she turned to look firmly at her caretakers. "I'm tired from training. Get some snacks for me." "But you can't have snacks right before lunch, Angela," said the two old ladies. "Oh, yeah? If you forgot, I'm a princess. If I want snacks, you should get them for me. My father will be very angry if you don't do as I say," Angela said. Lo and Lee didn't believe any father would be angry to know his daughter had been stopped from snacking before meals, yet the princess had a point indeed. Oze wasn't known for being a reasonable man, and he might grow furious if he knew they had refused his daughter. Perhaps they could leave to fulfill Angela's request, yet take so long with it that the child would be called for lunch before they could bring her the snacks. It seemed a reasonable enough plan, a plan they conveyed to one another through a simple glance. They bowed before Angela and took their leave without further protest, which pleased the child. Giving out commands, and having them obeyed, filled her with a sense of fulfillment she relished in, and it further convinced her that she truly was her father's heir. But there was someone didn't agree with that notion. "I am father's heir," Zuko declared suddenly, almost startling Azula. She hadn't noticed he had approached her in the palace's corridor once Lo and Lee were out of earshot. "Oh? Why would he say it's me, then?" Azula said, turning to smirk at him. He just made a mistake," said Zuko, frowning. "He knows I'm his heir. I'm the oldest. I'm a boy. You can't be his heir, no matter what." "You can tell father that," said Azula, still smiling proudly. "But he doesn't think so." Zuko gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The way his sister smirked so proudly made him angry beyond belief, because she had no reason to be so proud. Why did their father love her better? What trait did she have that he lacked? She was 2 years younger than him, and granted she was a skilled bender, but that didn't mean he wasn't one as well. The same blood flowed through their veins, so what made her a more suitable heir for Ozai than Zuko was? "It's not fair," he said, glaring at her. "It's not fair. What makes you so special?" "What? That father doesn't want you as his heir isn't fair?" Azula asked, growing irritated. Well, if Zuko's loving mother thought her daughter was a monster, it didn't seem so unfair that Ozai would disregard Zuko as he did. "It's fair all right, even if you don't know why it is. I'm stronger, I'm smarter, and I'm better than you at everything. He wants me to be his heir because you're always running to Mom and begging her to show you the turtle ducks." What? I don't run to Mom," Zuko exclaimed, blushing. "And then you say I'm the liar," said Azula, smirking again. Being called a liar didn't sit well with Zuko. He yelled and lifted a fist towards his sister, a fist that brought orange flames with it. Azula jumped back instinctively and looked at Zuko in surprise. So, this was how he wanted it, then? He actually was going to bend at her? Well, two could play this game. Never before had they fought one another like this. Azula was smaller, but that only seemed to be an advantage, for it made her quicker than her older brother. Zuko's movements weren't fluent, he didn't shift easily from one stance to the next, whereas Azula's fire seemed to obey her every move. She deflected his fire and evaded it, and Zuko sought to do the same about hers, but when Azula kicked an array of fire towards her brother, he found himself tripping with his own feet. Zuko struggled to regain his balance, but Azula's hand reached out to his chest and she gripped his shirt, keeping him from falling with one hand while she got ready to shoot out a fire blast with the other one. "Azula!" The scream was all too familiar, but terrifying for the child nonetheless. Her grip around Zuko's shirt was released instantly, but it was already too late. Ursa stood at the end of the hallway, looking at her in utmost indignation. Azula looked at her in dread, wide-eyed, while Zuko fell on his butt, embarrassed and bitter over the way his fight with his sister had ended. Ursa was paralyzed as she assimilated what Azula had just done. Her eyes shone with fury and disbelief, and Azula could only step back. Well, now she had really done it, now nothing would change her mother's mind. It wouldn't matter that Zuko had attacked first, that if he really were stronger than her, he would have been the one attempting to strike her with his fire. No, it didn't matter, because all that would matter to Ursa was that Azula had been about to hurt her son. The only thing that mattered was that Azula had proved, once again, that she truly was a monster. The young princess gritted her teeth, turned on her heels and ran away from her mother yet again, ignoring her angry commands for her to get back to her immediately. She couldn't go back. She wouldn't go back. She couldn't see her mother again. All she could do was run and cry in despair as she realized Lu Ten had been wrong about her, as she realized her mother was right. She was a monster. She was pulled out of her thoughts when she felt someone taking his seat next to her, between her and Zuko. "Fire flakes?" Sokka asked, beaming as he offered Azula the snacks. "Ah, snacks." Lo and Lee never brought them for her, not on that occasion nor at any other. A princess had to eat properly, and it wouldn't do her good to snack between meals. Azula would have rolled her eyes upon that thought if she hadn't thought Sokka would take it as a rejection. She didn't smile either, though. She simply stretched a hand towards his bag of food and took some fire flakes in her hand, hoping the lack of proper spicing would give her a reason to complain over something other than her mother. It sure didn't help that she had been sitting next to Zuko while Sokka went to get food. It was likely that his presence had triggered her memories again. And she didn't want them triggered, she wanted them gone for good. Can I ask why the three of us are sitting behind those two? Sokka asked, frowning. I don't approve of this seating order. You should approve of it, said Azula, sighing as she looked down at Haru and Ty Lee, who occupied the bench in front of theirs on the balcony. This way we can kick their seats if they get obnoxious and stop paying attention to the play. If she dragged me here for it, I'll make sure she doesn't miss a single detail of what happens on that stage. You won't have to kick my chair, that's too mean. Ty Lee said from the front bench, pouting. Azula simply glared at her, eyebrows raised, daring Ty Lee to talk back to her again. The threat managed to silence Ty Lee effectively. Gotta say that's a good idea, said Sokka, smirking at Azula before turning towards Zuko with the fire flakes. You want some? We just ate, growled Zuko. Azula rolled her eyes. Gee, alright, Mr. Mood Killer, said Sokka, grimacing. Here I thought this was the cool bench. Not a chance it could be that cool if Zuko's sitting on it too, you know, said Azula, shrugging. Zuko might have retorted something, probably related again to the relationship he was certain didn't exist between Sokka and Azula, yet the lights on the stage were switched on at that moment, and all eyes drifted towards the play that was about to start. Say, what exactly is this supposed to be about? Sokka asked, leaning towards Azula ever so slightly. She rolled her eyes again, for the umpteenth time today. If you watch it, you might find out, she said, glaring at him. But if they're really as bad as you say they are, they'll probably suck at the play, don't you think? It should be fun to criticize and judge them along with you. Azula couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief, but she smiled weakly. If he really wanted to hear her criticism, he surely would once the play was past its opening scenes. It was good to know she would have someone to condemn the performance with. The story revolves around a powerful deity, the Dragon Emperor, said Azula. He is arrogant and foolish at the beginning of the story, relishing always in his own greatness and never caring for anyone other than himself. There is another dragon who had always loved him, but, since he only cared for himself, the Dragon Emperor hardly ever spared a thought towards her. His problems begin when a dark water spirit, spiteful over an old squabble with the Emperor, found a magical way to turn the Emperor into a mortal being so he could take revenge on him. So, with the help of the dragon who loved him, the Emperor struggles to regain his true form and defeat the spirit that wronged him. Heh! Said Sokka, munching fire flakes as he listened intently to Azula. Sounds like a classic story of some sort. It's a play based off an old Fire Nation folk's tale, said Azula, shrugging as the actors stepped into the stage and began their performance. And, ugh, they're already ruining it, she whispered, shaking her head. Sokka frowned and leaned towards her, trying not to speak too loudly. Why? What's wrong about that? Sokka asked. Look, this very scene is meant to portray why the Dragon Emperor's selfishness earns him the disdain of the other dragons. Azula muttered at him, gesturing towards the stage as she spoke softly. Sokka found himself unable to keep track of what she was saying after a short moment. He wasn't paying any attention to the play either, all he did was look at her as she talked about the Ember Island players' mistakes. He smiled as he detailed her face carefully, the way her mouth moved as she talked, the way her brow became furrowed and her eyes glared down at the stage with disapproval and contempt. That seems to be a very exaggerated water spirit, muttered Zuko, frowning and pulling Sokka out of his daze when he spoke. Well, I suppose you'd know, expert water spirit as you were, said Azula, unable to hold back a smirk. Yeah, I guess I would, Zuko retorted, bitterly. Huh? Sokka asked, looking from one to the other rapidly. What's that about? Was Zuko in a play? What? Of course not, said Zuko, looking at Sokka as though he had lost his mind. Azula and I, when we were young we'd play at being the Dragon Emperor and the Water Spirit, and Azula would never fail to be the Dragon Emperor. You can't deny the role suited me best, said Azula, shrugging. And it would even suit me better nowadays. Zuko groaned and rolled his eyes at that. He was sick and tired of Azula's superior attitude, he had been sick of it for ages. His entire childhood he had spent it under her shadow when it should have been the other way around. She got her away with whatever she wanted more times than not, she had their father supporting her with most anything, and she had her way even while at play. Not once did he have the chance to play at being the Dragon Emperor. She was the younger sister, he had to be nice to her even when she wasn't nice to him. There was only one thing in his childhood that Angela hadn't ruined, his mother. He had always feared she would cease to love him, all the same as his father had, when Angela grew older, but no, Ursa had always remained by his side. She had taught him much, and helped him grow into the man he was today. She had raised him almost by herself, since Jose had cast him aside to focus completely on Angela once she had proven to be better than him at nearly anything. But that had never mattered to Ursa. She didn't care who was the most talented child, she had loved him unconditionally, for he had been her son. She had believed in him, she was the only person who had ever granted him lasting happiness, and then she had disappeared. She wasn't with him anymore, much like nobody else was. Iroh had insisted that he would always stand by Zuko to support him. He had told Zuko that he had friends who loved and cared for him. But did he really have them? Iroh only thought of Zuko as his own because Lu Ten was gone. Ty Lee had asked him to come to this trip, but all along she had been drooling over Haru and she hardly paid him any attention at all. Mai had forgotten about him and married another man. His father kept choosing Angela over him, as always, and Kyoshi's heir had vanished without a trace, for she likely didn't want anything to do with him either. Ursa was the only person who had ever loved him for who he was, to the point of asking him to never lose sight of his true self as her last wish. But who was he? She didn't want him to forget who he was, but that was easier said than done. She thought he was someone who didn't give up even when things were hard, but he had given up on finding the Avatar. So who was he now? Had he disappointed his mother completely? Would she be ashamed of him if she knew? No, hopefully not. For she loved him. She always had. She promised she always would. He bent forward and rubbed his forehead with his fingers, incapable of watching more of the play. He thought it would be good to remember his mother by watching this performance, but the memories were far more painful than they were enjoyable. Every time she had smiled to him, every time she had told him to let his sister be the Dragon Emperor this time. Angela could only glower at her brother in silence when she saw him move. She grew stiff and her hand balled into a fist on her lap, for she knew just what Zuko was doing to himself while watching the play. It was the same thing she had been doing to herself, after all. What she had been doing for a whole week now. She couldn't keep her mind from drifting towards her mother either as the Dragon Emperor and the Water Spirit fought for the first time on stage. But her thoughts couldn't have been more different from Zuko's. In her mind, her mother was nowhere close to a heroine. She thought Angela to be a monster, she always had, she always would. She had always hated Angela, favored her brother over her and never given Angela any of the care she had given Zuko, not even when Angela and Zuko played at being the Dragon Emperor and Water Spirit. Ursa would always hug Zuko and tell him he could be the spirit this time around, that it wouldn't make her like him any less. And what of Angela? She played the hero, the one she was supposed to root for. And yet Ursa never had. She would never support Angela, no matter the situation, and why? Wasn't she her daughter, just as Zuko was her son? Why was it that Angela was never hugged, that she was never the one Ursa laughed with, that she had never even heard her say she loved her? Sokka noticed Angela growing tense next to him. She had turned her face away from the play, but her expression wasn't that of someone disappointed with a bad performance. No, she was upset, genuinely upset, over something he couldn't understand. It was the same expression from back when they were at the arena. What was the matter? He took her by surprise when he placed his hand atop hers. She blinked and turned to look at him, expecting him to withdraw it immediately, but he didn't. There was something in his eyes, concern, was it? Why was he looking at her like this? Was it that easy to notice she was troubled? Was it so easy for him to see she still didn't want to accept she was a monster? You all right? He asked, frowning a little. She said, not knowing how to respond to his intense gaze. Yet she didn't have a chance to respond. Zuko suddenly stood up, taking the entire group by surprise when he did. Sokka's hand moved away from Agela's as he turned to look at the prince, who was gritting his teeth as he turned to leave the balcony even though the play had only just begun. "Zuko!" Ty Lee called, as Zuko stormed out through the hallway. "Zuko!" There was no answer to her calls. Haru had turned as well, just as confused over whatever had upset Zuko as Ty Lee and Sokka were. But Agela knew. Agela understood why he had stormed off. She knew why he couldn't bear watch another second of this wretched play. "What was that about?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. We should probably go after him," said Ty Lee, standing up. "Zuko knows Ember Island well enough, Ty Lee," Agela stated coldly. "You needn't fear he'll get lost in the dark." "But Agela," said Ty Lee, grimacing. "He wouldn't have stormed off unless there was something wrong with him." "Maybe he needed to go to the bathroom," said Agela, shrugging. "Why worry so much about Zuko, Ty Lee, really? Didn't you want to enjoy the play?" "I don't think I'll enjoy it if I'm worried he might go do something stupid," said Ty Lee, gulping. "We should go find him." "What?" said Agela, glaring at Ty Lee. "Agela, he's your brother," said Ty Lee, looking at her reproachfully. "You should care if he's distressed over something." And who cared when she was distressed over something, too? Agela's bitter thoughts accompanied her glare at Ty Lee. Hardly anyone had cared in the slightest if she was upset, angry or sad. She didn't need anyone's assistance to get over her problems, so why should she help Zuko overcome his? I want to watch the play, but not like this," said Ty Lee, walking towards the doorway. "Let's find Zuko." Haru followed her immediately, and Sokka gulped. He looked at Agela worriedly. Clearly, there was something bothering her just as well as something bothered Zuko. Was it they were each other's reasons to be upset? If that were the case, the wisest thing might be to keep them separated. Maybe he ought to stay here in the theater with her. But Agela rolled her eyes and huffed angrily, standing up swiftly and motioning Sokka to do the same. "Come on," she said, annoyed. "But, Agela, are you?" "I'm fine," she spat back at him before he could finish his sentence. "Get moving," I said. Her authoritarian tone startled him. She hadn't spoken to him like this ever since they had been stranded in the forest. It was the exact same tone with which she had deemed him an eyesore when he had come to apologize to her after his fight with the savage Hook. Her eyes even had the same cold quality to them as they had back then, even though they gleamed like raging fire. Curiously, Agela had always held an odd balance between fire and ice within herself. Sokka didn't understand why she was forcing herself to do something she didn't want to do. Ty Lee would likely be able to take care of Zuko on her own, and Haru could help her if she needed any assistance. If Zuko was upset about something, about anything, all logic told Sokka that Agela wouldn't be able to help him. And if Agela was upset about something, there was hardly any chance that helping Zuko would help her in turn. But it seemed that logic wouldn't stop her. Maybe she was trying to pretend there was nothing wrong with her, that she needed nobody's attention, much unlike Zuko. She passed Sokka by, her brow contracted in a deep frown as she left the balcony as well. Sokka gulped and walked after her, far more worried about Agela than he was about her brother. It took them longer than expected to find Zuko. Agela had suspected he might have headed towards their family's old house in Ember Island, but to her relief, the gates of the house were closed and barred when they approached it, as they had been for the last 13 years. He couldn't have come in here if that was the case. Yet not long after that, they spotted a lonely figure by the empty beach, sitting on the sand while staring off towards the dark sea. The group had headed towards him, guided by the street's lanterns until they reached the shore, where the only light that gleamed was that of the moon in the night sky. They reached Zuko silently, and nobody spoke a word until Ty Lee approached and knelt beside him. "Zuko," she muttered, noticing he was far sadder than he was angry. "Are you all right, Zuko? I just stormed out of a theater and you ask if I'm all right," he retorted with sarcasm, unwilling to look at Ty Lee. "You don't have to be so mean, we're just trying to help you," said Ty Lee, as Haru approached as well. Sokka kept some distance, and Agela stood even farther behind him, glaring daggers at her brother's back. "I don't want any help," Zuko grunted. I just need to be left alone." Well, good. Let's leave, said Angela, unwilling to waste another moment with this. Angela. Ty Lee said reproachfully, looking at her before turning towards Zuko once more. Zuko, please, if there's something wrong you can just tell us. Well, why do you care? Zuko exclaimed. It's not like it really concerns anyone but me. But Zuko, we're your friends. Of course we care, said Ty Lee, a hand on his shoulder. If we didn't care, we wouldn't be here for you, but we are. So please, let us help you, Zuko. Help. He repeated, gritting his teeth. Would it really help to tell her anything? Would it be any use to open up to Ty Lee? Opening up to Iroh hadn't worked out so badly, could it be the same this time around? You can't help me. At least I can try, she said, biting her lip. I doubt you can do anything, Ty Lee, he said, shaking his head as he finally gave in to her pleas. It's not like you can bring my mother back. Zuko, she said, gulping. Sokka frowned as he looked at Zuko in confusion. Was this about their mother? Then, was that the reason Angela was so angry? I thought remembering her might help, he said, gritting his teeth and lowering his head. The play, it should have been fun to watch it, to remember how it was when she took us to the theater, but the only thing I can feel is loneliness. I can't stop feeling miserable, she's been gone for too long. I just miss her. Angela's anger could only increase upon hearing Zuko talk. It seemed he was about to cry. Well, perfect. There it was again, just as it had been when they were children. He would cry and earn everyone's attention, because his problems and his pain were so hard to bear he just had to dump them onto everyone else, even if nobody else cared. For she sure didn't care. She didn't care if he missed his perfect, wonderful, loving mother. She'd never had a mother of the sort, so this way he might understand what it felt like to be Angela. He might understand what it was like to be abandoned by those who should have loved him most. It's okay to miss her, Zuko, said Ty Lee. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And it's better if you just tell us about it, I'm sure, keeping everything inside won't help you. Angela had to hold back the urge to laugh as she turned away from Zuko, rubbing the bridge of her nose with her fingers. Keeping things inside? Zuko wasn't keeping anything inside. He was showering the world with his sorrows constantly, day by day, never moving on, never progressing with his life. He was too busy burdening everyone else with his own problems to even realize others had their own hardships to bear. But he didn't care, did he? He was the one who needed all the attention, the one who needed to be loved and cared for. I just feel so alone. I failed her, Ty Lee. She told me not to forget who I was. It was the last thing she said to me, when she said goodbye. Angela turned upon that and looked at Zuko with indignation. What? She muttered, her voice shaking. She told me never to forget who I was. Zuko said. It was the last thing she ever said to me, and... Wait just a moment, Zuko. Angela said, stepping towards him. What's that supposed to mean? She said goodbye to you? Really? She came into my room, the very night when she left, Zuko replied, sighing. I didn't think it was a goodbye, so I just fell asleep again. I didn't realize it was the last time I'd see her. But she went into your room, said Angela, stepping back again, gritting her teeth as she felt the weight of the world crashing down upon her with this new revelation. Of course she would have. She's the only person who had ever loved me for who I was, said Zuko, gritting his teeth. And I don't know what to do. She'd be so disappointed in me if she saw me now. No, I'm sure she wouldn't be, said Ty Lee, biting her lip. No, she wouldn't be, Zuko, Angela agreed, with a dangerous smile that only served to conceal her hurt and fury. Sokka looked at her worriedly, knowing now that his guess must have been spot on. Now that her fury had changed in nature, he realized he had never seen Angela like this. There was something about her that seemed out of place, perhaps, as if something had snapped inside her. It was even worse than when she had lost the spark in her eyes back when their relationship had fallen apart. I assure you, our mother would never be disappointed in you, she said, seeking to conceal her bitterness but failing at it. I thought you were aware of that. You'd never let her down, no matter what you did. So why would you think you would have this time? Obviously, if she were here, she would have hugged you and said that your failures mean nothing to her, that her love for you will linger forever. Zuko glanced towards her for a moment, with a scowl. Azula simply met his gaze with anger while Ty Lee grimaced. Azula, please. She said Ty Lee, at which Azula twitched. What? Isn't that what he wants to hear? Azula retorted angrily. It's not the time to be snarky like that, and there's no need to be so upset. Ty Lee said, looking at Azula warily now. No, of course not, said Azula, glaring at Ty Lee and Zuko. There was no need for her to be so upset, but Zuko had every right to be upset, didn't he? This was like a sick, twisted joke, truly. You know what? I'm done with this. I can't even watch this. By all means, go ahead and bawl your eyes out, Zuko, I'm not ruining your parade, but I sure as hell am not joining it either. Azula. Sokka said, as she turned around and stormed away through the beach in anger. Azula. Let her go, said Zuko angrily, as Azula climbed the steps towards the streets again. Sokka didn't listen, though, for he continued calling out for the princess. But she ignored him all the same. Said Ty Lee, standing up and looking towards where Azula had just vanished. Oh, she ought to apologize to Azula, but something told her approaching her right now wouldn't end well for her. This isn't good, muttered Haru, gulping. This definitely wasn't the idea he had of a fun trip. Who knew a prince and princess would have such problems? We should go after her, said Sokka, gritting his teeth. Something has been bothering her for a while now, I don't know what it is, but... Never mind her, said Zuko, standing up and glancing towards the sea before turning towards Sokka. Let her leave, it's not like it matters. She's perfect after all, this sort of stuff is beneath her. What? Said Sokka, turning towards Zuko and staring at him in disbelief. She can't feel any empathy for someone in pain, that's the way she's always been, said Zuko. She'd hurt the turtle ducks in the palace's pond and she wouldn't feel a thing. Maybe she's just selfish. Maybe she just doesn't care about anyone but herself. Just let her leave, she just can't watch how people with real emotions behave, it just makes her too uncomfortable to. Zuko's speech was interrupted drastically, in a way nobody expected it to be. One of Sokka's hands had gone to Zuko's shirt, with which he pulled him towards him. The other hand was pressed into a tight fist, which struck Zuko's jaw so powerfully that the prince fell over into the sand upon the force of the impact. Zuko! Ty Lee exclaimed as he collapsed on the sand. Haru looked at Sokka in shock, but his expression soon turned to fear when he saw the anger in Sokka's features now. Never before had he seen his friend as furious as he was now. What the hell is wrong with you? Zuko shouted, a hand going to his new injury as Ty Lee tried to help him sit up. That's what I ought to say, you asshole! Sokka snarled at Zuko. His wrath was such that Zuko seemed to freeze, unable to find it in him to respond to the gladiator. How dare you? How can you say such things about your own sister? What the hell is wrong with you? It's the truth, nothing more than that. Grunted Zuko, rubbing his jaw. The truth. You're unbelievable, said Sokka, shaking his head. You don't even know her. How dare you talk about her as if you understood anything about her? You have no idea what that girl has been through. And you have no idea what I've been through. Zuko shouted back. Oh, yeah? I'm pretty sure everyone knows what you've been through, Zuko. Sokka yelled. The Fire Lord's son, got burned and disowned by his father, spent 10 years at sea trying to find the Avatar and failed. The girl he hoped to marry one day went with another guy and now he's left with nothing. Tell me, did I miss anything? Zuko recoiled at that. He looked at Sokka with some fear now, not knowing if he ought to be ashamed now or if he should press on. And what do you know about your sister? Sokka shouted. Do you have the slightest clue of how many hardships she has endured? Can you even begin to imagine what sort of battles she's had to fight to keep others from stepping all over her? Do you have a clue of what sort of pain your sister has endured in silence, simply because she'd rather keep all her problems to herself than trouble others with them? No, you don't. And you know why you don't. Because you're too busy burdening everyone with your own crap to even spare a thought her way that isn't full of envy and spite. Zuko stared at Sokka in shock, the pulsating pain in his jaw increasing with every passing second. Don't you dare judge her! Sokka shouted, stepping towards Zuko and grabbing him by the shirt again to pull him up. And don't you dare call her selfish! You really should be ashamed of yourself. With that, he dropped Zuko to the ground again. The prince could only look at him with the same dumbfounded expression on his face. She's your sister, Sokka grunted, his teeth gritted. Your only sister. Yeah, sisters can be a pain in the ass to their older brothers, but that doesn't make them any less their siblings. And as an older brother, your parents tell you to put your needs aside for your sisters. They'll tell you to protect her, to watch over her, to make sure she's safe. That's what an older brother should do. That's what you should be for her. But she's difficult. Why, how long did it take you to figure that out? Hell, of course she is. But don't you think that might be because you've spent your entire life thinking only about yourself and never about her? When was the last time you ever did something for her sake, Zuko? Tell me. When was the last time you put your needs aside for hers? When was the last time you talked properly with her? When was the last time you asked her how she was doing simply because you care? Zuko looked helpless now. Haru and Ty Lee were also looking at Sokka with utter disbelief, never having seen him as angry as he was now. But, maybe you just don't, said Sokka, his glare becoming even colder as he looked at Zuko with disdain. Maybe you're too busy thinking about your own problems to realize she has a fair share of her own. Who is really the selfish one, I wonder? Zuko mumbled, wishing he could defend himself somehow but failing to find the means. That terrifying azure glare kept him from thinking straight. You've got no right, Zuko, no right at all, grunted Sokka, shaking his head. Don't you dare judge your sister. You don't know anything about her. Do her a favor and grow up so that you can begin acting like the brother she deserves, will you? Sokka. Ty Lee whispered, but Sokka turned on his heels and left, following the very same path Azula had walked earlier. Ty Lee looked down at Zuko again, aghast to see his jaw was swelling. Oh, Zuko. But Zuko was in such a state of shock he couldn't react just yet. What Sokka had said had been far more hurtful than the punch, and it was hurtful because behind those words there was truth, far more truth than he dared acknowledge. Maybe Azula hadn't been the perfect sister to him, but he wasn't a perfect brother either. And that was something he couldn't blame her for. Maybe she was difficult, but maybe he hadn't tried as hard as he could have. Maybe his mother had been wrong to think he was someone who always tried his very best. He never had when it came to Azula. She ran fast, and yet it wasn't fast enough. The consequences of her actions would catch up to her, she had always known they would. Her mother wouldn't let this go, she wouldn't listen to anything she had to say, all Azula could do was run and hope Urson never found her. She took a sharp turn around a corner and glanced up long enough just to see she had come in the right direction. She confirmed it when she saw him standing there, speaking solemnly to his father and other generals that had just come out of a war meeting. Azula dropped her head again and moved quickly past all the men before finally reaching Prince Oze. Oze was startled when he felt a pair of small arms wrapping around his leg. He looked down and saw, with utter astonishment, that it was none other than his daughter, who seemed was crying inconsolably for some reason he couldn't fathom. But he was certain the sight of a child in tears would displease Azulin, and as he predicted, it did. What is the meaning of this, Oze? Azulin asked, his furrowed brow contracting even more so. I can't presume to know, father, Oze replied, unsure of what to do. Should he push Azula away, to keep from incurring in his father's wrath, or should he address whatever it was that had made his daughter cry? Then go find out, grunted Azulin, shaking a hand as though to give the matter no importance. Get that tearful girl out of my sight. I'll make sure she doesn't cry on the next opportunity you see her, Oze declared, as he pulled Azula away. You have my word, father. You'd best not make promises you cannot keep. Grunted Azulin, leering at Angela one last time before turning towards a nearby general to speak with him. Jose ignored his father's words and he took Angela away, towards the higher levels of the palace. He needed to know what it was that had made his child cry in this way, and soon enough he did, once they were both within an empty room, safely outside anyone's earshot. Angela poured everything out as soon as he beckoned her to explain the reasoning behind her tears, and she looked up at her father in hopelessness once she was finished. If there was anyone left in the palace who could be her ally, it would be her father. But to her dismay, her father seemed to think this was a bad joke, for he had smiled at her with disdain once she had finished talking. Now she regretted having spoken. "Is this truly why you wept, Angela?" he said, shaking his head. "This is no matter to cry about, child. But Mom thinks I'm a monster, and..." She gasped, tears still streaming down her face. "What of it, Angela?" Jose asked, taking her by surprise. "What is so wrong with being a monster, I wonder? Why should you be so scared, so unwilling to be one?" "Angela, there's only one explanation for Ursa's behavior towards you: she fears you." She fears me?" Angela repeated. "Of course. She knows you're powerful. She doesn't know how to keep you in line, so she's afraid," said Jose, smiling. "She's afraid you'll become greater and stronger than anyone before you. She fears, because she is weak. And so is Zuko. But you, my daughter, you are not weak." "I'm not," Angela agreed. "I'm talented, I'm strong, You are better than they could ever dream to be," Jose declared. "Take pleasure in that, Angela. Take pride in your strength. Don't hide it behind tears and flights, don't run away from anyone ever again, Angela. Don't lower your head before them, for you are a princess. You are my heir, as I already said yesterday. They are the ones who bow their heads before you. And don't cry. Sorrows only weigh on you. Sorrows only make you weak. You cannot be weak if you're to take my place in the world one day, Angela. You cannot be weak if you will become Fire Lord." I'll become Fire Lord?" Angela asked, surprised. "How?" "Why, once I die, you shall succeed me on the throne, of course," said Jose, smirking. "You don't believe your grandfather will be around forever, do you?" "No, but, Uncle Iroh." "Never mind your uncle. He hasn't got what it takes to rule, everybody knows it," said Jose, frowning. "The crown will pass on to me, and then to you, when you're ready. But I will not let my crown be placed on the head of a girl who cries and runs away. My heir must be strong, resilient, proud. My heir will be capable of anything, Angela. Do you believe you can do that?" I think so," she said, biting her lip. "No more insecurities, then," he said. "No need to fear anything, Angela. The entire world exists solely to answer to you. And you fear your mother will see you as a monster. Why, then, let your mother see everything you're capable of. Let her see that you are the most powerful firebender ever born in the Fire Nation. Let her scold you and tell you to hold back, but never abide by her demands. You needn't let anyone hold you back." "But then what if she punishes me?" Angela asked. "Why, I had assumed you were clever enough not to let her catch you," said Jose, smirking. "If you don't want to be told off, then be smart about your methods, be careful about what you do. Defy her, but don't let her realize you're defying her. Smirk whenever she gives you a command, play with her, toy with her mind. You can do this and much more, Angela. You are superior to your mother, superior to Zuko, you have nothing to fear from them. If your mother dares say another word against you, she will have to answer to me." "She will?" Angela asked, surprised. "Then, about what happened just now. If she dares to accuse you of attacking your brother, I shall tell her the very story you just told me," said Jose, smiling. "And it matters not if she chooses not to believe it. We both know the truth, Angela." "I didn't start it," Angela said, and Jose chuckled. "No, Angela. We both know the truth above that, the one I've just told you. You're superior. You're better than her. You needn't cry over her, over anyone, or anything, for it is only her fear which makes her treat you as she does. It is only fear that leads her to believe you are a monster. Prove to her that you don't care if she calls you a monster. Prove to her just how much of a monster you can be. Teach her a lesson she will never forget. Show her who holds the true power in your relationship. It took a moment for José's words to sink into Angela's young mind, but eventually, they did. And from that day onwards, she was no longer the child who fled from her mother's lectures. She didn't hide her tears as she sought solace in the darkness, as far from Ursa as possible, no. From that day onwards, Angela smiled at her mother, for she knew she held a power her mother didn't possess. She knew her father was on her side. She knew she would become Fire Lord one day. She knew that everyone around her feared her. She knew her powers existed for the sake of exploiting that fear. She knew she was meant for greatness, and she knew emotions could hold her back from it if she let herself be swayed by them. From that day onwards, Princess Angela shut her heart away completely. No longer did she care for her brother's boasts of his great deeds, for she knew she was destined for something superior than whatever he could hope to accomplish. No longer did she cry before her grandfather, nor did he dismiss her as though she disgusted him. No more tears left her eyes for years on end, for she wouldn't allow them to. Even when the notice of Lu Ten's death arrived, Angela did not cry. A part of her heart still wished he would return one day to let her mother know Angela wasn't a monster, a part of her heart she had kept buried deep inside herself, but it was only a small part, she had made sure of that, and she refused to let her sadness show. And why should she be sad? He had broken the promise he had made to her. He had said he would come back to tell Ursa that Angela was no monster, but it was too late now. He would never return. Ursa would never know her daughter wasn't actually a monster. And for that, she could only begrudge him. For that, she could only be angry. She deserved better, and thus she concluded she could trust no one. She wouldn't trust anyone anymore, anyone but her father. He was the only one who had believed in her. He had turned her into the powerful leader and bender she was shaping up to be. Nothing else mattered. Nothing else could matter. Not even that her mother vanished without a trace shortly after Lu Ten died could matter. That the woman hadn't even said goodbye to her was irrelevant. It didn't matter just how much her heart hurt when she thought about Ursa, it didn't matter that at night she might dream of sitting beside her by the turtle duck pond, as she often did with Zuko, for said dreams would never become a reality. Her mother had left, she had left and Angela didn't know why. But she didn't have to know why. No longer would Ursa hold her back anymore. She was free to release her full potential and become what her father wanted her to be. Those lingering feelings of pain were only a hindrance. And she couldn't allow them to fester within her heart. Everything had been for the best, she knew it was so. Crying at night was wrong, it was stupid, it was something Zuko would do. Not her. She was strong. She couldn't let herself be weak. She was to become Fire Lord one day. Angela stumbled as she made her way through the house Ty Lee had rented. It was quite dark inside, so it was hard to make out the shapes, especially when her eyes were blurry and unfocused because of the tears she refused to shed. She walked through the vestibule and towards the living room. She reached the nearest window and placed her hands on the windowsill, her long nails digging into the wood as her chest heaved. She needed to calm down. She couldn't let her emotions get the better of her, not now, not ever. Her father told her those emotions were futile, useless, and he always made sure to remind her of it. Emotions only led to weakness, and she couldn't be weak. She couldn't let herself cry another tear over her mother, not anymore. She had better things to concern herself with, the only hope she should still hold towards her mother should be for the woman to remain gone. She heard sounds behind her, and she turned around quickly. No, nobody should have followed her. They should have remained with Zuko, comforting him as he wept because he missed his mom. Why would anyone come after her? But when she saw who it was that had come, she surprised herself by not being surprised at all. Of course he would have come, of course he would make the brilliant decision to follow her when she was most troubled. She couldn't face him like this, especially not him. Angela. Sokka whispered, as he closed the house's door behind him, the door Angela had left wide open when she had barged inside. I'm glad you came here, for a moment I didn't know where you might have. Go away, she said, glaring at him menacingly. Sokka stopped on his tracks upon the viciousness on her voice. Angela, he said, confused, as he walked towards her by the window. What is? Go away, I said. Leave me. Go cradle Zuko in your arms, he clearly needs someone to do that now that his dear loving mother isn't here anymore, so just. What the? Hell, no. Said Sokka, grimacing. Why on earth would I want to cradle Zuko in my arms? Angela, what are you? Just leave. She exclaimed, and it wasn't until then that Sokka saw the tears on her eyes. He froze on his spot, only a few feet away from her. The look on his eyes was that of concern, but to Angela it looked like fear. Well, perfect. Now Sokka feared her as well, even though he had never feared her before. But naturally, he would be afraid. He was finally seeing the monster she hid behind that apparently perfect exterior. Angela, he said, still unmoving. Get out of here, Sokka, if you know what's good for you, she grunted, her glare as fierce as ever. Angela, come on, what's the matter? Can't you tell me what? No, I can't, Angela muttered. And you're not going to help me. Nobody can help me. Get out of here. I came here for you, Angela, he said, frowning. I came to do what, exactly? Angela exclaimed, as her invisible mask finally fell off her face so that he would finally see the real Angela. To watch how I fall apart for no apparent reason. Well, you see, Sokka, I've always been broken inside. From the very beginning, I've been broken. You never knew it, you never saw me for what I really was, but I've always been broken. And she knew it. She saw me for the monster I really am. What the? Monster? Sokka repeated, puzzled. Angela, what? My own mother. She said, shaking now. The tears began streaming down her face, even though she willed them not to. She couldn't cry. She shouldn't cry. It was wrong. Her father had said so enough times, so why should she? She said so herself, she believed I was a monster. She would ask what was wrong with me, she would yell at me, because she knew I was a monster. Because she saw the truth behind everything, she knew I was a monster. Sokka couldn't utter a single word. He hadn't seen Angela cry in quite a long time, and even though this time it wasn't because of him that she wept, all he wanted to do was to erase those tears. To exchange her sadness for happiness. But how? It's why she wouldn't say goodbye, you see. Said Angela, now laughing nervously as her shoulders shook. It's why she didn't care for me. It's why Zuko's mother was such a sweet, loving woman, while mine was strict and unloving, because no matter how I tried to impress her, how I sought to gain her attention one way or another, it wouldn't work because I was a monster. I am one. I've always been one. Sokka gritted his teeth now. How could Angela say these words? How could she speak of herself like this? Why had her mother said such a thing about her? And Lu Ten knew it. Angela said, her head going down as she found herself sobbing now. He knew it. He promised he would change her mind, he said he would talk to mother, he would tell her, he would make her see I wasn't what she thought I was, but then he died in Ba Sing Se, and for the longest time I never even mourned him, because I was angry, because he hadn't returned to tell mother that I was just. It was so much easier to be angry than sad, it was so much easier because I didn't want to miss him, but in the end, that's just what makes me a monster, isn't it? Maybe that's why he couldn't come back, because he couldn't tell mother, he couldn't tell her I wasn't a monster, for it would have been a lie. Her cousin, the one who had been buried in a hill at Ba Sing Se. Sokka looked at Angela worriedly, as she fell silent for a moment, her crying so violent now she couldn't say another word. He made to approach, and this time she didn't send him away, but soon enough she was speaking again. And I know I shouldn't cry. I feel so stupid, she said, shaking her head. What does it matter what she thought? What did it matter if Lu Ten didn't return? What does it matter if she's gone? It doesn't. She's better off away from me. I don't want her. I don't need her. I don't deserve her. Angela. What mother would hate her own child? Angela asked, shuddering. What sort of a mother could ever? She loved Zuko so much, so it's obvious the problem was always me, and I shouldn't cry about it, because I know it. I know I've brought this upon myself. I know crying won't help me, if anything, it only renders me helpless. I can't cry anymore about her, I shouldn't. Father says emotions are weakness, Father, he thinks I shouldn't care, he always thought I shouldn't care, but why can't I stop caring? Why can't I stop crying? She tried to wipe away the tears from her eyes, but it was impossible, for they wouldn't stop flowing. She hugged herself and lowered her head, wishing to conceal her crying even though it was too late to do so. He had seen her, he had heard her. After all this time thinking she didn't want Sokka to know the truth about her, now he did, and all because she had started rambling. Why had she said any of this to him? What did she think she would accomplish by telling him anything? She had accomplished nothing. Now he knew she was a monster, and soon enough he would leave her, all the same as her mother had, all the same as Lu Ten had. But instead of walking away from her, as Angela had expected him to, Sokka strode towards her. His arms surrounded her suddenly, and before she knew it she was crying on his chest, her nails now clawing at his clothes as she sobbed desperately, uncontrollably, in his arms. Sokka held her closely, his head atop hers as he rubbed her back gently. None of what she had said made any sense to him. There was no way he could believe it, no way he could believe she was a monster. Not after everything they'd been through, not after he had come to know her as well as he did. But now he understood why Zuko had spoken of his sister as he had. Now he understood why Angela always pushed people away even when they genuinely cared about her, it was because she thought herself unlovable. She thought she was a monster. At some point in her life she had actually decided to believe she was one, so that nobody would ever come close enough to see her for who she truly was. It was why she couldn't pardon herself any weaknesses, why she didn't wish to feel, why she had shut herself away from her emotions. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't do it. She couldn't stop feeling. If anything, the tears she was shedding right now were proof of it. Angela was incredibly smart and calculating, but not when it came to herself, it seemed to Sokka. She clutched at him as though she might fall to pieces if she didn't hold on. His arms were around her all the same, to keep her together, to show her that this time she wasn't alone. All her life she had been alone, all along there had been no one who would stand beside her in either the best and worst moments of her life. And she had always kept everything inside because she thought her emotions were a waste. Her father wouldn't approve of her tears, he would believe that his daughter was weak for caring about what her mother had thought. And thus, Angela herself had come to think she had no right to cry about this. She didn't think anyone would understand why she wept, she didn't want anyone to understand it either, for they would think she was just like Zuko. And Angela could only think she truly was as weak as her brother now. She was pressed against Sokka, crying her heart out because her mother thought she was a monster. She was shameful, really. He'd likely think she was stupid for weeping over something as ridiculous as this. At the very least Zuko had a scar across his face, it was acceptable to cry about that, surely. But her mother deeming her a monster, it was stupid. What sort of a fool would suffer over this? She didn't want him to judge her, especially, not him. Anyone else could do it, but not Sokka. She had no idea what he was to her, for he sure wasn't just her gladiator, but she didn't really understand what the nature of their relationship was. Nevertheless, she didn't want to lose him. She didn't want him to lose the image he had of her, and surely, after this, he must have lost it. As he held her while she cried over something so stupid, all the respect he had ever held for her would have faded into oblivion. Angela forced herself to stop crying on him, taking deep breaths in hopes to calm down. It had been enough weakness for now. She couldn't let her grief consume her. The touch of his hand on her face startled her. She glanced at it, through her watery eyes, and realized his thumb was wiping away her tears. What was he doing? Why wipe her tears, what on earth? Sokka, what are you? She muttered, but she was brusquely interrupted when it wasn't only his thumbs on her cheeks. His lips pressed against hers gently, keeping her from saying anything else. Now she shivered, but for a completely different reason. Why was he kissing her? Didn't he hear what she had told him? She was a monster. She couldn't be loved, not even by her own mother. What did he think he was doing? Sokka, you. She said again, when he pulled away briefly. When he saw she would still try to talk, he silenced her with another kiss. She couldn't respond, baffled as she was. Nothing she had said was worth kissing her for. What was it with him? What the hell was wrong with Sokka? Why should he want to kiss her right now, when she was such a mess? She was disheveled, emotionally wrecked, and crying uncontrollably, and yet he was kissing her. What the hell was he trying to accomplish? After a few more kisses, she found she didn't care about what he was trying to do. Even though she was miserable and upset, the thrill of excitement as he kissed her was still there. If he really was going to do this, then maybe she should go along with it. The hands that had been clutching at his clothes with despair now moved up to his chest. Sokka feared for an instant that she might push him away, but she didn't. She still wasn't responding to his kisses, but it didn't seem she was going to fight them anymore. Sokka held her face in his hands gently as his lips caressed her cheeks now. Azula was breathing heavily as she felt him kiss her face, wiping away her tears through different means now. She had stopped crying, but probably only because she was too astonished to know how to react to Sokka's actions. She closed her eyes tightly, and after she did, he kissed her eyelids. She shivered almost violently now, gripping him again to keep him close to her, as though he were the only real thing in the world. She gasped, and Sokka didn't know if she was about to say something else, but he didn't really want her to. He didn't want her to question his motives, his motions, his kisses, and he was sure she would, as soon as he gave her a chance to speak. But he wasn't planning on giving her one. His lips found hers again, but now it was his turn to be surprised when she actually returned his kiss, even if only weakly. His arms went around her, and he held her as closely as he could while still kissing her softly. Azula's arms reached out to surround his neck, bringing him lower as she sought out more of the gentle touch of his lips. She didn't know why she needed it, all she knew was that she did. Whatever he was planning didn't matter, chances were he wasn't planning anything at all. Sokka always made up everything on the spot, surely what he was doing now was also an improvisation. He probably only wanted to make her feel better, and this was the best idea he'd had. It surprised Azula to think he was actually succeeding. She wished she could kiss him back with the enthusiasm the act deserved, but she couldn't stop shivering, either because of her violent crying earlier or because she was kissing Sokka right now. One of her hands went to the side of his face and slid down his neck, and there she found the scars she had left on him during their very first encounter. How was he kissing her now when she had hurt him as many times as she had? Why was he kissing her when he knew what a monster she was? She didn't understand it. She couldn't even begin to understand it, and she was certain she never would. This man had never made any sense to her. Maybe that was the reason why she had become smitten with him in the first place. She simply couldn't read him, even when she always claimed she could. She would have never expected this day to end with him kissing her while holding her so intimately, in a way she had never been held before, not even by him. It was as if he prized her above all else, as if he... No, that was folly. She was a monster. She couldn't be loved. But these kisses seemed determined to prove otherwise. Sokka wasn't being desperate or wild, as he had been in the past. No, this time there was something really different in the way he was kissing her, something Azula couldn't put her finger on. Or perhaps she could put her finger on it, but she refused to do so. She couldn't fill her mind with pointless hopes, as she had when Lu Ten had promised to talk to her mother. She couldn't be so stupid as to think Sokka might love her. It made no sense for him to like her in the first place. How could she even hope for something more than that? He was just comforting her, that was all there was to it. Which was more than anyone else had done for her as of late. The last time someone had held her while she wept was Lu Ten, when he had found her under the statue, for her father hadn't accepted her tears. He had told her to discard them. She was meant for greatness. She couldn't cry. But Sokka didn't seem to care if she was meant for greatness or not. He was kissing her, holding her, replacing her everlasting sadness with something she could barely begin to understand. Sokka's arms released her briefly and he leaned down, surprising her when he lifted her gently, one arm on her back and the other one under her legs. Sokka leaned down on her face to kiss her lips once more and Azula returned the gesture slightly more enthusiastically now, a hand on the side of his head while she caressed his neck with the other. She had no idea where he was taking her, but for some reason, she couldn't care less. She guessed he had decided they had to move before the others returned to find them like this. Surely Ty Lee would do anything to cash her bet if she saw them this time. But for some reason, Azula couldn't bring herself to care. That Ty Lee earned money at her expense or not was completely unimportant. All that mattered right now was that she was being held by him once again, and her lips were united with his. She didn't understand why he would kiss a monster, but she meant to make the most out of it for as long as it lasted. Sokka climbed the stairs with some difficulty, trying not to stop kissing her while doing so. He reached a room Azula couldn't quite recognize at first, busy kissing him back as she was, but after a moment she realized it was hers. Sokka shut the door by pushing it with a foot, and he proceeded to carry Azula towards her mattress. He placed her atop it gently, lowering her as carefully as possible. Azula's arms were around his neck again when he placed her on the bed, and she refused to shift them until she was certain Sokka wasn't planning on pulling away. He sat beside her, leaning down so that his lips could still move against hers. His hands were on her sides now, while her legs flexed as though she was hoping to trap him with them all the same as she had with her arms. They exchanged more kisses as Sokka pressed down on her, until he finally pulled away, but not completely, to Azula's relief. She was gasping for breath as she looked at him in disbelief, still incapable of reasoning through what had just happened between them, what this meant for the two of them. "Azula," he said, tracing her face gently with his fingers, as if he as well needed reassuring that she was real, that this was more than just a dream. "Azula." "Sokka," she muttered back, her voice raspy after crying as she had. "Why, what the hell, Sokka? What was all of this for? You have to ask," he said, with a weak smile. "Of course I do, you moron," she muttered, her hand caressing his cheek gently as if to counter the harshness of her words. "I thought it was obvious," he replied, his forehead against hers. "But maybe it is. I guess you already know, really." "You're taking advantage of me?" Azula asked, and upon Sokka's indignant reaction she actually found the strength to smile. "Hell, no," he exclaimed. "Really, though? Azula, the things you said down there are stupid, I know," Azula replied, her smile fading away again. "It's stupid for me to suffer over." "It's not stupid, Azula," Sokka interrupted her, looking at her earnestly. "It's anything but stupid." She fell silent upon that, looking in his clear blue eyes with surprise. I never imagined you were holding something like this inside you," he said. "Well, I knew you had some pretty big secrets, that's not new. But this, that you actually think you're a monster." "Azula." "What? You're not going to say it's not true," Azula muttered, lowering her gaze. "No, it's not." Azula looked up at him once more, her heart racing within her chest as she gazed at him in shock. "Azula. I have no idea what the hell was wrong with your mother," he said, shaking his head. "And yet, I probably shouldn't talk like this about someone I don't even know, let alone your mother, but she has to be insane if she really thought you were a monster." "Wadash. But, Sokka, you're an unusual person, Azula," Sokka said, his fingers caressing her face. "You're a lot more than what most people are used to. Not everyone knows how to react to someone who is, well, everything you are. You're beautiful, talented, smart beyond belief, and you have a knack for accomplishing every little thing you've set out to do. Are those the traits of a monster, I wonder?" "Why you don't understand, Sokka," Azula said, shaking her head. "All along, when I was a child, I was a menace. I'd do things my mother couldn't even bear look at. Like what, pray tell?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. I set those turtle ducks on fire once. Yeah, that's kinda how I'd cook roast duck, and if that alone made you a monster then I think nearly everyone would be one. I'm serious. Angela exclaimed, startling him. She saw me doing that, and she said I was a monster. Did you burn them because you found an unbelievable pleasure in burning them, I wonder? Did you thrive in the way they churned up in your flames? Did you kill them? I didn't, Angela muttered. I was just trying to train, but the animal got in the way. Oh. I see now, said Sokka. And your mother thought you were a monster because of a mistake like that one. I would often set things on fire when I was younger. I didn't know how to control my powers that well. Angela said, shaking her head. That's hardly your fault, said Sokka, frowning. You'd learn to control them in time, as you have. I'd always hurt Zuko, one way or another, Angela said now, gritting her teeth. Be it physically or through my words, I'd always hurt him. And I enjoyed it. Seems to me like you still do, said Sokka, shrugging. How did you hurt him, then? Did you mutilate an arm of his? Don't tell me, are you the one who scarred him and not your father? What? Of course not, Then you burned him at times. Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. You pushed him? You laughed when he did something stupid. I did, Angela muttered this time. Why, then that sounds just like what my sister would do to me. She'd freeze me or throw water at me instead of burning me, said Sokka, smiling. And nobody ever called her a monster for that. It's not that simple, Sokka, Angela muttered, gritting her teeth. You don't understand. What don't I understand? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. If I weren't one, then why did she love Zuko, if she didn't love me? Angela asked. If she could love him as she did, then there had to be something wrong with me, there has to be something about me that just... I beg to differ, said Sokka, his forehead against hers. If I could just go find your mother and force her to explain herself, I would. Maybe that way we both would come to figure out why she called you a monster, why she hurt you as she did. Because I see no sense in it, not in asking what was wrong with you, nor in calling you a monster. If anything, it makes me wonder if the monster might have actually been her. But that's... Angela said, looking at him in despair. I'm not. Sokka, I'm not what you think I am. I'm really not. I'm really not as good as you believe I am. Huh? Are you trying to convince me you can be cruel, mean, and vicious? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. As if you needed to. I believe I saw just how cruel you can be when we first met, remember? Angela muttered, her hand on the scars on his neck again. I did this to you, and yet here I am, telling you you're a better person than you ever thought you were, said Sokka, smiling. Angela, you're not half as bad as you think you are. You've just pretended to be bad for so long you've ended up buying into your own pretense. But, Angela said, her chest heaving as she breathed heavily. These feelings you said before that you shouldn't be feeling. Sokka asked, caressing her hair. These useless emotions? The ones you said your father told you to cast away because they made you weak. Why yeah. Well, they're vouching for me, girl, he said, smiling. They're saying I'm right, Angela. And they say your mother and every other idiot in the world who dares call you a monster is wrong. That you can feel this so strongly, that you can't hold back the tears, that you can't help but care about what your mother thought of you, it's all proof that you're not a monster, Angela. And that you can't chase these feelings away, that you can't leave them behind even when you've tried your very best to do so, proves that you can't be a monster. His hand was cupping her cheek now, and he smiled ever so kindly at her. You're not a monster, Angela. A monster wouldn't care, he said, before kissing her brow. But. She gasped, shaking her head. Then, why did she think? Why has everyone just left, if I'm not? Why? Why didn't my own mother love me, if I'm really not a monster, Sokka? Why? He said, at a loss for words this time. The helplessness in her eyes was that of a child being scolded for something she didn't do. I don't know, Angela. I'm sorry. I can't even begin to make sense out of that. I'm not going to say she must have loved you on some degree. I don't know her and I really don't know if she did or didn't. But even if she didn't, Angela, don't make the mistake to think that you can't be loved just because she only loved Zuko. And what am I supposed to think, then? Angela asked, gritting her teeth as her tears threatened to slip out of her eyes again. What am I supposed to? Angela, you're amazing, all right, said Sokka, caressing her face as she looked up at him. Maybe your mother didn't see it, but that doesn't mean others can't. That doesn't mean others can't come to love you if you just let them. Really? She asked, trying to sound skeptical, but her tone came across as insecure instead. Really, said Sokka, his forehead against hers again. Really? You deserve to be loved, of course you do. By some guy who is as amazing as you are. There's got to be someone worthy of you someplace, I'm sure, someone you'll be able to love back all the same. He's out there, I'm sure, and you'll find him one day. Right? Said Angela, now lowering her gaze. So, it wasn't him, then, it wouldn't be him. He didn't want to be the one who loved her, the one she would love back. But seeing as he's not here yet, he said, making her look up at him again. Seeing as you haven't found him, then maybe I can try to show you, if only for tonight, that you are more than deserving of love. You can be loved, Angela, so much you can't even begin to imagine it. You're going to show me? Angela asked, her eyes widening. What are you? I know I'm definitely not worthy of you, Sokka said, with a weak smile. I know well enough that you deserve better than me. But, if you'll have me, then I'll love you, if only for tonight. Angela stared at him in utter disbelief. He had actually said? Had he actually said he would love her? Did he even know nobody had ever said such a thing to her before? The tears began streaming down her face again, but before Sokka could dare do anything about them, her hands reached up for his face and she brought their lips together again, passionately, powerfully, with a kiss completely different to all the kisses they had exchanged tonight. Sokka closed his eyes as their tongues met, as Angela put everything she had into this kiss. His arms surrounded her as he responded eagerly as well, taken by surprise by her initiative. She sought to reach out to him, to be closer to him than she had ever been before, and she pulled him down so their bodies would be in perfect contact. No longer could he sit on the bed, she had made him climb atop it without asking, though she didn't need to ask at all. Being this close to her was everything he could have ever wanted, but no. This wasn't about what he wanted. This was about what Angela needed. Anything he might wish for came last, and he wanted it to remain that way. She was all that mattered, be it tonight or tomorrow or at any point in time. He loved her, and for once, he was free to show her he did. His hand reached up to her face and wiped the tears that she had been unable to suppress yet again. Her hands moved over his body, caressing him in ways she had never touched him before. He was all hers for one night, even if it was only for one night. She could claim him tonight, forget all about what held her back in the past, because it was Sokka, and he had said he loved her. He would love her for tonight. Say it again. She muttered against his lips, as he continued kissing her face. Sokka. I love you, he whispered into her ear, and she smiled. The tears wouldn't stop, it seemed, but it didn't matter. For once, she didn't care if she was crying. All she could think of was that he had said he loved her yet again. I love you, Angela. Her chest seemed ablaze with fire she couldn't bend, a fire she had never known until now. She could only kiss his face as well, shutting her eyes tight as she willed the tears to stop. It was a single night with a man she should have never had a chance with. For once they had a real opportunity together, for once she could forget all the prejudices, all the nonsense that had held her back in the past. There was no point in clinging onto those things now, not anymore. Her legs went around his waist, to his surprise, and she locked her ankles in place as she found his lips with hers again. She craved him desperately, even though he was right in front of her, gifting her with every caress she had never known she needed. Every contact between them said more than their words ever could. His hands stroked her skin gently, his lips kissed her mouth and his tongue darted out to seek hers. She could only feel herself coming undone in his arms, as she tried to become his in every possible way. She lifted her head and allowed him freedom to move down to her neck, an opportunity Sokka grasped as soon as it was presented to him. Azula gritted her teeth, trying to keep from moaning when he kissed her sensitive skin. He knew what he was doing, naturally. Azula wouldn't have expected any less from him. She couldn't keep track of how many times his name escaped her lips as she enjoyed the pleasure his mouth was providing her with. His breath was warm on her body, and she could feel his erection in his pants. It would seem she wasn't the only one who was becoming too excited over this sudden turn of events. Sokka couldn't have enough of her, he had always known as much. He should have never had any of her, for starters, that she would be underneath him, as he brushed her skin with his lips, was so much more than he should have ever been granted. Her legs had brought him down on her, and he could sense her warmth with his own body. It seemed she wanted more than this, even. But he couldn't do it. It wasn't that he didn't want to, for there was nothing he desired more than her. If he could have his way, he would love every inch of her body, but it would be a death sentence, for both of them. And Azula knew it too. So if she only stopped being so alluring without even meaning to, if she stopped trying to break his resolve with her every moan. Sokka moved to the side of her neck, and Azula turned in the mattress, her legs locked around him to move him with her. They were on their sides now, and his lips continued delighting her as her hands traveled over his back and chest. She couldn't stop touching him, couldn't pull away even if she wanted to, she needed him like this, closer to her than anyone had ever been before. She felt safe in his arms, safer than ever, because he didn't think she was a monster. Because he loved her, even if he would only do so for one night. And it was none other than him, it was Sokka who kissed her, who held her so intimately, so closely. She moved her head down again, at which Sokka moved away from her neck. But she didn't give his lips any chance to rest, for she pressed hers against them again once their heads were level again. Sokka closed his eyes and enjoyed the kiss to the fullest, his hands stroking her waist until hers clutched them. He didn't know what she sought to do, and he almost gasped in surprise when she led his hands to her chest, inviting him to touch her as daringly as he had when they had first kissed all those months ago. Oh, at this rate he wouldn't be able to endure any more of this. His hands cupped her breasts and his erection could only grow as he touched her. He continued kissing her, but he had to move his hands away soon or else he wouldn't be able to stop himself. This wasn't about what he needed, he reminded himself yet again, this was about Azula, and she had endured enough pain as it was for him to add a broken maidenhood to it all. It didn't matter if he had to put up with a wasted hard-on, it was better than to take a step he doubted Azula wanted to take just yet. Nobody would ever know she had kissed him as passionately as she had tonight, and nobody would know she had been touched by him, but there would be no going back from surrendering her virginity to him. And as he had told her before, he knew he wasn't the right man for her even if he wished he were. She deserved better. And maybe he could become a better man, but he definitely wouldn't be one if he deflowered her tonight. He had promised to love her for tonight, so when morning came, this would only be a memory. And it had better be a memory that couldn't bring with it the terrible consequences of taking her virginity. His right hand reached up to her neck and he pulled her closer, his kiss deepening. His left hand still caressed her breast, to reassure her that it wasn't that he didn't wish to do it, but he couldn't pull through with what she wanted. Not tonight. She deserved much better than what he could give her. His left arm soon moved towards her waist and pulled her close again. Azula's legs remained locked around him, and their lips were still moving together, their tongues finding each other, her hands on his chest as he embraced her ever so tightly. Azula panted when their kiss was broken off. She looked at him longingly, wondering if he really wouldn't pull through with this, would it be for better or for worse that he wouldn't. Probably on the next morning she would think it was the former, at the moment it seemed to be the latter. Didn't he want her? Didn't he realize he was the only man who had ever loved her? She would much rather give herself entirely to him, if only for tonight, than to keep herself pure and untainted until she had married one of her father's noblemen. But the noticeable stiffness of his cock told her otherwise. Yes, he wanted her, just as he had back when she had kissed him in the waiting room at the Grand Royal Dome. But this time around she wouldn't whisper anything spiteful into his ear. He had free rein, but he was choosing not to carry on, even when he really wanted to. Angela had forgotten everything that had ever held her back, but he couldn't do it. She couldn't have cared less if Zuko barged into the room now and found them tangled around each other in this intimate embrace, but Sokka hadn't lost sight of what would happen if they were found. And that was why he wouldn't pull through. It wasn't because she wasn't worth it, or because she was undesirable, or because she was unlovable. He kissed her brow and hugged her tightly, her head going to his chest. They both breathed heavily, their chests heaving as one. Sokka found himself inhaling the scent of her hair as she caressed his torso, almost shyly now. Her priorities were returning slowly to her mind, and now she was slightly ashamed of how far they had come, but she didn't want to pull away. She wanted to stay close to him, just as they were, from now on and forever. If she could freeze time, she would have done it now. She would have made this night eternal, for it was the one night Sokka would love her. She lifted her head towards him, and she was slightly surprised to find him smiling down towards her. Never before had the sight of his grin made her feel so elated. She reached up to him, caressing his lips with her own coyly, almost insecurely, and he responded yet again with ardor, with desire, with love. "Say it again." She whispered against him, and he kissed her before complying. "I love you, Angela," he said, his hug tightening as he said the words. I really do, Angela, I." She silenced him by kissing him again. She didn't want to hear him say he couldn't love her for more than just tonight. She didn't want to consider that maybe he would have confessed his love would actually last longer than that. She didn't want to hear anything that made her think about the future. All she wanted was their present, the here and now. She wanted to belong to him even if he hadn't claimed her completely. "I love you. I love you," he muttered between their kisses, as though saying it once wouldn't be enough to convey the depth of what he felt for her. As if he was trying to say it for all the times he hadn't told her what he felt before. As if he would say it for all the times he might not have a chance to tell her in the future. And Angela only wanted to hear him say those words countless times. She needed to hear them more than she had ever thought she did. They didn't know for how long they had remained wrapped around each other. The moon was now visible through the only window in the room, a window right next to the bed where they lay, still exchanging kisses and gentle touches. Exhaustion made its way through them both, though, and Angela's head was throbbing now since she wasn't crying anymore. She gritted her teeth upon the pain and lowered her head, and Sokka kissed her brow yet again. "My head," she muttered, and it took him no time to make sense out of what was happening to her. "It hurts?" he asked. Maybe you should get some rest." "But," she said, looking at him desperately. Again she met a smile when she saw his face. "I can't just, when I wake, you'll be gone, and it'll be over." Sokka lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it gently. "I won't go anywhere," he said, smiling at her. "I did say I'd love you for one night, whether you're awake or asleep, it makes no matter. I'll love you all the same." "Then you'll stay?" "You?" Angela asked, and he kissed her lips again. "I will. So long as you'll have me." "I'm yours," he said, making no mention of the time limit deliberately, hoping she might understand what he meant, for it wasn't just for tonight that his heart belonged to her. It had been hers for much longer than that, and it would be hers forevermore, he was sure of it. Angela closed her eyes again as she kissed him softly. Sokka's fingers intertwined with hers as he returned her affections wholeheartedly, making sure to keep her as close to him as he could. She gripped his clothes with her free hand, grasping him to make sure he really wouldn't leave, and he had said he wouldn't. He wanted to remain with her. Countless others had left her before, and she would have sworn he'd do the same, but he wouldn't do it tonight. For tonight, they would remain in their tight embrace, while feeling they had finally found the place where they belonged. The curtains rustled gently, and Sokka did nothing but caress her hair as he watched her become drowsier by the minute. Hopefully, that headache would recede soon enough. It was a pity that they both would need to sleep. If only they wouldn't. "Sokka," she muttered, with her eyes closed. "Yeah," he said, touching her nose with his and smiling. "Stay, will you really, will you stay?" she asked. "I thought I'd already promised I would," he said, his grin widening. Stay. She repeated, and Sokka wondered if she was speaking in her sleep or if she was still conscious on some level. I will, Azula. I'm yours. I'm completely yours, he said, kissing her brow. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay with you. She smiled weakly, and he leaned down to kiss her lips anew. The hand that wasn't holding his caressed his face gently. Say it again, Sokka, what you said before, say it. He kissed her one more time, muttering the words she needed to hear one last time before she fell into the sweetest slumber she had ever enjoyed, before she drifted into a sleep where she wouldn't find herself faced with memories of a past that had haunted her until tonight. No, her dreams would be filled with him, and nothing but him. And that was how she wanted them to be, from here on and forever. I love you. Chapter 65, Ember Island 4. A jolt of pain awoke him, though it took him a moment to realize he wasn't asleep anymore. His right arm felt numb, somewhat. And yet again, it took him a moment to realize why that was. His eyes opened slowly, and he would have rubbed them to make his eyesight less blurry, but both his hands were occupied, it seemed. But once he managed to focus his gaze on the figure before him, all his confusion was swept away immediately. His heart began racing when he looked at her, sleeping so soundly in his arms. It wasn't the first time he had seen her sleep, yet it almost felt as though it was. He had been close to her before, but never like this. His numb arm was surrounding her waist, keeping her close to him all the same as her legs still held him close to her. They had fallen asleep in this very position, and it seemed they hadn't moved away from each other through the night. Sokka found he was glad for that, though. The last thing he wanted was for Azula to jump away from him because he had drooled all over the pillow or rolled around in bed, his limbs all over the place. Thankfully, neither of those things had happened. He sure hoped it wouldn't happen the next time they. The next time, though? He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes again upon that thought. There wasn't supposed to be another time, this one alone had already been too much, it was so much more than he should have ever had with Azula. It had been one slip-up, one they both had agreed on because it was needed, because Azula had deserved to know the truth about herself. She needed to understand what an amazing person she was in his eyes. He pressed his forehead against hers, sighing. He could see her beautiful features all too clearly now, it was already dawn. The sun was still rising, for the light that drifted into the room wasn't too strong just yet, but the night they had shared, that single night, was already over. And despite himself, he could only be disappointed. He needed more of this, even though this wasn't about what he might need. But being this close to her was fascinating, exhilarating. He needed to hold her if only for a little longer, if only until she woke up. By then he'd let her go, by then he'd do something about his numb arm. Though he rather doubted he'd do something about what had actually woken him painfully in the first place. He grimaced as another shudder from his dissatisfied groin shook him. This little problem wasn't part of the plan, and he doubted he would get the solution he wanted for it. He tried to ignore it, for he could worry about it later, once Azula wasn't in his arms anymore. Sokka's eyes raked her figure slowly, taking in every detail about her in this very moment. Her hair was quite ruffled after the night they had spent together, and her lips seemed chapped. He found himself smiling weakly when he realized they had fallen asleep in their clothes. He truly hoped none of the others had found out. Well, chances were they wouldn't have. If someone had entered this room through the night, he probably would have noticed. Yet that didn't mean nobody could come inside later, and if they did, chaos would ensue if they were caught like this. He gasped and shuddered again. The situation in his groin was becoming a lot less pleasant than he had expected it to be. He breathed heavily and turned his attention towards the princess again. She hadn't woken up yet. For her, it was still night, wasn't it? For her, this wasn't over just yet. Excusing himself with that idea, although he felt quite foolish by making excuses in the first place, Sokka leaned in again and caressed her lips with his own as softly as possible. He didn't want to wake her, but he really wanted to kiss her one last time before this was over. He didn't want to part from her, uncertain if he would ever have another chance to do this. Kissing her was addictive, he simply couldn't get enough of it. He needed to keep doing it, he couldn't pull away. Nobody had ever held such power over him, nobody had the undeniable influence on him that she did. No other woman had ever made him forget himself and the world around him like this, for she was the only one he had ever come to love in this way, of course. And truly, was this love? He had cared for his family, and he had seen other people who claimed to be in love before, but the passion he felt for the woman in his arms seemed beyond everything he had ever deemed love before. Was it more than love, then? Had anyone even come up with a word that could come close to what he felt for Angela? All he wanted was to touch her face, to slide his hands through her hair and to smile brightly at her as they woke up. He wanted to stay in bed with her, to talk to her more, to make her laugh one way or another. Angela stirred slightly, and Sokka's illusions were shattered when her movements brought him back to reality. No, there was no chance that his wishes would come to happen. She wasn't his. She had never been meant to be his. Angela grimaced as she woke, for her head was pounding powerfully. Ah, there it was, another reason why she hated crying. As she came to her senses, she realized her hand was gripping another, and she didn't figure out what that meant right away. She opened her eyes slowly and found his, and she found herself looking at him, almost in disbelief. So last night hadn't been a dream, everything had been true, every last thing. He had promised her he would stay, and here he was. "Morning," he said, with a weak smile. Angela blushed slightly and nodded before shifting her position, releasing him from the grip of her legs. Sokka couldn't hide his disappointment, yet he pulled away nonetheless, rubbing his right arm once Angela's weight wasn't pressing down on it. "How are you feeling?" he asked, as he felt warmth spreading through his now free arm. The headache's still there," Angela said, gritting her teeth. "I don't know why. I don't know if we slept that much, really," said Sokka, glancing over at her quickly. "It's only dawn now, see?" "I see," Angela replied, looking at him sideways as he continued massaging his arm. "Is it numb?" "A little," he said, with a weak smile. "But I'll be fine." "I'd hope," she said. "You've been through some awful situations, put up with terrible injuries, and yet you'd lose your arm because you slept atop it? Well, considering just how whimsical my fortune is, I would hardly be surprised," he said, chuckling as she blushed at the memory of what had happened between them the night before. "In all honesty, losing a limb to you would be better than losing it to anyone else. In all honesty, it's better you don't lose it at all," she said, as he smiled and sat up. He flinched when he did, his groin sending him more unpleasant messages he couldn't suppress. Angela frowned when she heard him whimper weakly. "What are you? Are you all right?" she asked, pushing herself up with her elbows as well. I'm fine," he said, smiling in a manner that wasn't compliant with his words. "I just realized that you had to sleep on a very small bed and with company, on top of it all. And when you're used to that bed that's so big you could fit a whole family in it. A small bed and unexpected company are still better than sleeping on the ground in the middle of a forest, or than sleeping in a cave," Angela pointed out, at which Sokka looked at her with surprise. "Oh, well, you're right about that, of course," he said, blushing a little as he scratched his head nervously. It was slightly amusing for Angela to see Sokka behaving in such manner. He was hardly ever shy or nervous. It seemed last night's developments had also been quite a surprise for him. Well, he deserved no less for being so foolish and pulling through with whatever felt right instead of thinking things through, but truly, Angela was glad he hadn't been thinking straight last night. She was glad she hadn't thought straight either. For the first time in her life she had allowed herself to be vulnerable before someone else, and surprisingly, it hadn't ended badly. If anything, it had ended exactly as she had needed it to. Did Sokka have the slightest clue of what his actions from last night had meant to her? Angela couldn't help but wonder if he did as she watched him stretching, still sitting on the bed as he cast her nervous glances. Well, I guess I ought to go to my room," he muttered, startling her. "You, what?" "Well, we took quite a big risk with this without even knowing it," he said, smiling with unease. "For all we knew, one of them could have walked in on us in the middle of the night." "Don't say it that way, you're making it sound as if we had been," Angela muttered, lowering her gaze as her face flushed yet again. "You know what I mean," he said, chuckling, and climbing off the bed. "It's still early, so they're probably not up yet, but if I stay here, and they see us leaving your room together, misunderstandings will ensue, said Angela, nodding. Yeah, and I take it you don't want Tylee to make a fuss about us being together again, do you? Said Sokka, biting his lip. I sure don't, though if she wants to win that bet of hers, she'd never be closer to winning it than now. Bet? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. I hadn't told you? Why, Mai and Tylee have been holding a bet about us, Angela said, and a pleasant shiver went down Sokka's spine upon hearing her speak of them as us. It's why Tylee is so desperate to catch us, well, in the act, as she puts it. If she ever proves we're involved in one way or another, she wins the bet. Weird that your friends would bet on your love life, said Sokka before sighing. Though considering what your friends are like, I'm not really that surprised. No wonder you lied to Tylee about that kiss, you don't want her to win that bet. Well, to be honest, in what regards that bet, it's not my money she'd take, said Angela, shrugging. She could win it or lose it, it's not my business either way. Really, now? Sokka asked, surprised. Well, he knew Angela had more important reasons to keep them from being together than some simple bet between her friends. Why would it be? Angela asked, pushing herself all the way to a sitting position. Well, that bet sounds like the sort of stuff that would displease you, so I just thought that maybe, he said, as his eyes locked with hers. They both fell silent for an instant, exchanging a glance that told them both just why Angela didn't seem to care about the bet anymore. Why she didn't care if Tylee won it or lost it. Why she was growing convinced the girl had already won it. But the moment was brusquely interrupted when Sokka's wasted erection sent another jolt through his body. Angela frowned as he flinched again, and this time she realized what the problem was when she caught sight of the noticeable bulge between his legs. Sokka, she said, her eyes widening. Ah, please, never mind that, this is really common with men, you know, he said, shaking his head. We're disgusting and weird, I know you must think so. I didn't say, are you all right? She said. It looked like it was hurting you. No, none of that, he said, smiling. I'll be fine, Angela. I can put up with this, really. There's no need for you to worry about me. Angela raised an eyebrow and looked at him inquisitively before dropping her gaze again. Whatever you say, she said, shrugging. Well, she really wouldn't have known how to help him with his current problem in the first place. Guess we'll probably talk more about this later on, if you want, or need to, he said, unsure if Angela's behavior meant she was shutting him off again, even after everything that had happened between them during the past few hours. You'll be fine if I go, right? Who do you take me for? Angela asked, with a weak smile. I'm better now. I get what you mean, it's probably better if you take off. I don't want any weird rumors spreading about what happened here. I'm sure everyone and anyone would assume we did what we didn't do, and if we can avoid that sort of trouble it'll be for the best. Yeah, said Sokka, nodding. At least if it really had happened. Well, it didn't, said Angela, shaking her head and trying not to sound too disappointed. So I'm not going to put up with false accusations of any sort. It won't be necessary for you to do that, don't worry, said Sokka, a hand on the doorknob. Say, get more sleep if you can. It might help with the headache. I'll try, Angela said, looking at him one last time. Their gazes were engaged once more, and Sokka's heart thumped so hard he was sure Angela could hear it. Was it longing he saw in her eyes? Could she see he bore the same wistful desire in his? He dropped his hand suddenly, surprising her as he walked back towards her. I'm sorry, he said, sitting again on the bed, right before her. I really am. What are you? Angela said, unsure of what he was apologizing for. I know, I said. I know it was only supposed to be one night, and I meant to keep it that way, but, he said, gritting his teeth. But I'm too weak, I think, I really am sorry, but I just. His hands cupped her face gently before he leaned in to take another kiss from her lips. So he was apologizing in advance for this, was it? Well, he might not know it, but she sure wouldn't mind accepting apologies before kisses more often. Angela's hands fell on his chest again as she closed her eyes and kissed him back feverishly. Now there was no excuse, not at all. She wasn't crying, he didn't have to comfort her, and he didn't have to love her anymore, for he had promised he'd do it just for one night. So why was he kissing her now? Either it meant his feelings were true, or it meant he had enjoyed kissing her. Whichever it was, though, it hardly mattered to Angela. She pulled closer as their kiss deepened again, as it had so many times through the night. Sokka's hands moved down to her waist, and all he could have ever wanted was to keep going, but no, it wasn't supposed to be him, it couldn't be him, he wasn't a good enough man for her. He needed to become a better one if he was to ever deserve her. They panted lightly as they parted, and Sokka caressed her face gently again. I'll see you later, he muttered, knowing that if he stayed one more second it would become impossible for Angela to deny having been deflowered by him. It was already taking up all his willpower not to push her down on the mattress to finish what they had started before. Right, she said now, and somehow it seemed she wasn't so disappointed anymore. Knowing Sokka's interest in her had lasted through the night was beyond relieving for her. He leaned in and pecked her lips gently one last time before moving away. Angela actually found herself smiling as he left the room. Her hand went to her lips and she closed her eyes, hardly capable of believing everything that had happened in such short notice. She sighed and dropped on the mattress again, thinking it was too early to get up anyways. She drew out plans in her mind to take a bath once she did, for she sure could use one after such a hectic day. She turned on the bed and found Sokka's scent still lingered on the side of the bed he had slept in. Hoping deeply he wouldn't come back into her room to find her behaving so embarrassingly, she rolled over to where he had lain earlier, wishing to feel his presence with her even if only for a little longer. Sokka rolled over in bed for hours, it seemed, and yet no matter which position he took, he was unable to fall asleep again. And it was probably because he found it impossible to ignore the irritating problem on his groin. Ugh, why was I born with a penis? He asked himself at a certain point, before his hands flew up to his mouth in horror. Thank goodness nobody else had heard that. The bed he was sitting on, for he had ended up sitting with his back against the wall, once he gave up on his hopes to get any more sleep for the time being, felt too big even though it was smaller than his bed back at his house. It seemed a waste of space for him to be the only one to occupy it. His thoughts couldn't stay away from Angela, not for a second. Everything she had told him last night, every expression he had seen on her face, it all played back in his mind repeatedly, filling him with an urge to run back to her room and tell her he couldn't have only one night, but it would be for the best if he didn't. It should be for the best. He may have to endure wasted erections for the rest of his life, but it didn't matter. He loved her, and loving her meant understanding her needs, to put her before him in every way. Whether she felt the same way towards him or not wasn't important, it never had been. His love for her wouldn't change, even if she didn't reciprocate his feelings. So long as he could remain by her side, he needed nothing more. He had no idea how long he remained there, sitting with his back against the wall, watching the sun rising through the window at the other side of the room. It seemed that thinking about her was the best way to make him lose track of time. He was quite relieved when the stings down on his groin began dwindling, decreasing in strength, until they finally vanished. He sighed and smiled, hoping his arousal wouldn't come back any time soon. Yet it was really a miracle that he wouldn't spend his days with a constant hard-on while being around Angela, as shameful as it was to admit it to himself. He heard sounds outside, in the hallway, and it didn't take him long to recognize the voices of their traveling companions. He didn't quite understand what they were saying, but it sounded as though they had gone down to the first floor. Surely they were off to make breakfast. Sokka couldn't help but wonder if he'd have to go out to buy food for himself. After the punch he had landed on Zuko's face, chances were the others would want him to apologize, but he didn't feel like apologizing for anything, let alone to Zuko. Let alone now, when he had discovered so much about Angela that he had never known before. He resolved to wait a little longer before heading downstairs, though when his stomach began roaring he sighed and decided it was time to get moving. He dressed up quickly before heading out of his room, determined to keep his head held high. He was proud of what he had done. He had every right to do what he did. Though, truth to be told, Maybe it should have been Angela who had punched her brother for being so senseless towards her, but it had been up to Sokka to do it right then and there. And he didn't regret having done as much. When he arrived in the kitchen, he found Ty Lee and Haru busy cooking while Zuko sat by a table, his jaw bandaged. Despite himself, Sokka gulped at the sight. The prince was bound to try to get even now, he could see it happening. But to his surprise, Zuko caught his eye and simply nodded curtly towards him. Sokka looked back at him, puzzled. That wasn't what he had expected, not at all. "Oh, you're awake?" Ty Lee asked, biting her lip as she looked at him. It seemed she also expected a fist fight to arise between Sokka and Zuko now. "Yeah, and hungry," said Sokka, with a foolish grin. "When an empty stomach won't let you sleep, you've got to do something about it." "True enough," said Haru, smiling at him as Sokka took a seat at the table. Ty Lee and Haru muttered amongst themselves, likely about whatever it was they were cooking, and Sokka simply gazed at Zuko with concern. The prince's eyes weren't full of anger, as he would have expected, there was something odd about him. Sokka frowned and crossed his arms over his chest, wondering if Zuko would tell him anything, but, oddly enough, it seemed there was nothing he wanted to say right now. "It's odd Angela isn't up yet," said Ty Lee, setting down the plates with food at the table. "She's always out of bed right on time, not a minute sooner, not a minute later. Maybe she's sleeping in because we're on vacation," Haru suggested, shrugging. "Maybe," said Ty Lee. "But, shouldn't we wake her up? Or do you think she's..." "She's what?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, she was pretty upset last night, when we last saw her," Ty Lee muttered. "You followed her, didn't you? Do you think she's still mad at, well, us?" I really don't know," said Sokka, smiling a little and shrugging. "But you know what she's like. She just needed some time to relax and forget about everything, she might be feeling better now." "Should we risk it, though?" said Ty Lee, grimacing. "I don't want to annoy her, maybe we should just wait until she gets up." "Well, maybe I could go," Zuko muttered, his voice deep. "It might be better if I talk to her and not you." Sokka raised an eyebrow and looked at him in confusion. What had led Zuko to believe that Angela would rather talk to him than Ty Lee? And going by their reactions, it seemed the others thought the very same thing Sokka had. "You?" Haru said, blinking in surprise. "Are you sure about that?" "Yeah, maybe that's not a good idea either," said Ty Lee, smiling weakly. "You know what? I think I ought to do it," said Sokka, sighing and standing up from the table. "I'll be back in a bit, hopefully." He didn't allow anyone to talk back to him for his decision, and it seemed nobody would anyways. The unspoken consensus amongst them now was that, out of all of them, the one who was closest to Angela was him, and thus, he was the one with a better chance at waking her up without ending up with his butt scorched for his troubles. Though he just might get it scorched anyways. Yet as Sokka climbed up towards the second story of the building, he found himself gulping nervously. There was too much to talk about with Angela, and he wasn't sure if he was ready for it just yet. He wasn't sure if she would ever be ready, truth to be told. And if he found her asleep still he might just end up climbing into bed with her. Sokka shook his head and breathed deeply. This was no time for being stupid. The chance that someone might come upstairs to check on them was even bigger now, and if they found him kissing her or doing anything else, they'd be in the middle of a serious crisis. So he had to stop thinking about her that way, if only for a few minutes, for he doubted he'd manage to restrain himself for much longer than that. He probably wouldn't even be able to restrain himself for that long anyways. He reached her door and sighed. It was just knocking on the door and checking on her, nothing more than that. But just when his knuckles were about to touch the wood, the door swung inwards. Angela stood before him, carrying clothes and a towel under her arm, and she looked at him in surprise. Whatever was he doing before her door? "Ah, so you're up," Sokka said, jumping back and lowering his hand. "Good to know, they were worried about you downstairs, so..." "They?" Angela repeated, with a raised eyebrow until she figured what he meant. "Worried about me? Why?" "Well, they kind of figured you were still mad at them," said Sokka, shrugging. Oh? So they actually cared about me storming off? It wasn't just you? Azula asked, surprised. Ah, well, no, not just me, it seems, Sokka said, nervously. And well, breakfast is all ready, so. Well, I'm off to take a bath first, if you don't mind, Azula said, stepping out of the room. I can heat up the food myself if there's any need for that. Oh, right, Firebender, said Sokka, smiling awkwardly still. Say, are you feeling well now? How about the headache? It's gone now, finally, Azula said, before her eyes went down to Sokka's groin. And how about your little friend? My. Sokka said, blushing at first before frowning in irritation. Now, wait just a minute, he's not little. His defensive attitude made Azula laugh, despite herself. Sokka seemed to be fuming now, looking at her in foolish irritation. If you say so. She muttered, still smiling. Putting that mishap aside, though, Azula. He said, his attitude changing again as he became a little more serious. Are you really okay? After all that? I'm fine, actually, replied Azula. To my surprise, I'm feeling fine. I probably shouldn't be. I should be angry beyond belief for all the things you made me spill last night, but... Hey, I didn't make you spill anything, Sokka said, at which she smiled. True. I just began rambling, she acknowledged, shaking her head. It must have been really weird for you. Nah, it wasn't, said Sokka, smiling and shrugging. I mean, it was unexpected that you'd finally talk to me about things you've never talked of before, because I take it nobody else knew about that, am I right? Indeed, said Azula. It's the first time I say anything about it, to anyone. I half expected you to think I was crazy and to turn on your heels immediately, but, you didn't. Why would I have done something like that? Sokka asked, with a weak smile. Well, you should know now why I expected you to do it. Azula said, shrugging. But I suppose now you know better than to think so lowly of yourself, don't you? Said Sokka. What? Me, thinking lowly of myself? As if that were possible. Azula said, lifting her head proudly and making him chuckle. Very well, then, so, we're good. Sokka asked. Why wouldn't we be? Was Azula's reply, frowning. If anything. I mean, well, that deal we made a while back, I just keep breaking it time after time, he said, scratching his head and looking at her apologetically. Oh? Well, I'm almost getting used to it now, truth to be told, Azula said, smiling. You're incorrigible, always have been and always will be. It's part of what I have to deal with for choosing you as my gladiator. You make it sound as if it were such a bad thing. Sokka said, smirking. Azula looked at him, unable to hold back a smile of her own. This was something she never expected to have, she had never even dreamt of it, for all along she had thought herself to be a monster. Yet here stood that irritating water tribe man, smiling in a way in which nobody else had ever smiled at her before. He had held her, kissed her and loved her as well, he had granted her a chance to believe she could be loved for who she was. And even if nobody else ever would, at least he did, once. At least he cared for her. And for now, that was enough for her. It was something she didn't want to discard, no matter what. Yeah, maybe it's not, she agreed, nodding towards him before walking off through the hall, heading towards the bathroom. Sokka's heart was racing again after Azula's last words. He had almost expected her to threaten him into never telling anyone about what had happened between them, which would have been unnecessary, for there was little chance Sokka would tell anyone about this. He had also thought she would tell him not to look forward to anything else, that he had already gotten more than he deserved, but instead, she had simply smiled at him and agreed with his flirty comment. She hadn't stifled the possibility of something else being born between them, even though she should have. They both knew that, if they dared move on any further than this, their lives could easily turn into a living hell. But maybe that was Azula's logic after all. Maybe she didn't plan on moving any further, she wanted them to remain as they currently were. And if Sokka thought about it calmly, that wouldn't be so bad, Granted, he might have to endure a few more wasted erections if something remotely similar to last night repeated itself, but the pain was definitely worth it, if it came to Angela. He let out a happy sigh before shaking his head and trying to act normal. The others would pick up on his weird behavior if he was too happy, but it was hard to keep himself in check. Despite he had told her it was for one night, for he knew he didn't deserve more, Angela didn't want to stop at that. He walked towards the stairs, his hands on his pockets as these thoughts coursed through his mind, filling him with unprecedented joy. Oh, well, he would come up with a good excuse for the others when they saw the stupid smile on his face. After soaking in the bathtub for longer than usual, Angela had dressed up and headed down towards the kitchen, hoping it would be empty by now. She honestly didn't feel like dealing with her brother at the moment, and if Tylee was there, she'd probably tell her off for having stormed away through the beach last night. Those thoughts weren't too bothersome, truth to be told, for Angela was in too good a mood to care if her friend nagged her or not. And precisely because she was in such a good mood after being so irritable throughout the trip, Angela hoped to remain by herself for the time being. She knew Tylee would pry into what didn't concern her. But her luck had been too good to last, it seemed, for Tylee was waiting in the kitchen, and she looked at Angela with guilt-ridden eyes when she saw her. Angela raised an eyebrow as she walked towards the table, where her plate awaited her. "Hey," Tylee muttered, sitting beside her once Angela had taken her seat. "I hope you like it. It's not exactly perfect, but I did my best with it." "It'll be good enough, I think," said Angela, casting confused glances at her friend. "What's the matter with you?" I think I should say I'm sorry," Tylee said, taking Angela by surprise again. "I saw how unwilling you were to come here, and yet I dragged you to Ember Island all the same, even if it would make you miserable. I'm a terrible friend." "You didn't drag me anywhere, I came here out of my own free will," Angela declared. "I had something to do. It's the only reason I agreed to this. But then I took you to the play, and then to the beach, and you were so mad and I didn't pay any attention to your feelings. I should have." "It doesn't matter, Tylee," said Angela. "There's no point in you apologizing to me." "I really think there is," the girl insisted. "I've been so inconsiderate towards you. Oddly enough, I think I was the one who was always deemed an inconsiderate friend, wasn't I?" Angela asked, with a crooked smile. "It's amusing for our roles to be reversed for once, though it's odd that they are, I will admit. Why are you apologizing this much? Weren't you concerned about Zuko's misery instead of mine?" "I was, but you were upset too," said Tylee. "And I care about both of you. I don't want either of you to be sad, for whatever the reason." "Quite a hard feat to accomplish in Ember Island, I'll say," said Angela. "I can't recall the last time I came here without ending up miserable for one reason or the other at some point in time. And that's why I'm sorry." "I should have known better," said Tylee, sighing. "Well, we're heading back today anyways, so you shouldn't have much to worry about anymore," said Angela, shrugging. "Forget it now so that I can forget it too, will you?" Sure, but, are you alright now?" Tylee asked. "I'm perfectly fine, Tylee," Angela replied, starting to eat her meal. Tylee blinked blankly and looked at Angela in confusion. Was this her prodigious lying skill again, or was Angela actually telling the truth? Was she really well, after last night? "Really? You're better, really. You don't look half as angry as you did yesterday." "I guess it would be because I'm not. Didn't I just say so?" Angela muttered. "But if you keep pestering me like that, I might just get as angry as I was again." "Alright, I'm sorry," said Tylee again, and Angela lifted an eyebrow once more before continuing with her food. "Where is everyone else?" Angela asked, once she had finished a dumpling. "Packing, I think," said Tylee. "After yesterday's shopping session, the guys have a lot of stuff to carry." "Huh?" Angela said, with a raised eyebrow, but she refrained from asking questions. She wasn't all that interested in knowing whatever Tylee had bought for them, no matter what it was. "And I take it Zuko is probably doing something about that swelling, so." "Swelling? What swelling?" Angela asked, frowning. "Did he get a rash of some sort?" It happened to him once when a bug bit him at the beach, I recall. He would have had it coming for heading out there in the middle of the night, honestly. No, nothing bit him, said Ty Lee. Didn't Sokka tell you anything when he went after you? I thought he would have said something about it. About what? Azula asked, confused. Ty Lee looked at Azula blankly for a moment before swallowing hard. She had genuinely thought Sokka would tell Azula about that as soon as he saw her. Well, when you left, Sokka said we ought to go after you, but then Zuko said we didn't have to, Ty Lee explained. He said you were incapable of emotions or something of the sort. He was being pretty mean with the things he was saying about you. Why doesn't that surprise me in the slightest? Azula muttered, rolling her eyes. And when he was in the middle of saying those things, Sokka punched him. Azula's eyes snapped wide open and she looked at Ty Lee in shock, dropping her chopsticks at those words. Her friend simply gulped, waiting for Azula to process what she had just told her. He did what? Punched? Why the hell did he? Well, he began telling Zuko off for the things he was saying about you. He said Zuko knew nothing about you, and he told him he was a horrible brother, in short. He was pretty angry, really. I'd never seen him like that. His eyes were somehow bluer than usual, for some reason, and he was just so furious. He said Zuko had spent his entire life thinking only about himself, and that he had never showed you he cared for you. He told him to grow up and be the brother you deserved, and then he turned around and went after you. He actually did something like that? And what did Zuko do? Azula asked, still too dumbfounded to continue eating. He protested a little at first, but then he stopped talking back, said Ty Lee. As if he had never really thought about things that way. Azula's gaze went to her half-empty plate again, yet she wasn't hungry. All she could think about was of what Sokka had done, of what he had said to Zuko, what he had said to her. Long ago she had been pleased to see Sokka choosing her over Zuko. She never knew he would go this far to stand up to him for her, though. Nobody had ever said Zuko was a bad brother. She had always been the problem. She was the liar, the violent sibling, the cruel one, and Zuko was always her victim. And she had never really cared about people's perception regarding her relationship with her brother. She knew just how to make him miserable, and she'd exploit that as often as she could. It couldn't be denied. If that made her a terrible person, then so be it. But Sokka had defended her. Sokka hadn't seen her as a monster, not when it came to her mother, not when it came to her brother. He was really terrifying, honestly, said Ty Lee, gulping. It was odd that he would be so upbeat today. I expected him to still be beyond angry at Zuko for the things he had said. I think Zuko expected that too, truth to be told. But he was back to normal, somehow. Wasn't he still angry when he ran into you last night? Or was it you didn't meet up with him after all? He didn't look angry, at all, said Azula, eyes wide still. She would have never suspected Sokka had only just punched her brother right before taking her in his arms and saying he loved her. Really? Ty Lee frowned. Well, that's odd. Azula lowered her gaze towards the meal again, still unable to digest what Ty Lee had just said. Never would she have imagined the extent of Sokka's devotion towards her would go this far. On some level, she had feared his words from the previous night had been whispered out of pity. She had expected him to only love her for one night because he was unwilling to love her for any longer than that. Because she truly wasn't worth the trouble, but if that were the case, why did he go so far for her when she wasn't even watching? Why defend her when he could have easily turned on his heels and left them, without trying to correct whatever they thought of her? Why tell Zuko he was wrong about Azula when Sokka himself hadn't even known Azula's darkest secrets just yet? That he had done such a thing could mean many things, some of them slightly misguiding and confusing, she guessed, for she shouldn't be hoping so badly for him to love her for longer than just one night. Those hopes could easily be shattered if they were ever proven wrong, and she didn't want to feel miserable over him ever again. Yet this meant that, even before knowing that Azula thought she was a monster, Sokka had never seen her as one. Sokka had heard Zuko speaking against Azula, and he had instantly stood up to him for her, refusing to let her brother treat her that way. Azula sank in her chair suddenly, a hand going to her mouth as she felt the same feelings from last night burning in her chest, as the wildest fire she had ever known. Ty Lee looked at her worriedly, a hand going to her shoulder. Angela? Angela, are you all right? The princess didn't answer, for she had no idea what to say to her friend. How could she say she was fine when she definitely wasn't right now? There was no way she would be fine ever again, not after knowing this. Not after spending that night with Sokka. For now she realized that trying to stop this was futile. She had fought it, she had resisted it in every possible way, but it was pointless. Casting away her feelings had been a mistake, for now it seemed they were stronger than they had ever been, strong enough to cause her physical pain, even. By now she knew it, by now she faced the reality she had been unwilling to admit to herself, even though she already had once before. Maybe Sokka had only loved her for one night, but she had loved him for much longer than that. And those feelings had increased to the point where she couldn't restrain them anymore. To the point where it seemed they would only continue to grow from here on. Indeed, fighting it was pointless. Resisting was a waste of time and efforts. Maybe they weren't meant to be together, maybe the world would condemn them eternally if they were. But her heart was set on loving him, and after these revelations and unexpected developments, she had grown certain it always would be. Sokka was surprised to find there was a balcony in the house. He had taken a quick bath after packing up, he hadn't brought too many things with him, but now, with everything they had bought at the island's shops, his pack would be 6 times the size it was before. He was fine with that, actually. It hadn't been his money, after all, and now he had almost renewed his wardrobe completely. He always welcomed new clothing and accessories, no matter if he'd be teased for that behavior. And since Ty Lee had been so happy to indulge his enjoyment of shopping. The view from here was quite remarkable, Sokka thought, as he looked on towards the distant horizon. There was still too much in Ember Island he hadn't seen, he had yet to visit the beach properly, and Ty Lee had spoken of hot springs, if he recalled correctly. It was a pity this trip had been so short, even though so much had happened in the span of a day. He heard footsteps behind him, footsteps he would recognize anywhere. With a hand on the balcony's balustrade, Sokka waited until she reached him while wondering if his heart would ever stop beating this strongly around her. At this rate it would tear its way out of his chest, and if that happened it would drop down straight to the street below. And that surely wouldn't be a very nice sight for the Ember Island inhabitants to behold, a fiercely beating heart rolling down the streets. Those ridiculous thoughts were slightly distracting for him, but not enough, it seemed. He was still far too conscious of her presence as she reached him. They both stood in uneasy silence for a moment, but before Sokka had a clue of how to break it, Angela began speaking. Back when I came here with Mai and Ty Lee, Lo and Lee told us Ember Island would give everyone a clean slate, Angela muttered. Apparently the beach has a way to smoothen even the most ragged edges. Sokka frowned and looked at her curiously. Supposedly, this place helps you understand yourself better, said Angela. Or so people claim. Did it help you, then? Sokka asked, with a weak smile. Up until yesterday, it never had, said Angela. All my previous visits were less than helpful for me. If anything, they convinced me that maybe I really was just what I feared I had become. Even when we came here last time. Sokka asked, worried. It was Angela's turn to smile. Need I remind you how that trip ended? I believe you called me and my people evil and heartless quite a few times. I did, didn't I? Said Sokka, sighing. Well, you already know I don't think that way anymore, don't you? If any of what you said or did last night is true, then I guess you really must have changed your mind about a lot of things, Angela said. Sokka. Yeah. He said, looking at her warily. Angela frowned at that. What's with that look? I'm just a little worried about what you might say next, that's all, he said, gulping and looking at her nervously. See, I know there were a lot of things I did that I shouldn't have, and I said plenty of things you may not have wanted to hear from me, of all people. That kiss before I left, that was, not intentional. Oh? Incapable of repressing your urges now, are you? Angela asked, with a smirk. Terribly so, he replied, smiling weakly. I'm shameful, I know. Well, I recall telling you just a while ago that you are also incorrigible, and thus, that shamefulness is never bound to be fixed, Angela said, shrugging. But as I said, somehow, now you don't mind that so much, said Sokka, looking at her, almost entranced. Why, though? All of a sudden. You really have to ask why. Angela said, looking at him in disbelief. After everything you've done as of late, after everything you did last night? Ty Lee told me of what you did to Zuko. Oh, he said, blinking a few times. Well, I'm pretty sure he's endured worse injuries than what I gave him, so you probably don't need to worry about your brother. You might underestimate your strength if only a little, said Angela, smiling. You're only about 8 slots away from reaching the top half of the ranking, aren't you? Well, true, Sokka acknowledged, nodding weakly. And you're considered one of the strongest non-benders in the league. With that, well, I do wonder how long will it take for his jaw to heal. Considering the assortment of crap he was spouting about you, it better take ages, Sokka grunted. So you don't regret it? Angela asked, surprised. Here I thought your conscience would kick in. Heh, I haven't been acting without my conscience's leave, I'll have you know, said Sokka. Everything I've done because I've wanted to. Don't ever think otherwise, will you? Angela looked at him in mild disbelief before lowering her head and shaking it, a smile on her face. What? Said Sokka, frowning. You don't believe me? That's not it. It's just, people talk ill of me behind my back, Sokka, Angela said. That's what they do. That's what they always have done. That's what most Fire Nation people do, really, be it about me or about anyone else. But you, on the other hand, went all out to defend me instead? What would you have done if Zuko had attacked you as well? Keh, I would have been able to take your brother up in a fight any time, said Sokka, crossing his arms over his chest. Right. You were unarmed, he's a firebender, and you're sure you could win. Well, if he's not half as good as you are. Nobody is half as good as I am, Sokka, Angela said, proudly, at which he found himself laughing. Right. Of course not, he said, smiling at her. Still, you stood up to him for me, Angela said, looking at him in confusion. And then you came to me and you did and said all those things. Did you have a clue of what you were doing? Or were you just making things up as you went? The latter, truth to be told, said Sokka, chuckling. You've always told me off for that, I need to plan things out better, but I really didn't know what I was doing at first. I just wanted to keep you from spilling more tears somehow. And kissing me was the best idea that came to mind. Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Hugging you came first, but since that proved not to be enough, said Sokka, shrugging as she laughed next to him. You're unbelievable, truly, she said, shaking her head. Do you have the slightest clue of what that meant to you? Sokka asked, looking at her kindly. I think I do, at least to some extent. Do you really? Angela asked, her gaze finding his. Angela. He muttered. If you're wondering if I really meant the things I did and said last night, then yes, I did. Every word. All of it. Angela looked at him with an odd glint in her eyes now. Was it hope? Sokka didn't think he had ever seen such a unique shade of gold in them before. All of it, then. Even if I wasn't supposed to, Sokka said, smiling weakly. I know this isn't something to take lightly, last night was a big deal and not only for you. You can rest assured, I'm taking all this to the grave if I have to, both what happened, and everything you told me. I promise I won't tell. Don't even bother, said Angela. You jinx everything when you turn it into a promise. Sokka froze and she just chuckled at his reaction. Well, that is true, I guess. He said, gulping. Though, honestly, don't tell anyone. Nobody can know, no matter what you hear them say about me, Angela said. If they think I'm a monster, then let them, what matters is that you know the truth of it. And you know it too, said Sokka. That's what matters most. Right, Angela muttered, her eyes drifting towards the ocean now. In any case, though, Sokka. Yeah. He said, looking at her eagerly. Azula turned towards him now, and her eyes found his again. Thank you, she said, and the words were more heartfelt than ever before. It wasn't the first time she showed him gratitude, but it certainly was the first time Sokka felt so elated to hear the words. He looked at her, his intense gaze as alluring for Azula as hers was for him. Soon enough she had closed her eyes and the short distance that separated them, and he let his own eyes flutter close as he felt one of her hands land on his abdomen. Their lips found each other once more, and Sokka's hand went to her waist while the other kept gripping the balustrade tightly. He kissed her intensely, hoping to show, without words, that his feelings wouldn't last for one night only. Every second he spent near her strengthened them, and every time he kissed her, he reaffirmed them. She should have never done any of this, the hawk should have never dropped to the ground again to give the turtle a second chance. But she had. And he was determined not to waste it. Her hand moved up to his chest as her body pressed against his. She didn't know why she had succumbed to the urge to kiss him yet again, but if he had done it earlier, surely she had every right to do it now. It hardly mattered if the others might see them, though she sure hoped they wouldn't, but if it happened it couldn't be helped. She would just have to find some way to silence them, but right now she was too invested in this kiss to genuinely care about anything else. This man could become her undoing and she was sure she wouldn't find it in herself to regret that at all, not so long as she could continue to kiss him like this. A couple of hours later, the group was boarding the ferry again to return to the capital. It wasn't until they were on the deck that Azula saw Zuko again, and she raised an eyebrow at the bandaging on his jaw. What? He said, when he caught her looking at him. Are you thinking my left isn't my good side, Azula? Now, do me a favor and keep in mind it was you who said that and not me, said Azula raising her eyebrows. Of course. Say, are you mad? Zuko asked, looking at her worriedly. Azula looked at him in confusion. Why, I thought you were convinced I was, but if you're going to start a campaign to make me admit it, you're not going to be in luck. I don't mean it that way, said Zuko, rolling his eyes. Are you upset because? See, you stormed off last night, so. So did you, in case you don't recall, Azula replied. Zuko sighed in exasperation. I mean to ask, are we all right? He muttered. Curious, said Azula, raising an eyebrow. I don't think we ever have been. Why would we start being all right now? Well, because I don't want your boyfriend punching me anymore, maybe. Zuko said, with a crooked smile. Huh? My boyfriend? And just who might that be, pray tell? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows inquisitively as the others finished boarding with their immense packs. Dang, this is a lot of stuff, really. Sokka said, wiping the sweat off his brow after dragging the last of his bags on board. Azula looked down judgmentally. I hope you don't expect me to pay back Ty Lee for all your junk. Hey, it's not junk. He squeaked, irritable. Now, Azula, don't tease him, it's so rare to find a guy who admits he enjoys shopping. Ty Lee said happily, as Haru dropped all his bags and Ty Lee's right next to those of the rest of the group. Well, who doesn't like having new stuff? People just don't appreciate the small things in life nowadays, they really don't, Sokka declared, folding his arms over his chest. But don't you think you appreciate them too much? Haru asked, and Sokka gasped, indignant. What, you too, Haru? What is this, pure shaming? He exclaimed, as the other gladiator laughed. Azula couldn't help but smile at the sight of Sokka arguing one-sidedly with the earthbender, who simply held his hands up and smiled uncomfortably, hoping Sokka would quiet down. Ty Lee seemed amused, and Zuko wasn't paying much attention to their banter or to her, to Azula's relief. If her brother had caught sight of her right now, if he had seen the way he was staring at the Water Tribe man, he surely would grow convinced Sokka really was Azula's boyfriend. Which he wasn't, Azula was certain. Yet he wasn't her friend either, for he was so much more than that. She honestly didn't know what he was for her just yet, if anything, now she was more confused about the nature of their relationship than she had been before going on this trip. But as she watched him acting so stubbornly, behaving in such a foolhardy manner before everyone else, she realized she had no clue what the proper label for their relationship was, but at last she knew what she wanted it to be. Check the description for the links to the author.